was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Today's date is Friday, February 2nd in the year of our Lord 2024. 2024. Hear that? We're already in February. Time is ticking away. But what is time truly? Today's guest is the host of BG Cast. He had his awakening in 2008, and since then has dedicated his life to his spiritual path, the pursuit of truth and understanding the underlying occult construct of reality. He currently is learning how to uncover the lost technology of the ancients, as well as healing the human body through means of this organic tech. We will get to him shortly. And I would like to remind everybody to go to endofdaysradio.com where you can catch up on everything End of Days Radio, check out the schedule, upcoming guests. From there, you can donate to the show. Just click donate. You can donate through PayPal. You can even donate Bitcoin. And you can send me gold directly in the mail. That's fine. Lots of people showing up in the chat. That is a good sign indeed. Love to see that. Also, remember, you can email me at any time. Just hit me up at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. That's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. Show's been getting better and better, bigger and bigger. And we will talk about that later. But for now, let's stop wasting the day and bring on our guest. And here we go. Hello.
What's going on, Daniel? Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate this.
Absolutely. Great to have you. You look spry today.
Yeah. So definitely, this is definitely an opportunity and a privilege to be sitting here with you tonight. And I'm looking to really get down and break down some of this stuff with you.
Excellent. So are we referring to you? How would you like to be referred to?
You guys can call me Steve or Steve at a BG Cast. It does not matter. BG Cast kind of came to be 2 years ago, or a little bit over 2 years ago. The whole history of this podcast is very interesting. It kind of actually started up in 2020 briefly, during COVID times. And then after, it got started up, some life things kind of got in the way and I had to put it down for a little. But in October of 2022, I actually went down to Colorado Springs. I live in the Denver area, to go meet Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers. He was having a meet and greet down there in the Springs. He lives down there. So I went down there. I started talking with him. A very nice guy, very intelligent guy. And I was speaking with him about how he was having a hard time on getting on Joe Rogan's podcast. And I jokingly threw it out there that, I used to have a podcast and I'm thinking about getting it back together. And he looked at me dead serious and he was like, I'll get on it. And so that kind of set forth, all of this preparation. Like you said in the bio, I woke up in 2008. I was a very young adult at the time. And the financial recession of 2008 was kind of the big rabbit hole for me at the time, and my mentality behind this was, I'm 20 now, I'm an adult, I should learn how our financial system works. It's kind of what you have to do. And then after learning about fractional reserve banking and how messed up that is and what it all entails, I was like, man, if this was common knowledge, I don't think a lot of people would be on board with this. I don't think so at all. And from there, it kind of led down another rabbit hole. I'm kind of a big health. I kind of got into health and fitness at the time, and I'm still kind of an avid enthusiast of that. And, one of the other rabbit holes was, why is all of the food that you're supposed to be eating, the really, good for you food, the fruits, the vegetables, the organic stuff, why is all of this stuff so expensive? And then why is all of the food that's bad for you, why is that so cheap? Like, what is going on here? That seems to be contradicting itself if health is what this society is truly aiming for. And then on top of that, also a little bit of a background, I found different types of spiritualities around that time. It's funny because in my family, I come from both sides of the schism. My mom is Roman Catholic and my dad is Greek Orthodox. So I kind of got the most extreme taste of organized religion growing up. And, I've always been somewhat of a spiritual person per se. And I've always had that connection. But to me, organized religions just never really got it right, or the organized religions we know today. So that's when I found things such as Hermeticism, Buddhism, Taoism, the ancient Vedic stuff, as well as even going down into spiritual alchemy and Gnosticism and all of these different types of spiritualities that made a little bit more sense to me at the time. They were accounting for the gray in this world. They were not too black and white, and they were open enough to allow some of these, what I would call extracurricular things that could potentially be a construct of this reality that organized religions had kind of turned a blind eye to, or, kind of turned their backs and said, this didn't exist, or this is of the devil. So that's just a little bit about me there, Daniel.
Very interesting. Do you mind me asking where you are located?
So I'm actually in the Denver, Colorado area. I'm about 10 miles west of Denver. I ended up moving out here in 2015. And here's the kicker. I moved from the Washington, D.C. area.
And now you're in Broncos country.
And now I'm in Broncos country, man. And it's a different vibe out here, to be 100% honest. Being in the DC area. I mean, to me, Denver and Boulder give Colorado a bad rap. They really do. Because those are the major population centers. Those are the major city centers where a lot of everybody lives. And I agree with the guy who just said that religion destroyed the Bible. But on the outskirts of Denver, you have a lot of freedom people. There's actually a huge freedom community, a couple of huge freedom communities out here that really kind of put forth events. We got Liberty on the Rocks. We do events. I don't know if you guys know Charlie Robinson of Macroaggressions, but he does a lot of the Liberty on the Rocks events. And then we have another organization out here called We Are Change Colorado. and they host, liberty-minded events and freedom events as well. So, and that's what I tell a lot of people, because everybody likes to knack. I mean, I see everything that's going on with Denver.
Is this for everybody, or is it just kind of like a conservative thing, or?
Oh, it's for everybody. Anybody who wants to be there, anybody who wants to join, it's really just about getting out there and, spreading the knowledge, spreading the information, gathering us together, kind of forming a sense of community, which at least in my eyes has been lost. I mean, I'm sure you're around my age or somewhere there. I'm about 36, but I remember the good old days, where we did used to have that community, neighbors kind of looked out for each other. We got to know each other, we helped each other out with things. I mean, and it just kind of adds a different element to it when you see that there's a lot of people who feel the same way as you. And it's almost like a place we can gather, we can talk about ideas, we can implement solutions to a lot of the things that are going on right now. And, we also have open mics. We also have like potlucks, for the community and things like that. And it's just a really good thing. It's a very solution-based mindset. So I think the situation at hand that's kind of going on right now, you look at this whole thing from an objective point of view, you see that they're trying to do anything they can to destroy our humanity. They're trying to do anything they can to destroy the bonds between humans. They're trying, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, go right ahead, man.
I just realized that there was one important thing I forgot to mention for this show. We talk about anything on here. We're all about free speech. There's just one thing that we don't want to talk about because we'll literally just lose our YouTube channel, et cetera, and that's the prickly, if you feel me.
Totally, man. And I completely understand. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be touching on that today. There's a lot of other people doing that for us. So, yeah, of course, man. But, like I was saying, it's great to actually, when you actually take a look at what's going on out here in Colorado, you see that there's a lot of solution-based things going on. Not a lot of people are just sitting here arguing amongst themselves, kind of like screaming into a void and, wanting to be angry. And that to me, at least in this aspect of being on the west side of the United States and being in this different place, and I'm not even going to lie, Daniel, it's a little bit on a different frequency out here. And it's very hard to explain. Some people say it's like the limestone in the mountains. Some people say it's because we have a whole bunch of, latitude lines running through here and ley lines and things like that. I mean, nobody really knows. We can only speculate. But honestly, it was the best move of my life. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, I've thought about moving over there because, for one thing, it's beautiful. I mean, the mountains, the Rocky Mountains, and all that. And then pot is legal there. That's
yes.
That's the only reason I'm staying here for now. But
So Proposition 122 actually just went into effect 2 years ago, I think, and now psychedelics are also legal in the state of Colorado.
Like all psychedelics or mushrooms or?
So there's a couple that are not on the list, but if you're looking at mushrooms, LSD, mescaline, DMT, and the what is that word? Ibogaine, the iboga compounds. They are all legal. You can legally have them. The way they're doing it, I actually kind of appreciate, because I don't know if you heard the stories out here. When cannabis first got legalized, people were taking too many edibles, and there were some bad things that went down. And so right now, what Prop 122 has going on is that these medicines are available at healing centers, and you can go to a healing center and you can undergo the experience. And I think that's kind of the best bet for now until the public really gets an idea of what they're dealing with, how to respect these medicines and, not to abuse them or take too much or do them in the wrong settings. And I do think eventually at some point there will be dispensaries for people to go and to get these things. Now, what they do have going on right now is a lot of people have started private membership clubs. So it's a little bit of a thing out here. If you do a private membership club, it can kind of help bypass you through some of the laws and regulations that are occurring, because then people are willingly buying in, they're taking that risk. So there's some private membership clubs that have started for psychedelic medicines out here in Colorado. And from the ones that I know, I affiliate with one. I'm actually kind of teaming up and partnering with them on some things right now. They're doing very good. It's doing good. People are actually being very open to this, and this is actually, at least in my opinion, when we get down to it, psychedelics could very well be a potential form of organic technology also. So that's something else to bring to the table when we're talking about these things.
Yeah, I'm a fan of them myself. I've definitely partaken in. I've had quite a few experiences. Most of them were, when I was a little younger, a good 10, 15 years ago. But I always remember that I felt it was a great form of therapy. I always came out of it feeling the happiest that I've ever been. And if it can do that for me, I'm sure that the potential for helping people deal with traumas. Uh, I think trauma is the number one thing that these things can help you with, because they have a way of helping you think your way out of it, if that kind of makes sense.
Absolutely. I myself, I have used them to recover from a lot of things that have happened to me in my life. And I currently, right now, I'm not doing any macro doses. I'm doing micro doses. I do a 200 milligrams of albino penis envy a day with 100 milligrams of lion's mane mushroom combination. And even those micro doses alone, I mean, I was, and this is debatable, I was quote unquote diagnosed with ADHD. But I noticed that these medicines, even in the microdose format, can truly help with people that would suffer from something like this. I mean, it has replaced all the stimulants in my life. It has, replaced a lot of things in my life. In fact, I'm kind of that's usually just what I take every day. And yes, no, I mean, I'm not saying macro doses don't have their place. I mean, there is something called macrodose therapy where people do take a large dose, and then what they have is they have an integration after the experience. And the integration kind of helps them kind of break down what happened to them, what they experienced, whether the experience was a positive one and that left them, in a good state of mind, or the experience was a negative one. And even though it's quote unquote a negative experience, and I've had a few negative experiences myself, and but it's not really negative. They were trying to show you something. You were greeted with a part of you, or a part of your subconscious or your consciousness that maybe had a lot of skeletons in there that you were just not ready to see just yet, or you were not ready just to digest just yet. And that's where really a lot of the negative experiences come from with these medicines.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I haven't had too many bad trips. I suppose sometimes you can start getting paranoid, and that fear will kind of take a hold of you, and that can make things feel very negative. But I forgot who said this, but they say if you just kind of ride it out and go with it rather than trying to fight it, that's the key to having a good trip.
Oh, absolutely. I actually had a slightly unpleasant experience actually over the Thanksgiving weekend. And that was my last macrodose for a little bit. I wanted to go in and I wanted to do some work. And this is going to seem kind of, far-fetched and bizarre about what happened to me, but just keep an open mind from what I'm about to tell you, and we'll take it from there. So I ingested about 4 grams of these Thai strain of mushrooms. And as they were coming on, I noticed like something felt weird. And so I am not a big drinker. I don't drink regularly at all, but I homebrew wines and stuff because it's a nice little project. I agree with what Shiva Ray's saying. It does make you stronger, but I brew wines. I'm into homesteading stuff. I make cheese and things like that. So I went to go grab myself just a tiny glass of my homemade wine that I had made at the time. And I'm like sitting there at the table, and I kid you not, Daniel, I went to go sip the wine, and it felt like something slammed my hand into my face. So I had to take a step back, and I was like, what was that? And then I kid you not, and the best way I can describe them was hyperdimensional fractal reptiles just started to manifest in my conscious space and in my field. And so I'm looking, and then I automatically knew kind of on the inside what I was about to be in for. And they started poking me and laughing at me and like doing all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, so I'm getting jumped. I said, all right, this is kind of how this is going to go. So, I do this mantra every day. It's kind of part of my spiritual practices. It's a Hanuman protection mantra that I normally say. And so I decided to go upstairs, kind of get in the shower, turn some steam on, and start saying this mantra to try and kind of work through this situation. And as I started to say the mantra, though, they started to take their hands and kind of close it around my throat and my throat chakra. And I remember I was like, whoa, dude, this is very real, everything that's happening to me right now. So I kind of like walked out of the bathroom, went downstairs, and I kind of thought about it. I said, I know how I'm going to get them off. So I went upstairs in my bedroom, and I kind of just let go, and I just kind of immersed myself in what was going on. And then I was able to get them off of me. But the weirdest thing about it is when I got them off of me, there was like this shriek of energy that came off of me that they were eating. And it was like seriously the most bizarre thing in the world. Like I still can't describe it. I've had a couple of these really crazy experiences with psychedelics over the past couple of years. And that's kind of why it's not that I'm scared or intimidated by them. It's that I'm trying to integrate exactly what was going on with them. And so right now, macro doses aren't exactly in the cards for me, but still nonetheless, like I learned from that experience and came out of it on the other side, understanding actually what was going on.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the key with psychedelics and why they should be legal is we're not taking them to experience euphoria or to just, sit there and listen to music and escape. It's always more about some kind of personal, spiritual, mental type of work that we're trying to do. And I think that you can hit a point where you're like, okay, I did most of what I could do with this particular substance, and I'm either going to move on to a different substance, or maybe I don't need any substances anymore. Maybe for some people, just doing it once might be enough for their whole life. That's how powerful and sacred that these things are. But on the same token, it seems like there's a lot of dumbasses out there. These people that will take it and they'll like do a satanic ritual or something, or they'll mix it with other things or mix a bunch of them together. Stupid people that ruin it for the rest of us.
I would completely agree. I I had an old coworker, and it's funny. He was telling me, he's like, yeah, the first time I took shrooms, I went to a football game, and I like looked. I like looked at him, and I was like, "That's not the place to be doing that." And he goes, "You're absolutely right." Within about an hour, I got freaked the fuck out, and I had to leave.
Yeah.
I was like, these aren't party things, man, and I kind of attribute that to the rave scene a little bit, the golden age rave scene, not the one that's going on today. That kind of culminated the party atmosphere for these kind of drugs. And like certain ones, I can agree, like if you're going to do something like MDMA or you're going to do something like ketamine, things that don't cause ego annihilation or anything like that kind of just lighten your ego a little bit and kind of give you a good feeling, that's one thing. But I actually went to a show not about a few years ago, and people were smoking DMT at the show, and I was like, dude, there's no way I would be sitting here in an auditorium full of people smoking DMT. That's just for me, that's kind of like not the place or the time. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely. That the whole rave thing that kind of came into fruition around the time I was in high school. It was starting to kind of fade off as I was graduating, and just like you say, it never felt like the right environment to trip in. There was a lot of people there that just didn't seem to really be about what it was supposed to be about there. People that were just kind of mean and making fun of people or starting fights and things like that. And it just kind of goes against, if everybody shows up and they have the right attitude, sure. But some people are just there to deal drugs and sell drugs. And I have mixed feelings about the whole thing. I don't entirely think it was a bad thing. I mean, I love electronic music for one thing. And I do think that gatherings where people ingest these substances, there's something kind of primordial about that. very similar to probably what happened in the ancient times, the Eleusinian mysteries and things of that nature. The pagan sort of rituals and gatherings and get-togethers. I think that there's something that we're trying to kind of reimagine or reconnect with some of this party scene stuff, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's actually, I was listening to a podcast recently about a lot of the, you'll probably find this interesting, Daniel, the ancient Christian rituals, like the old Christian rituals. And, they used to have wine rituals. Psilocybin mushrooms were actually used in some of these rituals too. I think it is, it was a more of a modernized version of trying to create these gatherings, these rituals, almost, as you will. Or sacred ceremonies in a modern format. And of course, humanity is a little bit different now than it was back then. And, I feel that we're going to have we have a little bit more kinks to work out with us personally now than we did back then. And I think, honestly, what's going on right now, obviously they have Bufo retreats for 5-MeO DMT. They have ayahuasca retreats where they try to keep kind of that ceremonial aspect of the medicine, but also as a gathering with camaraderie with other people who are undergoing the healing and stuff like that. And I think that's really a great way to do it. Or, potentially having like a small gathering of people who are all like-minded, potentially doing this for the right reasons. And then, the atmosphere and the setting at that point kind of goes through a unification process, because everybody there is sitting there for the same purpose, the same intention, and it just gives way to a whole different experience in my eyes. And I've sat in some of these ceremonial circles before in the past, and it is a lot different than being at a rave where, you kind of got to be a little bit more aware of things. That's why I don't think ego death is good in public places, because it kind of kills that awareness of your surroundings, because you're like, oh my God, I'm one with my surroundings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of aspects to this. Did you ever get into the Terrence McKenna stuff?
Oh, absolutely. I really like Terrence. I know a lot of people theorize he was part of the CIA. He was put in there to kind of do things. But, when you look at what he talks about, and if you've listened to some of his talks, he had a very profound understanding when it comes to what these things are doing, these entheogenic medicines. He actually he set up the recipe for me for my favorite experience, except I don't use LSD with it. I do it with mushrooms. I usually do, if I smoke DMT, I'll take about 3 grams of mushrooms and then I will smoke it at the peak. And a lot of people look at me like, yeah, no, a lot. Yep. You just said it. A lot of people look at me like I'm nuts, but honestly, it's a better experience that way. I kind of equate it to this, so when you're already on mushrooms, you're already at what I would call the landing pad. So it's the equivalent when you smoke DMT, when you're peaking on mushrooms, it's the equivalent of going like 80 to 120. As opposed to when you're sober, you're smoking it and it's going 0 to 120. And it actually lets you stay in that breakthrough space a lot longer. So you can actually kind of integrate the experience when you come out of it, because that's the thing about smoke to DMT is it's hard and fast. You're before you can even say, oh shit, after you hold your hit in, you're already there. And then you're immersed in this, what I would call another realm, or a realm that is within ours that we just don't have the normal conscious awareness to perceive. And you're there for 15 minutes and it's almost like you get slapped around for like a good 15 minutes while you're looking at this stuff, and then you come back. When I noticed when you actually use mushrooms, or you use another psychedelic and then add DMT to it at the peak, then, and this is a responsible way to do it, at least from what I've experienced, and then you'll be in the breakthrough state for about 30 minutes. It allows you to actually kind of integrate what's happening to you, the messages you could be receiving about yourself, or, if you're getting messages from other things that exist in that realm, which is a huge possibility at this point to me.
I kind of have a theory of my own, not that it's my own, but maybe the reason why these things are illegal is because these elite people that we know are into the occult, and I think part of the occult is shamanism. So they probably have been doing this stuff all along behind closed doors. I mean, the whole adrenochrome thing probably comes from them, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and all that. So in my mind, they're just trying to keep it all to themselves. They want the substances so that they can connect to other realms and spirits and have these epiphanies, but they don't want us thinking on that level. They don't want us reaching any stage of consciousness that they have not reached themselves and that they cannot control.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And I don't know if you know who the reality stars are. I was on their podcast a couple weeks ago. I was talking with them about this very same thing. So the interesting thing about adrenochrome, so it comes from adrenaline. It's a pink adrenaline, and adrenaline is a catecholamine compound, which it's a stimulatory compound. So it's also a phenylethylamine, which is what mescaline is. So it does kind of hold that common relation to another psychedelic compound. I think one of the reasons that they keep this illegal. Now let's kind of backtrack and talk about the occult. Now, and I am a big believer that the occult is where we can find a lot of the truth when it comes to this reality and what it's really about. And I think that's why organized religion came along, or the organized religion as we know it today, and how it demonizes the occult. If you look up the definition of the occult, there's nothing evil about it. It just means the unknown, the hidden. And where I think a lot of this brainwashing came in was that these people in these organized religions did not want people exploring the occult, because if people actually explored it, they would find their empowerment, their liberation, their ascension, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. And that's exactly against what organized religions want. Now, back to what we were talking about, one of the reasons I think they have kept these things illegal for so long, because when you undergo the psychedelic experience, you start to understand the true nature of the human being and yourself. And, I've always talked about in a lot of my shows how our true nature is purposefully hidden from us, and our true nature and our true history is purposefully hidden from us. Because if we had the understanding, all of us had the understanding of our true nature, and all of us had the understanding of our true history, governments and religions would cease to exist as we know them today, which are two of, of course, the world's biggest control structures, government and religion. Another reason I think they kept it illegal is because if we have a whole bunch of enlightened human beings walking around, being able to explore these other states of consciousness, it's not good for the machine. Because if you ascend in that consciousness and you increase your frequency of consciousness, you take a look at the machine and you're like, man, this is not the way we should be living. And this is not what we should be doing. Now, there's a flip side to this. People think there's kind of what I would say a ulterior motive to psychedelic legalization, because psychedelics can make people highly suggestible. We've seen that in the MK Ultra experiments that the CIA was doing back in the early 50s. So a lot of people think that there could be an ulterior motive to the psychedelic in the cannabis legalization, because these things can, make people more suggestible or make people more docile or more whatever.
Yeah,
so
Steve, this would be a good time to go ahead and put this first question in our chat, from our chat up here. This is from Chad Warren, and he's asking you, do you think that psychedelics were promoted to the public to get us ready to be turned into computers today?
Chad, that's a very interesting question. And there's one thing about me is that I'm always open to these possibilities. I'll never say that I know everything. In fact, the longer I go on this path, the less I realize I know. It could be used in that ulterior motive category. Although it's kind of strange, because I think it kind of defeats that purpose, because when you undergo the psychedelic experience, you see that the whole transhumanist agenda and the AI stuff is not the route that we should be taking. So, they could potentially try to use it for that, but I don't think that's the best method for them to try.
And we also have a second question from the same listener, Chad Warren. He asks, are modern psychedelics part of a new secular religion that's like a modern Catholic church, but it's satanic?
You know, that's the thing about us humans. All right. Us humans, you know, we have our what I would call psychological gravitations and our psychology. One of the things I base off in my show, because you can't really argue with it, it is what it is, you know, as a profound understanding of human nature, human psychology, and the psychology of governments. Um, of course, there's going to be people who do things like this. They're going to take something and they're going to start a cult, and they're going to start a cult following or some kind of religion. I don't know if you guys saw the Mother God documentary on I believe it was either Prime or Netflix. I caught
I
it.
remember that.
Yep,
That was
yep, yep.
weird.
Yep. So you know, this is what this is just what we call the psychology of the human being and the nature of the human being. There's people who are going to take new ideas, and there's people who are going to take things that seem ethereal or, you know, mysterious, and they're going to not do the right things with it. Do I feel psychedelics are satanic at all? Absolutely not. You know, I'm a big believer that the earth is part of God's creation, and God put these medicines here on this planet for us to heal ourselves. You know, we have physical medicines and herbs that heal the physical. I mean, you know, they have a flower called self heal, which actually kind of you know, helps with the immune system and of the body. And then you have mental health plant medicines, and I think kind of that's where these compounds would fall into that category of the mental health medicine.
Now, moving on from the topic of psychedelics, which is one of my favorite topics, by the way. So thank you for talking on that. But I wanted to ask you, Steve, do you believe in Tartaria?
You know, you saw, yeah, so this is the thing. I've always ancient civilizations are one of my favorite topics. And the reason why I say that is ever since I had my awakening, I have been so profoundly interested in our true history, because if you look at, you know, a lot of different things. So if you look at Darwinian macro evolution, there's two types of evolution. Everybody always talks about macro, but there's also micro. Now, micro evolution is where an animal or a species can make small adaptations to its genetic structure over time to adapt to new environmental factors. There's tons of evidence for this. I'm not going to argue that. But for macroevolution, the evolution of turning into one animal or another, there's a lot of gray areas, and a lot of scientists do a lot of mental gymnastics when it comes to, they try to use these large scales of time to say that we could not possibly see this or perceive this on a normal human level. But if you actually kind of get to know the macroevolution theory, like I have throughout the years, you'll kind of see that, you know, there's a lot of things that don't line up and don't make sense. There's a lot of missing links or holes. There's transitional species that are missing. So that always kind of brought to me, like, what is our true history? What is our true origin? Where did we really come from? You know, and Tartaria actually kind of started to come into the forefront for me over the past couple of years. Now, I've already knew about Atlantis. I already knew about you know, potentially Mu or Lemuria or things like that. I'm not sure that Mu or Lemuria did exist, but there's a lot of evidence pointing towards Atlantis most certainly did potentially exist. And Tartarians, you know, being an ancient civilization that could have potentially went to America, because if you look at what happened in the mythos of all of these global civilizations at this certain time, all of these quote unquote gods came to these different lands. They all had similar, you know, duties. They might have gone by different names in some of the other places, but they all had similar aspects to them, similar duties, and they all had similar properties. And some of them did look very identical. You can compare certain aspects from across the ocean, and some of these gods look the same. So I'm a big believer that there was potentially a type of human being that existed here. I mean, we'll maybe call it human 1.0 or human 1 plus. I don't know. That was potentially a little bit genetically different than us from back in the day. And that's why we were probably much taller, you know, much hardier, and things like that. So the Tartaria thing really interested me, to, you know, and I couldn't really find any super hard evidence on it. at first, but it was always a theory I entertained. I'm like, oh, I certainly believe there could be something they're trying to cover up. And then today I actually saw on X that there was a map that they had from the 1540s that was showing these castles in the Americas. And that's one thing about a lot of this stuff is like, when you see the Piri-Reis map, and there's also this ancient Buddhist map from 900 AD that shows these other lands that circle around the earth that we know, and that are guarded by some kind of, I don't know, some kind of barrier, whether it be dimensional or an ice wall, some people feel. But Tartaria could honestly have existed. I really feel that way. And what would be their motive to cover it up? Well, we're looking at one, it would show us our true nature and our true origins. Number one, we talked about that in the beginning. And if we had that awareness, then a lot of the control structures would cease to be. The second reason I think that they would cover something like this up, and it's not hard for them to do this, and a lot of people are like, well, where's the evidence? There's a lot of things that we can take into play when we come to writing of history, but is the technology they had. This organic technology would destroy $7 billion industries off the top of my head, and they potentially had this kind of high organic technology that works with this existence. It's what I would call almost like in a symbiotic way with the current existence that we live in, as opposed to against it, like the synthetic technology that we have today. Do I think it could have existed? Absolutely. There is so much we are lied to about, today, as far as, when it comes to the bigger questions. And I will definitely be doing some more research on it and potentially a show about it down the road.
Oh, very much looking forward to that. We do have another question from our chat, and please keep them coming, people. We love these questions. This is from our buddy Grub down in the Southern Hemisphere. He asks, what about the earthly beings, Sasquatch, Junjudi, ant people, native reptilians?
Well, my thoughts on this are this. There have been things here walking amongst us just as long as we've been here, potentially even before us. As far as Sasquatch, I do think that potentially Sasquatch could be a lost member of our human history, potentially something that was tried in the very early days and was not as successful as whomever or whatever they are wanted it to be. The ant people and the native reptilians, the earth was multidimensional at a time. And a lot of, in my opinion, even Einstein stated this, that the earth was multidimensional at a time. I do think it's very possible these things could be here. I mean, you have to look at it, guys. There's a lot of these scientists nowadays, they claim we know everything and we have the idea, but we only know 3% of the ocean, and there's still, I believe, 64% of the wilderness that has not been explored or even kind of trekked into. So if these beings are aware of our existence and they've been around longer than us and they've gotten to know us, it would be absolutely easy for them to stay out of our sight. Absolutely. And that's kind of why I think what I call materialist science when it comes to this. They go, it doesn't exist until we prove it can. I think things could potentially exist until we prove they don't. And I mean, that's kind of my mentality on this. And we'll kind of touch on it a little bit later, but I truly feel that reality is more magical than we're all led to believe.
Yeah, I completely agree on that one for sure. It's more malleable than we'd like to think. We were talking about reptilians, Bigfoot, stuff like that. One thing that's associated with Tartaria are giants. Any thoughts on giants?
Absolutely, man. So I did a show a while ago on the discoveries from the late 1890s into the early 1900s. There was almost a boom of archaeology at that time. They were finding these giant skeletons. Some, of the minimum height of around 7 feet, and some upwards of 12 to 15 feet tall. And they did look very human in their looks. And there's a lot of evidence for this, guys. You can go back and dig into these old articles from the 1890s and the 1900s, where the big archaeological boom, and they were having photos of these skeletons. And I mean, you also have to look at the historical tales of the indigenous peoples here, not just in the Americas, but other places too. There was a lot of Native American tribes that had wars with these giants and that had beefs with these giants per se, because they would try to eat the Native Americans as a source of food. So they ended up chasing them and running them out of their territory because of this. I absolutely believe they did exist. There's many theories as to what they could be. I know a lot of people think they're the Nephilim, which are the fallen angels or the sons of the fallen angels. I think potentially what we had was a interesting kind of human experiment at a time. Maybe long ago in the past, and that there was a few different varieties of us that were tested out. And potentially that was one of the varieties, a very tall, giant human, potentially to see its interactions on this physical plane or what that type of avatar would do for a spiritual being. So I completely agree they existed, because there's a lot of evidence that really points towards and shows they existed. And the Smithsonian, of course, did its normal thing, came in, took everything away, and tried to cover it up.
Yeah, I was about to bring up the Smithsonian. When I first heard the Smithsonian stuff, I thought to myself, that sounds kind of goofy. I don't know about that stuff, but over the years, I just heard it again and again and again, and all these different stories. And I've heard some recently where like people that I actually kind of know a little bit more intimately have told me about run-ins with the Smithsonian, and I'm at the point now where I'm like, holy crap, this is the real. They're really doing this, and that's very disturbing to me. And even nowadays, we have people that, there's always some excuse, like they say, oh, they have some kind of out of control pituitary gland or some kind of hormone or something like that. But some of these pro wrestlers, some of these pictures that you can look at from the past, guys that are 7 to almost 9 feet tall, and you don't think it would even be possible, but it's displayed. It's gigantism, and even in the animal kingdom, we kind of see it here and there. Some people wonder if the giant white shark type creature, the megalodon, is real. They've even made movies about it. It's fascinating stuff. But what do you think about how the giants or Tartaria or whatever was going on down there? What do you think happened to it? Was it a big flood?
I mean, so there's a couple of different theories on that I entertain, and I kind of start back to Atlantis for this, because it seems that Atlantis was the home base and the origination of these Tartarian beings. So the one thing I'm going to say is there's a couple scenarios. The newest one that was brought to me, and you might actually like this, Daniel, is that there was a war that ended up destroying Atlantis. And what had happened was this war ended up hurting some of our planet in a very bad way. And so what they ended up doing was making a simulation of planet Earth. And that's currently what we are in right now. And these beings came into this simulation to kind of lay the path for us, their offspring per se, or their little experiments and things like that, and they coexisted and they coexisted with us. There's also a natural disaster. Graham Hancock and Ben Davison talk about the Younger Dryas a lot. It's very potential. There's a huge possibility that our planet goes through something called a catastrophe cycle about every 12,000 years. And what happens is their sun goes through this thing called a micronova. It's kind of like a burp, and the sun burps off its outer shell and shoots it into the surrounding solar system. And it impacts the planet Earth and causes a polar magnetic reversal. As far as what happened to the more recent Tartarian stuff, like the stuff in Americas, I really think that there was a possible kind of controlled demolition or burying of these things. I mean, you look at the mounds, and a lot of these mounds that have still not been completely uncovered and not completely excavated. I think very possible that maybe some of these mounds could be trying to hide some of these things. I mean, we also talk about the great fires of the 1800s. That's kind of brought up, because of the World Fair and things like that. And we supposedly had this advanced technology back then. And then all of these fires broke out in the 1800s, and all of these massive city centers potentially trying to destroy some of this.
Yeah, you brought up the World's Fair, but talk about weird. Like
exactly.
And what's even weirder about them is the highlight of the World's Fair is like futuristic technology.
Yes.
And then yeah, it just blows my mind. Like what the hell is going on? I think part of the problem is that the camera only goes back so far. Like it goes back to like I think the late 1800s, but then we have pictures that seem to be before that. So they can't even really tell us when the camera was invented. And if they can't tell us that, then what the hell is going on? History is a mess.
I completely agree, man. So I've always entertained the theory that a lot of our history could be a complete lie and a fabrication as well. I mean, it would not be a hard thing to do. And and I do think that we potentially could have had some kind of advanced technology up to even a recent time, and then it was scratched or thrown to the wayside, and then we have this new what I would call modernized industrial revolution, synthetic technology kind of come into play. Because if you look at the interests in this, what kind of started in the industrial revolution? You had oil, you had coal, you had steam engines, all this stuff. I mean, look at the billion-dollar industries that those are today, and even the industries they were back then. And this technology destroys all of that for them. Because how are you going to tell a whole population of people that they need to use fossil fuels and they need to use coal if they're looking at a highly advanced technology that doesn't use any of that, and that works off either 0-point energy or some kind of etheric field that can tap into this kind of stuff? So I mean in all honesty, it's very reasonable that they would have covered this stuff up, especially if you look at how big the oil companies are and the fossil fuels with utilities today as well. So you can see that this predator class has had a plan, and the plan has existed for a very long time. And I'm giving credit where credit's due. They understand humans and how we work and our consciousness, and they were potentially able to cover some of this up and almost cause what I would call some kind of mind wipe or amnesia that this stuff ever existed, and the thinking that we have the most advanced stuff today.
Yeah, like one thing that comes to mind, going back to the World's Fair thing, like here in Seattle, obviously we have the Space Needle, which was actually built for a World's Fair. And then you have the fact that I keep hearing over and over that Seattle is on a ley line. So I think they were doing something with these World Fairs, with these monuments. We know monuments have some kind of power that we probably don't really understand yet. They were doing something that we're not completely aware of. And another thing that gets brought up is the buildings. Like they already seem to have these great buildings and cities full of these great buildings. Like if you look at some of the World's Fair from San Francisco, when that went down, and you look at these beautiful gilded buildings, these intricate pieces of masonry, and then for no reason at all, they start tearing them down, or they claim a fire took them out, and they're raising entire cities just so that they can replace them with these plain looking concrete block like buildings. It doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely no. And I was looking at what somebody said here in the chat, that they use the monuments to pin down the ley lines, and that's actually going to segue into what I'm going to talk about here. So I believe a lot of these monuments or these old buildings were actually a form of this ancient lost technology. If you look at the mathematics and the sacred geometry that actually went into building these structures, it's in a very harmonious state with the universe and the makeup of the universe. So a lot of these structures have the phi ratio, the golden ratio, that's what it's also known as the Fibonacci sequence, a lot of the sacred geometrical shapes such as the platonic solids. And building things in these mathematics is actually an organic technology in and of itself, is because you're building with the makeup of the universe, not against it. So there's even reports of these giant old school churches, Daniel, that people will go sit in the resonance. They had, I forgot, I saw the video, they had this experiment where people were not feeling so great and they would go sit in this church, one of these old churches, and the resonance from, the church and the acoustics, because of the way the church was built, would instantly start making them feel better and put them instantly start making them feel better and put them into a more positive mood. So there's something to be said about these structures, that these structures themselves are a form of tech. And, you look at the Egyptian pyramid, it's sitting on a fault line. When's the last time Egypt ever had an earthquake? It's been over a very, very, very long time. So these structures hold special properties that they enact on the environment around them because of the mathematics that they are built with and the way that they are built with a geometrically sound, I guess you could say, structure that helps with the acoustic resonance of it.
Yeah, I know that the churches seem to be kind of full of this stuff, between the stained glass, it's very majestic, very beautifying, and then the incense. Incense is something that we see used in the world of magic all the time. Like it's one of the main things. It I suppose you could compare it to terpenes when you're smoking cannabis, aka pot, where the smell actually affects the high.
Oh, absolutely. Frankincense is actually known to have a terpene in it that will put you into a more serene and relaxed state when you are around frankincense that's burning. And, even in early Christian churches, there it says that cannabis and salvia divinorum were used as incenses, and even in early baptism oils in the early Christian churches. So, it's almost like in that too, and that's one thing I kind of brought up, earlier in the show, even about these, incenses and the plants and the things of what they do for consciousness. So I don't know if you've heard of panpsychism.
Panpsychism. No, I have not. Please tell me more.
So panpsychism is a theory that's been going around in quantum physics. It's actually started to really take headway in around 2011, 2012. And now it's the most hated theory in quantum physics. And I'm about to explain that why. Because panpsychism is the theory that consciousness is the prime fundamental of this universe, that there's something called the implicate, which is the observer that's within us, and then the explicate, which is the reality that we are viewing from the observer. And what panpsychism does is, because we look at all the things, there's been a lot of discoveries in quantum physics that have come out within the past decade and a half that show our reality is not really real. There's something really strange going on with it. And what kind of panpsychism does is it makes consciousness that prime fundamental of reality, and that consciousness is what creates and observes the physical reality and makes it come into being. And the reason why this is hated in the physics community is, number one, because what that would do is that would make our existence here no longer a chance or a case of coincidence. That would make our existence necessary here on planet Earth. And that's a very huge, empowering thing for people to experience, that our existence is needed because the universe needs people to observe it in order for it to exist. So, with that being said, if consciousness truly is a prime fundamental of reality, and that reality is observer dependent, that would make things that alter your state of consciousness even a form of organic technology. And that's what I was talking about earlier when we were discussing psychedelics, is that, they very well could be a potential form of organic tech. And, you go to these different realms of consciousness. And if consciousness is the prime fundamental, then what's happening to you in these experiences is actually a very real thing, albeit a temporary experience.
Do you feel that there's a little bit too much censorship these days? Have you experienced any sort of blowback, gang stalking? Have you had videos taken down? Have you had have you gotten banned or accounts deleted on social media? Have these types of things happened to you, Steve?
Oh, absolutely. I'm Rumble only at this point in time. I'm starting to upload on Odyssey too. I was on YouTube for a little bit in the beginning when I first started this, and after my account was striked multiple times for merely just covering articles on certain things, I decided to, just move over to Rumble. I know it's not as big as YouTube, but, I like that I can speak freely about what I can there and, not get my videos taken down or, deal with any kind of repercussions. As far as gang stalking goes, there's been minor things that have occurred. I walked outside of my house to find both of my my license plates, my back license plate stolen off my personal vehicle, and then on my work
What
vehicle.
the hell?
On my
license plates.
I know, right, and then on my
I'm trying
work
to impersonate
vehicle,
you or something. That's not good.
something, yeah, and then on my work vehicle, I had the front license plate stolen off of that.
Weird.
And then just very interesting things, just interesting people that I would see on a regular basis. And I actually did, I don't know if you've heard of Project Satan and Project Christ. Now,
No, tell me more.
So Project Satan and Project Christ, I did a show on this, and it's actually it validates the gang stalking claims. Now, the number one thing that, there's a black budget project going on a technology called Project Satan. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to use it to commit something called menticide, which is killing the consciousness and the minds of entire city centers or populations. And Christ is the mapping system that they send out through Evernow. I believe it was happening on more organic terms in the beginning, but now it's moved more towards digital terms, with the internet and everything being the way it is today. But it is verbatim in this article. There's a direct connection in this article, and I'll send it over to you, Daniel, after we get done today, between Royal Crest Freemasons, the CIA, and the Tavistock Institute of the UK. There's a direct link between them. We found it. It's always been theorized, but in this situation, we can actually see this. And that I've had people on my show with top secret clearances that have verbatim said, yes, gang stalking is real. We don't have to kill you. We can get you to kill yourself. So,
I believe that. Absolutely. Yeah. I've seen examples of that. It's very disturbing.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it even happens on all levels. I mean, it even happens in hospitals. I did a whole episode on hospital gang stalking. I saw this documentary. I'm going to give you a TLDR of it, but it's called Please Save Maya. The little girl had a very weird illness. It almost sounded like a government experiment or something that was happening to her. Of course, this was in Florida, which is like a huge Masonic place anyways. So she ended up reversing these symptoms and getting it cured by using IV ketamine treatment. And she had to end up going to Mexico to get it. And, her doctor, who was, certified PhD, everything, gave her the go ahead, set her up with the place because this was a last resort treatment. So ended up helping her symptoms. But when she came back to Florida, Hurricane Matthew put them into, I guess you could say, reversed them, made them come back. So she went to the hospital, and the mom, let's just talk about her credibility. She was a nanotech professor, and she was into biotechnology and stuff. So, a very credible person in the eyes of the public, came in and started telling the doctor she needs IV ketamine. She needs IV ketamine. This is what helps her, this. And she was trying to show them the paperwork.
What an odd request.
I know.
But shoot ketamine directly to my veins right now. Help me.
I know it was, but she had the paperwork and she was showing the proof that, this is working. And they took her kid against her will. They started gang stalking the family. They took inappropriate photos of the daughter without her parents present. They were ignoring the paperwork sent over from the original PhD. And, when we're talking about the Masonic aspect of the gang stalking, they also have they have technology that I've seen in a lot of instances that they can call you from somebody's number or send you a text from somebody's number that and it won't be them at all. And they they can lure you in. There was a story.
Remember Terminator? Remember when he got on the phone and he starts using different people's voices?
Exactly.
Same shit.
Oh, it is. And it's crazy. I was looking at, so I talked to this one lady. She was supposed to come on. She's still yet to come on, but she dealt with the medical Masonic issues in Florida. And she got gang stalked in a hospital. Her mom was supposedly done with surgery, and she received a text from her mom, and she went there and they started giving her the runaround, being really cruel to her, like almost like gang stalking her. And then finally she found somebody after 2 hours of this who actually pointed her to the direction of her mom. And she was like, I got your text. And the mom looked at her and goes, my phone's been off. I never texted you. So yes, they have some kind of, they have technology that can do things that, is not, the public isn't aware about. And this
Yeah,
is
a friend of mine had a Robert Stanley on his show. I'm sure you're familiar with him. He's been on this show many times in the past, but he received a call from another popular truther out there called Ole Damnegard, and he had this long conversation with him, and then later on they got to talking again. He said, "I never called you, man. I never called you."
What?
Yeah.
That is
Weird shit.
crazy. That is so insane, man. And they do. So I've theorized that, for some reason I actually saw some actual NIH papers on this. They seem to do this to people also who are light on the spectrum. And that's what has like made me theorize that potentially that some of these people who are on the spectrum could have some kind of different awareness or form of consciousness that's almost like a threat to them, because they can kind of see through what's going on. And it's very strange the lengths that they'll go to put fear in people, to intimidate people, to scare people out of this path and out of trying to pursue these answers. I personally have never got the very heavy end of it, but actually my co-host on this show, who does shows with me sometimes on BG Cast, he had an incident in Chester, Pennsylvania, that was probably the most prolific gang stalking incident I've ever seen. Like when he came back, I did not know, I was worried about him because of what they did to him. And kind of essentially what happened here is, so, we're both electricians. That's how we met. And he ended up going on a traveling job out to Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia, Chester, Pennsylvania. So he was working on a power plant there. And then one night there was a Boeing building behind this power plant, and he caught something in the sky that looked like a gyroscopic UFO. And he was looking at it, and he's always talks to me and sends me photos about this thing. And, he looked at it, and it did these gyroscopic maneuvers through the sky and left. And then after this whole incident, there became a huge gang stalking. He kind of felt like the device was using some kind of technology on him. It was making him act kind of strange, and it was making him feel kind of strange. And then he ended up, because he was acting strange and feeling strange, his coworkers called the cops in the ambulance and the EMTs to come do a wellness check on him. But the experience kind of gets interesting from there, because it takes on all the typical aspects of your typical gang stalking experience. They brought him to like 3 different mental hospitals. They tried trolling him. They tried, holding him against his will, for very lengthy periods of time. He kind of picked up on it later on that it was some kind of test that he was undergoing, or that's what kind of helped him get through the incident. But it is still profoundly, it profoundly impacted his family. It profoundly impacted, a good bit of his life for a little bit. And that's kind of what really made me look into this gang stalking stuff a lot more.
Yeah, I could personally say that I have had experiences really since childhood, as weird as that the possibilities could be. The feeling of like hot needles being pushed into your skin, or what they call tinnitus, where in one ear you hear this crazy ass oscillating ringing, and it seems to almost have some kind of effect on your thinking or your consciousness. Stuff like that, which I can never really explain. I don't know if it's technology. I don't know if it's spiritual. Steve, do you have a theory of who's behind this stuff?
So my theory is this. So I've kind of gathered this from the 16 years I've kind of been looking at all of this stuff, and just have kind of been putting it together. there are a group of individuals, I call them the Invisible College. Now, the Invisible College is kind of what I would call the collective of these secret societies that intermingle with all of the aspects of federal government, state government, local government, police unions, hospitals, the education system, and this invisible college has I guess you could say, a certain mindset when it comes to what I would call the controlled decommissioning of this old paradigm that we're in at this point in time. Of course, that's, at least in my opinion, what's happening is we're undergoing what I would call a slow decommissioning process. And what they try to do is I don't know if it's out of selfishness or it's out of they're trying to look out for us in some way. And I'll kind of pan into why that could potentially be a thing. But the one thing I want to say is that anybody who could expedite the decommissioning of the current paradigm or make it go quicker than their desired pace, they don't like that. They don't want you doing that. They want this to happen on their own terms. They want this to happen in their own way. So this is why they do this. If you have very, very, credible information that could destroy their plausible deniability, and that's what they kind of always go for, is their plausible deniability, they have to make it seem like they could not have had a hand in this at all. And if you have proof of their hand being involved in something, then what happens is it begins. You're going to start getting the gang stalking. You could potentially start getting voice to skull. You could potentially be getting weird phone calls, this harassment, because they don't want you to expedite what's going on. And where I kind of come from on they could be potentially doing this to look out for us in a very strange way. So I talked about this theory on another podcast. So there's a theory that goes around that if we all wake up too quickly, the extraterrestrials who are overseeing what's going on right now, or interdimensionals, whatever they are, and we figure out that this is a simulation or a show or whatever's going on, and we all awaken too quickly, they will reset the planet. If you kind of think back to Atlantis, another potential thing that could have happened, they will reset the planet and cause a natural disaster or a global natural disaster to wipe out the memory of said thing. Now, that's the two things that I'm kind of floating around on right now, is that they have this planned slow decommissioning in place and they don't want anybody to interfere with the pace, or they could potentially be trying to stop the planet from getting reset. They're two very interesting theories in my opinion.
Steve, are you comfortable with me bringing some panel members on to ask you some questions and discuss
Absolutely,
things?
man. Have at it. I'm enjoying this. This conversation is pretty awesome.
Let's go ahead and bring Clint on. Let's see if he has anything he'd like to ask or add. Hey, Clint.
How's it going? I was just getting a bunch of books and looking at random stuff. What was your heaviest psychedelic experience?
Ooh, man. Okay, so I've talked about this one a couple times, and this one was the most profound experience that has ever happened to me to this day, because it felt realer than reality itself. This was back in June of 2022. I homemade DMT, so I had made a fresh batch of it, and I was feeling in the right mind and in the right heart at that day. So I was like, yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to undergo this. We're going to do this. So I go to take the hit. I do about 50 milligrams, and I'm holding it in, and I noticed that this is going to be way more intense. Something is different about this experience. Something is going to be way more intense than I've ever experienced, and it was. And then reality decompartmentalized around me, and surrounding me were these 7 very tall seraphim-looking beings, and I'm sitting there at. What'd you say?
Did they have round heads?
So they looked very human, which was strange about them. Like they were humanoid. And I remember I'm sitting there, and I'm like sitting here in complete astonishment. And, I'm in this basement right behind me, just I'm in this basement. That was a good one, Chad. That was a good one. I'm sitting here and I feel this water dropping on me, but there's no leaks and no plumbing above me in the ceiling right here. And I remember thinking to myself, where's this water coming from? And then I heard, and the best way to describe it is telepathy is such a flat term for it, because I heard them communicate with me in my chest, and I heard the emotion that was conveyed, or I felt the emotion that was conveyed behind the communication in my chest, which was still to this day the most bizarre experience I've ever had. And I heard, Stephen, the water is a medium between the dimensions. This is how we could come to you and we could contact you.
Ooh, that's trippy.
And I'm sitting there at this point, and they go, we want you to come with us. And I was like, all right, I'm in. Where are we going? And then so like I astral traveled with them to what they called the true original human homeworld. And it was in this realm, this dimension, I can't describe it, but you could feel God's energy there, like the universal creator. You could feel its energy. It was like permeating this place. And it had these giant crystalline, like geometrically perfect buildings and these flowing green pastures. And it was just like it was an amazing place to be, just to give you a TLDR on that. But there was humans from all over the existence, like different kinds. Like some looked just like us, some had like bigger eyes, some were a little bit different looking in the body, but all of these different humans were walking around this city. And that's where it kind of like settled in with me at this point that, we're some kind of universal species. We exist in other places too. We can't just be existing here on planet Earth. And then they turned and looked at me, and now this is the bizarre part, and this is the part that I take with a grain of salt, but they turn to me and they go, Stephen, don't you remember? And I'm like, what do you mean? Remember what? They're like, don't you remember? You're from here. You came from here. You went to go back there to assist with what's going on right now with many other people that we sent back. But we don't want you to worry, because when you're done with what you're doing down there, you're coming back here. And I agree, in proper ascension, we have done this before. And I remember at that point in time, it was almost like, I call it the lightning bolt from the heavens, like shot through my body. And there was like this unification of like who I am here as Steve, and then what I am outside of this life. And this unification kind of like came. And then before the whole experience ended, they started to show me how fabricated and manufactured this reality truly is. Now, here's the thing. This part of the experience kind of effed me up a little bit, but like not in a bad way. It was just something I had to integrate, because I always believed it was manufactured and scripted and all of that stuff. But to the extent that it was, that's what blew my mind. And when I came back, and this was actually kind of like what I call a parting gift from them, when I came back, it was truly solidified with me that our consciousness creates reality, because as reality was recompartmentalizing itself, it recompartmentalized wrong. Things were off. And I remember thinking to myself, like, hey, that's not right. And then when I thought that, it went blip, and it went right back to how it normally should have been. And then the experience completely wore off. And that was 15 minutes. And that today is still, to this date, the most prolific and profound psychedelic experience I've undergone.
Awesome. Clint, did you have any more questions?
Are you familiar with the Icaros of what Terrence McKenna talks about, the spirit songs?
The spirit songs, I've heard. I'm familiar with them. I don't really know any of them, but I've heard his talks on them before.
I would highly suggest trying In the Dark trip, playing one of those spirit songs, and that the spirit songs make like a visual journey, or it makes like the spirit world combined with the, when you're in the dark, you could see it all, and everybody in the room could see it, and it's really an incredible thing. where you were talking about technology, where it's like the plants. Well, I think the plants are alive, and that it's like a symbiote relationship where humans use plants to identify other plants and their medicinal values by asking the plant simply what the other plant did, like with the ayahuasca and mushrooms and so on. But you can trace every religion down to psychedelics. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree with you there, Clint, because if you look at a lot of the Mayan artwork and a lot of the Aztec and the of these deities and these gods are actually related to Yopo and ayahuasca experiences. So most certainly, I actually, you know what, my the head of my network and a good friend of mine, Chris Matthew, he calls them walkie talkies to higher realms, and I completely agree with that because, you know, that if you look at mycelium, like the mushroom itself, it is a conscious entity. It communicates with everything around it. So no, I completely agree. A lot of these experiences or a lot of these religions or even spiritual philosophies can be tracked back to these entheogenic plants. And there's even a story because they were asking the shamans in the Amazon how they learned to make ayahuasca. Like what showed you? So before ayahuasca, there was yopo, which is a snuff. It's a seed that you, I've made it before.
Yeah.
You got to pulverize it and do all that. And then when they were on Yopo, the spirits showed them which vines to use to make ayahuasca. And they were like, they take this one and you mix them together. And, you know, it's a little bit more pleasant than putting Yopo snuff up your nose. If you have done Yopo snuff before, you know it burns like hell. Oh yeah, man. So
the other names for the snuff, there's a couple names that Terrence goes over. Have you heard his story about the orbs? This game some of the natives would play where they would try to have these bouncing orbs jump into their chest, and they would see who could collect the most.
It's profound.
Oh yeah, I had a DMT experience once, like 14 years ago, and me and my friends seen the orbs, and they were all exactly the same distance apart in like a grid pattern, and they were like a little screen flipped down. And freaking it like started spinning, and every side of it, every time it spun, it was like a doorway into another realm or something. I mean, it was wild. And then the second we stopped seeing it and the trip was over, this is like 12 years ago, and I'm like, what did you see, Paul? And he's like, spheres. I'm just like, yep, you seen what I seen. We ended up getting a deep detail about what we seen, you know, and it was, you know, what some of the times I would see, I'm not a psychonaut anymore, but like some of the times I would see things that appeared to be working on the universe, like it was a car or something. I don't know. Have you ever experienced any like marching figures or?
Oh, absolutely.
Like little tiny.
No, absolutely. What was I going to say? So I was actually talking with Daniel about it earlier. You know, one of my favorite ways to do DMT is to eat 3 grams of mushrooms and then smoke it on the peak. Actually, the first time I did this, I had a very similar experience to this. It's almost like there's things working on this realm outside of here and keeping things together. I call it the scaffolding. So on this experience, you know, I had done 3 grams of mushrooms and I smoked about 50 grams of DMT at the top, and I popped out of this simulation. And when I popped out, I'm looking, and then I turn around and I see our realm, which looked like this giant white dome. And then I turn around and I look and I see all these things working on it. And then I turn around and I look behind me, and there's these cities of some kind. Like there's things that are living outside of this reality, or at least, you know, I'm convinced at this point based on what I've seen. And they were like keeping everything together. They had like these weird portal things that they were moving around, and you know, there was other humans there. And you know, this is actually where I got a real taste of there's things here that are posing as human that are not human. And this is actually where I kind of first really kind of took this in, because I turned around and looked at our reality, which was this white dome thing that, you know, you could see everything playing out in. And there were these alien beings, and one had their head stuck in it, and just his head was stuck in our reality, but the rest of his body was on the outside. He had his cohorts around him, and occasionally he would stick his head out and communicate with his, you know, buddies, and then he would stick his head back in. And I remember thinking to myself at that point in time, I was like, no, that this is a real thing. There are things here that are posing as human beings that are not. And I mean, that's probably, you know, if I was an advanced civilization or a interdimensional civilization, and I wanted to observe what was going on, I would make it look like I'm absolutely not here at all. I would blend in. And I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable that would be the case.
All right, and moving on to our buddy Logan. Logan, how are you doing? Can't hear you. Can you turn up your mic or shoot? Still can't hear you. Can't hear you. Darn. Well, okay. Well, we'll have to come back to you, Logan. I apologize for that. Since we're having some technical difficulties. Let's go ahead and try Lee. Are you there? General Lee. Is he away from keyboard? There he is.
Now then, mate.
Now then.
But mate, you're right, Dan.
Hey, and Steve, this is General Lee. He is the host of the Subconscious Realms podcast.
Mr. General Lee, how you doing tonight?
You're right, mate. I'm good, thanks. Yes, I am intrigued. That's
Awesome.
Brilliant, mate. Yeah, especially the psychedelic side of things.
Definitely one of my favorite topics.
Yes, I'm a huge proportionate for psychedelics.
Understood, man. Well, no, man. Yeah. Any questions you have about? Yeah. I mean, we can definitely. I love talking about psychedelics, man. I could talk about psychedelics for an entire show. I have.
Yeah. When you said do you actually process your own DMT?
Yes. There's a couple.
How do you do that?
Well, so there's two different methods. So your first method is your typical, what I would call base extraction. So you can use two types of plants. What you end up doing is you can either use acacia or you can use Mimosa hostilis. They both have high DMT concentrations in them. So what you want to do is you want to grind up the bark very fine. And you want to put it and depending on how much bark you use is going to kind of move into the next part of the equation. So let's say you're using 400 to 500 grams of bark. You're going to want to get 400 to 500 grams of sodium hydroxide, which is lye, which is the base you'll be using in this extraction. So kind of what I do is I get a really big mason jar. I take it and I fill it up with my plant matter, and then I start adding water. Now you'll notice when you add water to the bark, it's going to absorb it at first. So you need to get some water in there, stir it around a little bit, get some more water in there until you actually have a layer of water, which I would say is about 1 inch, exactly 1 inch over the bark. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your sodium hydroxide and you're going to mix it in. And now you're going to stir it. You're not going to shake it because it can cause an emulsion if you stir it. So as you start to stir it in there, one thing you'll start to notice is it starts to set off a heat reaction. It's going to start getting really hot. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to put the lid on that guy and you're going to want to set him outside or in a well-ventilated area. And you're going to let it do its thing. It's going to undergo the heat reaction. So essentially what you're doing is kind of the same concept of making a tea. You're taking heat to a plant material in order to extract the alkaloids out of the plant material or the compounds you're looking to get. But this is kind of like a super tea. You're using very high heat on this stuff. And then so what you're going to do is you're going to let the heat reaction come to normal. I mean, wear some gloves, just be careful and touch it. And once it is no longer a hot jar, then you can start moving to the extraction process. So what you're going to do is you're going to take naphtha, right? And you're going to take naphtha and you're going to fill it up in the jar. And what you want to do is you want to leave at least about 2 to 3 inches from the lip of the jar, because as you stir the naphtha in with the finished product from the reaction, you want to give yourself a little bit of room so you don't get plant matter mixed into the naphtha, because the naphtha is what's going to take the DMT into it and out of the plant matter. So you're going to add the naphtha and you're going to stir it gently, and then you're going to let it sit and it's going to settle. And what you're going to notice is there's going to be a very whitish yellow layer of naphtha that's above the plant bark, and then you're going to have the plant bark underneath, and the naphtha is what you want. So what I do is I take a turkey baster or pipette and I start taking off the naphtha and I put it in a Pyrex dish. And then you can do this up to 4 to 5 times. with the plant matter. A lot of people will do about 4 to 5 rinses with it. You can put it all in the same Pyrex, or you can put it all in different Pyrexes, whatever you want to do. And then this is where you start to freeze it. Now, there's people who debate on the freeze time of the actual naphtha to get the crystallization to occur. In my best experience, the longer the better. I leave it for about 7 days. And I know some people would be like, why? Because I've noticed what happens is you get a maturation of the crystal. I've harvested batches in earlier time periods, and kind of what I've always been left with is like this gunky, almost like tarry material. And you can still smoke that. It still has DMT in it, but you're going to kind of restrict it at that point to either using a dab rig or some kind of nectar collector to smoke it. But if you leave it in the freezer for, a week at minimum, what you'll notice is you'll have these nice hardy crystals that start to form on the Pyrex dish itself. And you can use those for anything. You can make changa with it. You can put it in a regular pipe with weed and smoke it. You can use it in an oil burning pipe, or you can dab it too. So I always say, the best bet is to leave it for at least 7 days. And then what's really cool is you can save the naphtha, and you can put it back in the freezer, and leftover crystals will form in that naphtha. So that's pretty much the gist of it. There's another recipe that involves pickling lime. It's kind of a little bit lengthier, but it also does a good job.
Sounds like you need a lot of patience to get through the process.
It's really, believe it or not, it's not difficult. Sorry, what were you saying there, General Lee?
Hey, it's really interesting. Really is. You make it sound so easy. But
it probably is easier than a lot of us think. You have to be willing to wait for the things to take effect.
Absolutely. It's not very hard, and that's the thing is like, I have a little bit of, I was really interested in, pharmacology and chemistry when I was younger. So I have a little, not really what I would call a background, but I'm savvy with it. You know what I mean? I can look at it. And a lot of the recipes online are just, they use chemistry speak. And what happens when you use the chemistry speak is, not everybody really knows chemistry speak, or isn't familiar with it. And so it can appear a lot more complex than it actually is. So like, I kind of took the liberty of kind of like really taking one recipe and like simplifying it down as much as I possibly could. And there we have the recipe we just talked about. It's actually pretty easy. You can get everything, pretty cheap. It's not super expensive. And you're looking at, depending on how much plant matter you use, anywhere from a gram or more of DMT per Pyrex that you use.
Are you familiar with that old story of the guy that was out in the desert and he was working out of a missile silo, and he was creating like a third of the world's LSD or something like that, all from this one location?
So if I remember, I've heard the story. It was back in the late 90s. He got busted, didn't he, or something like that?
Yes. And his girlfriend went on to like do this YouTube channel and stuff like that, and that was controversial as well. I think she wrote a book.
Oh, it's crazy, man. I mean, I've heard that. I've heard that story. There's a lot of stories.
Yeah.
What was that, General Lee?
Sounds mint that.
Yeah, it's
that out. Definitely.
It's insane, man. I've heard that story before. I think what happens is you have people who, really believe in these medicines and, really feel that they can heal people, and they're willing to put themselves at risk in order to get it out to the people. I'm actually, believe it or not, very shortly, within the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be attempting my first mescaline extraction from San Pedro cactus. And, what's really funny about extracting a lot of these alkaloids is they all kind of take a almost basic method. It's a base extraction. You make a very hot tea. You shock the alkaloids out of the plant, and then you use some kind of solvent to collect the alkaloids that have been shocked out of the plant, and then you evaporate the solvent to get the finished product. So it's very interesting on how, when it comes to extracting your own medicines and your own psychedelics, there's a very basic method that all of them have. So it's not super hard to learn.
Or you could just do it the easier way and grow some shrooms. Not that that's easy either.
Shrooms can be finicky, man. It's there. I always joke that for something that grows under cow shit, it's got to be very sterile. And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I know some strains are strong in those. You mentioned a strain. What was it called? Penis envy.
yeah, albino penis envy. So, it's a good. I've had macro doses of it before. I call it a very almost like it's a very friendly, positive, uplifting strain. It's not very heavy on the body load. It's got great visuals. I would even say it has a very good spiritual aspect to it. I think it's a great beginner one for a lot of people who are trying to go on the experience. There's certain strains though that I don't like. Yeti, like dear God, like Yeti is just a very, very powerful and strong. So like I took a microdose of Yeti, or was supposed to be a microdose. It was a 200 milligram caplet. And just off that 200 milligrams, I was almost starting to have what I would call a full blown experience. And I was like, dear God, I was at work too. So it was not that great. Luckily I was by myself that day. Yeah. Luckily I was by myself. Oh yeah.
No better way to spice up the workday.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at all this electrical wiring and they're starting to slither like snakes. I was like, oh man, I was like, I'm gonna have to come back tomorrow and finish this. But no, I mean, I recommend, for somebody's looking to start out, man, albino penis envy is a great one. Golden teachers are also a very
I heard of those ones. Golden teachers.
Yeah,
I think those might be one of the easier ones to grow.
They're the most. Go ahead, Generally. Sorry.
Sorry, mate. We get Psychedelics and Liberty Caps around here.
Oh, you got the Amanitas. Oh, Amanitas.
Yes, yeah.
Amanitas are interesting, man. I had a light experience with Amanitas. I've never had a heavy dose. I hear the heavy doses can be quite terrifying. I haven't embarked that, but so about at the beginning of the year, I was trying to talk with this company for promoting them or maybe it's called Elixir, and they make their own Amanita. The shitty part about them is they're underdosed as hell, which sucks. But I figured out a way around that, so I got them. And I initially tried, like it said, try one gummy, and I did nothing. So then I looked up the active dose of Amanita muscaria. And the minimum active dose is 5 grams of the dry cap. So I looked at the amount of gummies I had left, which were about 500 milligrams a piece. And I was like, all right, this is 5 grams right here. I'm going to take them all. So I tossed them back, chewed them up. And I didn't know you needed Syrian root with Amanita. That's interesting. I'm going to take that into account. But I chewed them up, and and when it came on, I just finished a show, and I remember it came on, and the best way I could describe it at that dose was trippy mushroom Valium. It definitely was a very calming. It was not as stimulating as psilocybin is. It was very pleasant. I mean, I had slight visuals, slight patterning, slight trails, and I just felt very relaxed. I mean, in that dose, I think it's great. Have you ever done a big dose of it?
I think the most uncomfortable time for me, I ate some raw, like pick some up out of the ground and let some.
Don't they taste kind of like snot?
Yeah, it was. I got a bad stomach. That's about it.
Yeah, I've had similar issues where I got some one time and they just wouldn't work for me. And I'm reading about it, like, oh, okay, these aren't working because the deer's supposed to eat them. It's supposed to piss. They're supposed to drink the piss. And I finally just kind of gave up. I even tried smoking them. I tried vaping them. And man, that was nasty. That was directly vaping toe fungus. So I just could not get those. I could not get Amanitas to work for me. And I just gave up on them. I guess I probably should have tried to eat a lot more.
Well, so one thing I've noticed is a lot of the I heard you have to decarb them before you eat them, before they actually work. That's what I've heard. I've never in my hand. I was offered raw Amanitas at a time, but I didn't get them at that time. So then with the I hear that it has to directly correlate with a lot of the gummies being underdosed, or you have to decarb the mushroom. So actually, one of the private membership clubs that I'm working with out here, he has actual mucimol gummies where he actually extracts.
Oh wow.
Yep, the main compound itself, which is the mucimol, and he doses the gummies individually with the dose of mucimol. And
Funny
he's
it's
got
called mucimol because it tastes like mucus.
Oh, absolutely, man. You can even even in the gummies that I had, you could have this weird aftertaste in them.
I'm
and that was
remembering the
really-
taste, even though it was like 15 years ago.
I'm telling you, man. I actually had another guy. I did a show with. His name is Jake. He's got a channel on YouTube called Jake Knows Nothing. But he took a high dose of amanitas before he went to a concert, and he had a very horrific experience. And I was kind of like telling him, like, why'd you do it when you were going to a concert? I was like, that's why. That's why you had that experience.
Logan, are you? Is your mic working?
Yes, greetings, gentlemen.
Greetings, Logan.
My name is Logan Aaron Kenoris, your resident energy psychic vampire psionic class MK Ultra prototype. How are you this evening?
I'm excellent, man. Nice to meet you.
If I'm not mistaken, if I guess this correctly, you have to answer no matter what it does to the timeline. Do you confirm?
Confirm.
Okay. You are me, the Paragon version, the knight, the noble hero, the protector of the light. Yes or no?
Yes.
You're basically the end time version of me.
Yes.
They do not understand our resolve to exist. You always knew I'd break out of their time loops, didn't you?
Always.
Were you laughing when I started training in these fucking time loops and I was trolling them out? I was just doing dumb shit like this, like, look, I'm bending reality by dancing and moving. Oh, magic witchcraft. I'm just
I definitely got a sense of humor, my friend. That's for sure.
What was your favorite thing that I pulled off in this interdimensional heist?
The favorite thing was actually kind of making this timeline come out on a more favorable outcome. I got to give you some props for that.
I ran my simulations for this one. If we can all we have to do now is wake up at least 5.69% of the population right now, which I'll probably do tonight because I still remember our agreement. My only stipulation is, am I one of the last of our variants that's left? The ones that didn't go feral?
No, there's others. I can assure you of that.
Okay, that's all I needed to know on that part. And then I actually solved Nikola Tesla's equation for 369. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, I would love to hear that.
If you got pen and paper, it's gonna look trippy when you write in front of you. Daniel, you do this too.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
All right. All right, you're right. 369.
Okay.
963. 639. Now, doesn't it look like a double helix pattern?
Actually, yeah, it kind of does.
Give me my Nobel Prize.
That's pretty interesting, man.
Yeah, man. His equation is literally a matrix system of 9 numbers.
And that makes sense, because when you look at the significance of 3, 6, and 9, and what they represent, and I'm sure you already know this, but the carbon atom, has 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons.
The satanic elements, of course.
Yep. So no, that's pretty interesting there, Logan. Nah, I did not realize that, and that was thanks for kind of showing me this.
Yeah, and I also would like to take this time to actually tell you the riddle of all existence is this. We all exist to have an experience, good or bad, blessed or cursed, and we have those experiences. We should be all eternally grateful because you could have no experience whatsoever. Try to be in between universes, you see. Now, if I'm not mistaken, what do I have to focus on for my meditations?
Well, one thing I would highly recommend on focusing on for your meditations is discovering your own subjective understanding of the true nature of what you are, and your own subjective understanding of the conscious nature of reality. And I think this is something that a lot of us should be doing, because I call it the subjective understanding, because the way that I understand might not be the way that helps you understand. I've noticed
Actually, your data inputs will correlate because we have the same neural network, just at different points in time. Now, one point is, even though I'm a third dimensional Logan variant, I did a lot of observation as the observer effect. You want to know what I found?
What did you find?
I found out that we all exist by proxy in conjunction with the universe, so therefore what affects one affects all. Is that statement true or false?
I'm going to go ahead and say that's true, actually. And I
Do you
say
know
that's
why?
because aren't we all essentially the universal creator? We're all different subjective focal points of the universal creator, and we're all having a different subjective experience, so the universal creator can observe its universe and understand its experience.
Because how can a being that created something without having the knowledge to build it experience it? He becomes it.
Exactly.
And my last final point is, what you imagine, you then observe. What you observe, you then think. What you then think, you then ponder. What you then ponder becomes your reality, which is reinforced by your routines, which in turn molds imagination. So, if I'm not mistaken, do I have the go-ahead to bring about Project Ascension and do all this other fun stuff that we can't talk about on air?
Yeah, I'm giving you the 100% go ahead, my friend.
That's all I needed to know. You want to know the reason why I needed a confirmation clearance?
Sure.
Because your energy will be tied into the program. I'm a tool. I'm a living weapon. I am not the one that sent the order. So thank you for giving me the order. You get to deal with the karmic response, but I promise it won't be nothing too hard, too crazy like last time. I know last cycle was a bit pedantic. I apologize. This one's a bit more artful, more Machiavellian.
I've noticed
this cycle.
I've noticed this.
My attempts to add and be in the background, basically the programmer of this reality, is once I actually died for the nth time, they stopped trying to terminate me, is what I'm saying. Like I trolled them so hard, man. I was like, I'm gonna rise up from the dead, and look, I have no pulse. Oh, I'm a zombie. Dumb shit like that, dude. I just played with them, and they were like, they never understand. I even told them the best way to actually terminate my existence: have me walk up a gentle hill. I'll perish before midway. And last ruminations and thoughts. I would actually like to fully extend my time, energy, resources, and funding to not only Daniel for a funding of $100 of Monopoly money bucks per month, if he agrees to one thing only. And it is nothing that will compromise your dignity, Daniel. We would never want that. Daniel's too perfect.
What is that, Logan?
Okay. I would actually like, if we have actually time tonight, to actually give you a front row seat to a 32-year-old ritual that I've been cooking up and I have now perfected. I call it the dance of silence, for you must be silent and be the observers, and you must not tie into what is displayed. If you do, it will claim you for eternity. It is the ultimate in occult and psionic research and warfare.
Logan, we will have to get together later and discuss that. Let's go ahead and bring on the good doctor himself. Dr. Robert, are you present?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, Dr. Rob, how are you doing tonight, man?
I'm groovy, man. How are you? It's Steven, right?
Yeah, Steven.
What's up, Steven? You know, it's interesting, man. I was sitting here, and as you were talking, man, you reminded me of a guy I went to law school with named Steven, man. That kept popping in my head. And it's interesting, dude, that your name is Steven, so that's pretty groovy, man.
Thank you.
Also, I had the pleasure of partaking in Penis Envy, and I really enjoyed the experience. It was groovy, man.
Amazing. You want to tell us about it? I would definitely love to hear it.
I took a lot of it too, man. And because I'm a pretty muscular guy. So like my brother Charles, man, who Daniel, man, he was on Daniel's show with me one time. He made like a honey out of it. And then I happened to go to his cabin in Big Bear and kind of cabin sit for him. And he said, you can have as much as you like.
and let me guess, you went in pretty hard
I
on
went
that.
in, man, and made like a penis envy honey smoothie. I put about 5 big ass scoops of that shit in there. And I felt good, man. Had a few psychic experience, but for the most part, man, you don't really see anything. It was just very euphoric. You feel very how can I say? You feel very comfortable in your own skin. Be the best way to describe it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would say, I almost say like it's strange because the euphoria that these compounds bring, it's not like a chemically induced euphoria, like when you take something like cocaine or you do something like heroin. The euphoria is almost like
I wouldn't know, by the way.
What was that? Would you say, Dr. Rob?
I wouldn't know, by the way, when you talk about heroin, and I wouldn't know any of that, by the way.
That's good. That's good that you don't know that, but the euphoria that these entheogens create, it's almost as if it's like this from inside of you. It is like from within. It's like almost like this, that your body is recognizing this, and that's what entheogen actually means. It means activating the God within, or the divine within. That's what the word stands for. So the euphoria,
but like sex is kind of the same thing. It's something that comes from within, and it creates euphoria.
Absolutely. No, and you want to know, that's why in a lot of the yogic traditions, they have tantra, they have yoga that involves sex, you know what I mean? And that is because the act of sex and the act of the orgasm is actually a spiritual experience in and of itself. And that's why they say, don't, if you're trying to be serious about your spiritual path, and you're trying, don't just go around sleeping with anybody, because it's like an exchange of energies. And if you swap energies with somebody, or you unify energies with someone that isn't exactly on your wavelength or your vibe, it's going to affect you. So but I agree with what you're saying, Daniel. It is a spiritual, it's almost an entheogenic experience in and of itself.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe shrooms can actually be an aphrodisiac at times as well.
Shrooms can be a aphrodisiac, most certainly. I know people who do like to use it for that purpose. It's definitely, for me, it's never been that. When I've been on a psychedelic experience, sex has kind of been the last thing on my mind. It's because I'm kind of like, I've always used psychedelics for like an immersive, like going within and like trying to heal. Now, if we're talking like MDMA or something like that, that's a whole different story, because that can, in some ways, at least for me in the past, has been almost aphrodisiac. But you do too much, it kind of reverses that.
I believe it. Dr. Robert, anything else?
Yeah, you know what, when I was younger, I feel like shrooms were a lot stronger when I was younger too. When I was younger, man, I went to the creek with my friend. He's dead now. He died of cancer. But I took some shrooms, man. I saw a Christian on shrooms. No bullshit. We're sitting next, like kind of like on a bank, and the water's running, so the water's flowing. It's not stagnant. And I just keep kind of like just meditating and listen to the flowing of the water. And the water's starting to sound like one of those Indian guitars, like it starts with an S, like the Sticks or something like that.
Sitar?
Yeah. And I kept hearing, no bullshit, I kept hearing the voice go, Dali Rama. Dali Rama. Dali Rama. No bullshit. Dali Rama. And then all of a sudden, man, we're like, you get into a meditative state, and it's almost like kind of like blank out.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time I blink out, like I see a blue child appear in front of me with blue skin. And then every time I tried to grasp the image, it would disappear. And every time I kind of doze off again, it go bang, right in my face. And every time I try to grasp it, it disappear.
That's interesting, man. I was gonna say, I agree with you, man. It's not to me, I guess you could say, like my psychedelic experiences have changed throughout the years. My first psychedelic experience was completely by accident, which is funny, because look at what we're sitting here talking about today. But I was 16. I a little bit about me. I'm a recovering opioid addict. I've been clean for a while now, but back in my earlier days, I was in my friend's basement, and I went up to my friend. I'm like, "Hey, you got any pills?" And she was like, "Yeah, I got one. I got some oxys in my purse." And so I went and I pulled out this capsule, which actually had this little bit of powder on the inside of it, and I didn't realize it was a mescaline analog that was sitting in this capsule, and I thought this was it. And I was like, "Wow, she already crushed it up. It's already prepped." So I opened the capsule and I dumped this little bit of powder out, and then I snorted it, and then I was greeted with this burn that was out of this world. And I remember sitting there on my friend's bed, like shaking my head back and forth. And then my friend comes in, and her eyes just get wide, and she goes, "Oh no, Steve, you didn't do the oxys. You did 2CI. It's a mescaline analog. You're about to start tripping." And I was like, well, and at this point, I had never had a psychedelic experience in my whole life. Yeah. And I'm sitting there going,
That's some scary shit to hear, huh?
Dude, it was like, but dude, when it came on, it was the most beautiful thing, man. I remember sitting there. One of my friends came back to my house. They ended up having to carry me out to the car because I could not walk. And one of my friends came with me back to my house and trips at me. And I remember the whole time I'm sitting there going, "Why is this stuff illegal? This is magnificent. I'm seeing colors I've never seen before. I'm seeing patterns in the walls breathing." And that's pretty crazy, Chad. I this in banana chips. I've never done it that way, but and then afterwards, and my trips were almost like very cartoony at first. Like I would have these like people would turn into like characters, or they would look cartoony looking or things like that. And it was like, a very visual thing. But then I noticed as I got older in age, a lot of these experiences started to take on a more deeper level. They started to become more deeper and interpersonal. And I'll have these very profound trips that are almost like not very visual
It's
at all.
interesting
Like,
you say that.
what makes you say that?
Because that brings me to a question. Because when I studied like the MK Ultra research, right? Like they were using LSD to kind of like determine like the secrets, are the key to unlock human memory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like basically like we don't really see outside ourselves, we see inside our head, which explains, like why we hallucinate and all that kind of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm just trying to tie it in because I'm kind of all over the place. But then like there's this video on TikTok of this alien, right? I guess like an alien interview from Area 51 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the alien just basically says like meaning is just a creation of the mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't like to say like like we create reality, but I think what you call creating reality is kind of like our mind shaping energy and creating meaning out of that, right? So you say you were young at the time, right? And it's tapping into your memory, right? And things are looking cartoony, right? Like as a young kid, like we have a lot of cartoon shit in our head, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then our mind is using that to make sense of this experience it's having, right?
That's very interesting.
Yeah, it's the and then when you get older, like when you talk about like, we all seen the Twilight Zone and shit, like when you talked about like the alien looking into like the dome and then looking out, I swear I seen the Twilight Zone episode like that. So we have all these weird like memories, right? That our subconscious mind kind of stores, right? And somehow this drug just kind of stimulates that part of the brain, and then all these random like memory images sort of get sparked off, like fired, and then at the same time our mind makes sense out of it so it looks coherent and like it has a story nonetheless. You know what I mean? Because like I always ask myself, because like when you talk about like plants and shit like that, man, how do we know like these plants aren't here to deceive us? Like they're not here to confuse us, like it's a demonic plant or something like that. Because like I don't know if you're familiar with mythology, when Odysseus is funny, because he kind of pissed off Neptune, right? Because he killed Neptune's son.
Yep.
So Neptune prevents him from being able to sail home. So he's trying to figure out how to like get Neptune off his ass so he can get back home to his wife because his kingdom and shit is under threat,
Mm-hmm.
And there's a scene there where they go to this one place, right? And everybody there's like super happy and they're eating all these mushrooms and shit. And
The
it's called
Lotus
the Lotus
Eaters.
Eaters, right?
I remember.
And Star Trek made like kind of like a spoof of it, kind of like made it more futuristic, basically. But basically, like these people are sent there to colonize this area, right? But they're taking these mushrooms and shit, and they're so off inside their head, and they're always feeling good subjectively that they haven't done shit. And they're in ragged clothes and looking horrible, you know, just like you would see like strung out motherfuckers on Hollywood and shit like that. You get where I'm coming from? So I don't know how much caution we got to take. We're talking about taking plants because we just don't know where these motherfucking things come from. And I'm paranoid as fuck. But that's why I just wanted to bring that out there. So what do you think about that?
Well, you know what, man, and I like where you're coming from. The one thing, you actually really kind of touched on like the collective unconscious aspects of, you know, Carl Jung a little bit, and like what you were talking about, and even, you know, our own unconscious minds. And that's really an interesting theory that you put forth there, Dr. Rob. I really like it, and I could definitely get down on it. You know, as far as you know, we have to use discernment with everything. So one thing I'm a huge proponent of is I don't believe in absolutes. I think in kind of the grand scheme of things, everything's ultimately services creation. And now we have things that sway more in the balance of the light. And then we have things that sway more in the balance of the dark. And I think when it comes down to these plants, it's a very it's not a I guess you can say black and white scenario. It's very gray. And why I'm saying that is there's a lot of people who think that the physical realm is an evil thing. If you look at the Gnostic concept of the demiurge and how the demiurge is the craftsman of the physical realm, you know, a lot of Gnostics believe that the physical realm itself is evil. And then you have another camp of people who believe that the physical realm is part of God's creation, and that, you know, God did enact a lot of this stuff. I mean, to me, these plants can either sway and either balance, depending on how they're used, the intent that they're used in, and the set and setting that they're used in. And of course, yeah, I agree, Clint. Stay the hell away from Datura. That's I agree with that wholeheartedly. But you know, I really think that it can be either or. Yes, we should use discernment with everything we intake, and yes, we should always do our own research and try to critically think and come to our own conclusions. I don't think that puts anything, though, in an absolute bad category or an absolute good category. I mean, it's like a tool. You know what I mean? A tool can be used to create, or a tool can be used to destroy.
Very good. And that moves us on to Jin the Ninja. Jin, are you there?
Hey, Dan. Hey, Steve. Great show so far. You've been a great sport. Logan is a trickster. So, you know, he comes on to play the universal fool, the tarot card. He just kind of embodies that always. I love Logan, but yeah, he definitely is such a shithead sometimes.
Oh, I dig it, man. I dig it. You know, I have a very good sense of humor. You know, like a lot of people you know, who have seen my show call me a little wholesome because I'm positive, but I like to get down myself, man.
Actually, I listened to one of your episodes today in preparation for this episode. I think you discussed a ceremonial high magic, and it was really cool. And it's something that, you know, Dan and I have discussed, that there is kind of a theurgic process that one can undertake using the tools like a grimoire, like ceremonial magic, and it's not necessarily evil. It's like there is a sort of moderate path that you can take. So I really appreciated that, and I thought that was a great episode, and everybody should go check that out.
Thank you. I really appreciate you, man. And you know, and that's the thing with me is like, and that's always the stance that I take. Like there's no absolutes. You know, we have things that sway in certain directions. But one thing I bring up too is like, and here's a good, you know, example for how there's no absolutes. Have you ever had a bad situation that had a really good silver lining to it? And then you've had a really good situation happen to you that had a bad caveat tied onto it. So that's something, you know, we as humans, what we try to do because of duality and the nature of duality, we try to compartmentalize things into these two boxes. Either it's absolutely good or it's absolutely evil. And I mean, there's even examples in the Bible where God has done bad things for good outcomes. Like, you know, and we have to look at this on a deeply spiritual and philosophical level to understand that ceremonial magic is itself is a tool, and there are two directions you can take with this tool. And ceremonial magic itself is actually the magic of the divine. I mean, you're calling on, you're using planetary energies, you're using archangels. There's different angelic energies you can call in. They have the lesser banishing rituals of the pentagram, invoking of the pentagram, and then they have the planetary hexagrams you can get into to invoke even more power. Where I kind of put higher ceremonial magic, it's a great path. I still use aspects of it to this day, and I would even kind of put it under the consciousness aspect of organic technology, because you are altering your consciousness through this set of rituals, and you are elevating yourself to a different state of mind. Have you heard of Damien Eccles by chance?
Yes, I'm quite familiar with him and the story. I sort of am in a neutral position. I'm not like his biggest fan for sure.
I got you.
But I am very familiar with him and his book and his kind of methodology.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm with you, man. That's a situation we can't ever know. But I'm with you. I'm neutral on him too. I'm not his biggest fan. But I do give him a little bit of credit because, actually where I kind of came upon this, I was watching Midnight Gospel, Duncan Trussell's animated podcast that he had on. And he was one of the first guests, and just how he was talking, I was completely kind of like, I was like, man, this guy really seems to know something. And so, after I heard his story, it kind of definitely, put me in the same kind of court that you're in. However, I decided to kind of take a look at it. And honestly, I think this is a very good tool that we all should kind of be, kind of taking a look at, because this is the kind of stuff that the Predator class uses on us. And they use it in what I would call the reverse format, or the inverted version of ceremonial magic. And, I'm even kind of digging into Crowley a little bit in the Goetia. It's funny because I bought a copy of the Goetia. And after looking into it a little bit, and I decided, I was like, you know what, I think I'm gonna put this down and I'm gonna put it on the shelf. And I'm gonna work with the more divine energies. I'm not about summoning.
Been there.
Yeah, I'm not about summoning demons to do things for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've had a few experiences with demons, and they are exactly as history states. They're chaotic, and they're for the most part evil, from what I can tell. So I'm sure everybody kind of gets into dabbling at some point, but my experience is that it's probably better to leave them alone.
I completely agree, man, because I had somebody really put it well to me. This was somebody who was kind of coaching me through this at the time. He goes, when you do this, you really have to have the deep understanding that you are the divine, because and that you are casting this, because if you don't, they will cast you. And that is a whole different thing that I don't think a lot of people want to get involved in. And I mean, primarily right now, I still do. What I've kind of learned is how to condense the banishing ritual into kind of like a meditation. So it's kind of like part of my meditative processes that I do kind of for my morning stuff. And, the primary path that I've been on the past couple months, I've been undergoing Kundalini yoga. And I think that, potentially Kundalini yoga could be another way to access these kinds of states and to help, alter our consciousness to a higher being, if you can understand what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Anything else, Jin?
No, I just, that's very interesting. I'm a tantric Buddhist myself. So
Very cool.
I do definitely embrace kind of the theurgical, internal alchemical process, as I don't agree with externalizing the sorcery practices. Now, when it comes to Damien Eccles in particular, I think he's guilty like legally he's guilty. He was never exonerated or anything. So I think we have to like just acknowledge that. But yes, he is like released and he has a lot of celebrity backers. And it's no, I'm not making a value judgment per se. I think that he is one of those people who, like many magicians, is able to magnetize himself and magnetize people towards him. So I don't necessarily like think he is practicing like an internal alchemical thurgic process. And the other thing I'll just say is that when you're talking about Goesha, I think it's really important to know that, at least if you're looking at it from like a grimoire medieval history, that it's the practices of the 72 angels first. So you accomplish like the 72 angels, and then you undertake the 72 goetic spirits. So you kind of, but it's always for a thurgic process. It's not for like jobs. Like that is kind of the lower magic that gets distilled. But really, it's for the whole thurgic process. It's for working both trees. Like I personally don't agree with the idea of the cleap off, but that's my personal opinion. But I understand like what they're really saying in the greater and lesser keys. So that's just my perspective. But I think a really interesting show, and yeah, you've been a great sport, Steve. So thank you so much.
Jin, I gotta say, I really appreciate it. So yeah, go right ahead, General Lee.
Yeah, no, same. Spot on, yeah.
Thanks, Lee. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Brilliant, mate.
Well, definitely, guys. Yeah, this has been pretty interesting. I gotta say this has been a very, very great conversation. And yeah, there's one thing I would like to say real quick. And this is something that I kind of been bringing to the forefront for a lot of people, and I want you guys to sit with this. And Jin's probably gonna agree. Based on what he just said. So one of the things that I'm starting to really, uncover and understand is that symbolism is the prime language of this reality. And that written and spoken language is secondary. Because when we look at the symbolism and what it entails, symbols are what I would call a higher form of language. And the reason why I say that is because you can take a common symbol, and you could take two people from two different ends of the earth who can't understand each other, and you can show them this common symbol, and they will understand what it is. And then you look at, and I remember Chad said he likes, when I call it the predator class, I don't like calling them the elites because they're not elite at all. They're a bunch of, we all have our opinions on them. But this is how they get to us, is they use this symbolism, and they use this to cast their intents into, our reality. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
I think that's fully with you.
I think that's pretty spot on.
Yeah, symbols are used in all witchcraft around the world, all cultures and religions and so on. And every culture seems to have a type of gnosis on the initiate of the culture, and that the symbology. It's like, from my understanding, the Masons say that the symbology of the fall of the Tower of Babel was humans' loss of reading symbolism.
I did not know that.
And in Hebrew, actually, Babel means to confound. And then there's interestingly enough, though, in the biblical sense, like Jeremiah 25:26, it says this name of this king, Shashesh, and in the Atbash cipher, Shashesh becomes Babel. So they were like codely speaking about this symbol, this loss of symbolism in the Old Testament, which is weird.
And that is, it's very, because I do think at a time, even looking at the Tower of Babel, that whole incident, humans were in a different place. We shared a common language, we shared a global language, and it was the fall of that tower that split us apart. So that's actually a really good analogy for what you're saying, I believe, because if we're talking about we shared a common language that we can understand, symbolism would be that language.
Yeah, symbols definitely control us.
Definitely. What was that, Rob? Symbols do control us, man. I did I did a whole episode on occult symbolism. You know, even when you look at your MasterCard, the Vesica Pisces on your MasterCard, that is an occult symbol. They use spinning occult symbols in the mainstream media. I mean, if you look at some of these geometrical figures in some of these news shows, they rotate them in a certain way that almost kind of puts people under hypnosis. And, you know, we see how the mainstream media hypnotizes people and makes them believe things that are not true, and to help manifest a desired outcome into the reality that they want. So yeah, symbols
Also,
do. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're all good, Dr. Rob. Yeah.
Kind of high too. Also, according to most hypnotists, symbolism is the language of the unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you can't like really communicate to the unconscious with language. You have to visualize too, right? You have to actually see what you want to be, basically, right?
Exactly.
So that's why, like, they have this like one new, like, I was reading it. It's been around maybe for about 10 years now, but it's like a new form of self-hypnosis where you turn everything you do into a symbolic prayer to achieve or manifest the outcome you want. So say like you're thinking negatively, right? And we have like these symbolic phrases and metaphors we use to sort of explain something. So, you know, I want to wash my hands of this, right? So when you go to the sink and you wash your hands, as you wash your hands, you would say to yourself or speak to your subconscious, you would say, I'm washing my hands clean of all negative thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors. And you repeat that over and over again as you wash your hands, right? You know, you go to the bathroom and you defecate, right? There, I'm releasing all dirty thoughts, you know, and unclean beliefs. You know what I mean?
Shit. I'm
Yeah,
cleansing
exactly.
myself.
You know, you're driving. You know, I'm driving closer and closer to success as you're driving. I'm driving closer and closer to success because that's the way. That's the natural language of the unconscious mind, the subconscious mind, basically. Well, that's what hypnotists talk about. So, like, they definitely control us, like more than we like to admit.
Oh, actually, sorry.
Go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead. You guys go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, Doc, you're speaking my language here. I know it sounds strange, but there is actually a relatively well-known Buddhist deity named Uchuzma, who is a wisdom king, and he is invoked as kind of like the deity of the washroom. And you are supposed to do this kind of he's called like the burning impurity Buddha. So you kind of visualize the burning away of impurities while you're in the washroom. So I just think that that's very interesting. Obviously, Doc, you have lots of dharmic kind of background, so I'm not really surprised that you tapped into that, but I think that's really fascinating.
It's trippy to me, man. I mean, like, and that's why I tell people all the time, man, we don't have as much free will as we think we fucking have.
You know, they say that free will itself is an illusion. You know, that's definitely been a thing that's kind of coming up in the circle as of lately. And Dr. Rob, I got to say, and I agree with Jin over there too, man. Like, you know, no, that's that symbolizing that and kind of casting that forth is a very good practice, and it is because, you know, the best thing I've come up with is that for every symbolic concept, there's a literal counterpart, or there's a literal manifestation of it. And you can even kind of say vice versa. For every literal thing, there is a symbolic representation of it. So you're actually kind of taking it and running with that. And I think that's a really cool
that's
thing.
Plato's forms too, right? You talk about the Platonic forms, right? Like there's these perfect symbols, you know what I mean, in this perfect reality, right? And the more, you know, it kind of sounds like physics too. The more we get away from that light, the more we become like imperfect models. Just so you know, there's a horse because it's this perfect form of horse in this perfect realm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a tree, but it's imperfect, but it's only trying to copy, you know, the perfect tree in the perfect realm. And that's why we have all these different varieties of the same shit, right? Because each is trying to replicate what it sort of feels is the perfect form of this perfect form of tree.
Exactly.
right? But
That's
that's
the
the
world of
forms
form.
too. You know what I mean? I mean, like a lot. You know, when you talk about the Tower of Babel, right? Like he said, they struck us down with confusion, right? And I think confusion is that we don't, because Jen and I have talked about this before, like on our back and forth on X. Like we're basically talking about the same shit, just using a different language.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it, man.
Yeah, this is all very fascinating, and I feel you could say the same thing about Christ. Like he was perfect. In fact, he was so perfect that he could probably spit on somebody and it would actually help them because his spit is so pure, it would just chase all the demons away. In fact, if you're like a dirty person, you let your
Sounds a
hands
bit
go
weird,
down,
that.
stinky. Yeah, you can actually
Hey,
find these.
gentlemen, I'm actually doing a DJ hosting event. I'm doing my own live broadcast right now, and we are basically writing music and we are rapping and doing a rap battle. So if y'all want to hang out at the Cool Guys Club, come down to Swim City.
Thank you, Logan.
I was gonna say there was a teaching of Jesus that's always overlooked where technically I heard William Cooper pointed out where if someone was to ask you of something, to give it to them and then but give them double, and like to be like ultra generous basically. And the whole, it's like the Old Testament was like eye for an eye, but the New Testament was like love thy neighbor. And that the most of the principles that are like, I believe that the all modern religions worship what in layman's term would be like an anti-Christos, which they're all and then you'll see the people who are the initiates of this anti-Christos, and the fruits of their being is they don't love thy neighbor.
It's exactly, man. It's exactly. Well, it's funny because I saw a meme. It was, I think I forgot which verse it was. Is that the true followers of Christ will have compassion for the homeless. Will be, or people without. Truly live through it, and then the false followers will be the ones who will have the judgment, or turning the eye away from said compassion. And I think you kind of hit it home with that. I mean, if you look at the Old Testament and compare it to the New Testament, we're getting two very different things. And that's because I potentially think, at least in my train of thought, that the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament, was the demiurge. So
I'll just push back against that because I tend to be one of the more Christian. I mean, Clint is more, but I tend to be one of the more Christian, like, panelists, I guess. But I think there's a relationship with the Hebrew gematria of the Old Testament, and then the Greek gematria of the New Testament. And it's very clear that there is kind of like, there was this incredible syncretism happening with the kind of Judeo-Hellenics in Turkey and Greece at the time. And so I think that they were putting the books together in a kind of metaphysically coded way. So like the numbers have to match. And like there's obviously differences in like the King James version that we have now. And then there's another King James version with the apocryphal stories, and then the Tewido Ethiopian Bible, which is the most complete. And, you have these kind of competing numbers of like 72 and 11, and you see the same kind of magical numbers repeated over and over. So I definitely think that I don't agree that the Old Testament deity is necessarily the demiurge. I think that that's definitely one interpretation, and I think that's valid in that interpretation. But sometimes that can get a little, it becomes like there's a discontinuity, and I'm against the idea of the discontinuity. I think that there's a much stronger continuity, because Christ cannot be Christ without the lineage of David. That is like extremely important to who he becomes. So as like, and the lineage of through his matrilineal line particularly. So I just think that if you disconnect that, then he cannot be the Messiah of the New Testament. So that's just my opinion, but that's where I'm at with it.
No, and that's, dude, I'm gonna tell you what, like the one thing I'll always say, I'm always learning, man, from everybody, and like I'm always open to new perspectives, and that's definitely, I actually wrote all that stuff down as you were talking, and I'm definitely going to be looking into that, Jen. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm
Also,
really
you know
perplexed by this whole
I'm
idea
sorry.
as well. It's probably one of the main paradoxes that's actually been bugging me a lot lately. Just exactly what you guys are talking about. The Old Testament is that God, like the God, or is he like kind of this angry, sort of dickish guy sometimes that wants to just like genocide entire peoples? Or wait, hold on, did they actually deserve it because they were like blood drinkers and child molesters? Like this debate is going
Hey,
on in my head
good
like
shout, Dan.
what's that, Lee?
Good shout, mate. Yeah, you got a point.
Yeah,
He's not
yeah,
all that bad
definitely.
though.
Go ahead,
Well,
Dr. Robert. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, he's not all that bad though, because you got to think about, like, he asked Abraham to sacrifice his son, and then right when Abraham was going to do it, an angel comes down with a goat and says, I was just testing your faith, basically. You know what I mean? And he does kind of seem to be like very justice oriented, because every time this God enters the picture, right, he's basically freeing a group of people from under brutal oppression. The Babylonians, I believe, first. Then from the Babylonians, it was the Egyptians. Then from the Egyptians, it was the Canaanite. Because, like, you study the history of the Jewish people, man, they always seem to be under a captivity. And then it's the Romans and those things like that. And then you also have to factor in, how human beings just fuck shit up, dude. Like, you're a priest. You realize everybody believes everything you fucking said. You know what I mean? So not only are having
Yeah.
people like give you all their money, you're having sex with them and shit too. You know what I mean? It's just what people fucking do. So then, because like if Christ is like a Vishnu figure, right, Jen, then he only appears when we kind of lose sight of what our true natural ethics is, right?
Yeah, and I'm totally with you, Doc. I totally agree with everything you said. I think there's an interesting way I'll use this metaphor. Maybe the Old Testament God, though I'll give two metaphors. So one way to think of him, I think, is God at Gevurah. So God with the quality of justice, but in a warlike way. So he's angry, he's inflamed with the holy fire. And then you can also have what we have now, which is God at Chesed, which is the God of mercy, which is more of a Jesus figure. So that's very Vishnu-like, right, Doc? Like that's very he's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
God.
yeah. He kind of comes when we kind of like we kind of lose sight of what it means to be human, and we kind of let our egos. Some of us kind of let our egos get out of control, and instead of like sharing God with the people and the abundance, you use it as a tool to control and sort of manipulate and take what you want from people for your own personal satisfaction and gratification. So then
Exactly.
every time you have something that takes place like this in history, it's this one figure that appears to come and remind people what God really is, basically. And
And
Buddha's
God
the same type
not
of figure. Buddha's
right.
technically a rebellious figure, right, Jen? Same type of figure, right?
Well, it's really
Like a
interesting,
Prometheus,
but
kind of.
I will just say that the Christ figure should always appear in the synthesis. So it should always appear in a death. If you're looking at the tree, it should always appear in death. It should always appear between mercy and Gevurah, or justice and mercy. So it should always be a balance of those two things on the middle pillar. It should not be in the extremes, and God is never found 100% in the spheres. The spheres are clear. They are like lightning. They are like ice. So it should never be, you should never worship God with the quality of the sphere. It should be God is pristine, but you are using the spheres to understand. Now, do I think that the people and the priest class and the ruling class or whomever they are, the dark triad, whatever, do they worship the like kind of pentad that appears in the planetary names like Jupiter and Mars? Yes, absolutely. I think that's very clear to me in my personal opinion. I think that they do. I think that they like the lower kind of Rudra consciousness of God. They kind of like that storm god quality, but that's still God. That's just God at a lower quality. So, in my opinion, obviously, but I totally agree with you, Dr. Robert. I think that the abundance, I think the prosperity, I think the knowledge, I think the wisdom, that should all appear in synthesis. It should not be at the extremes of any sphere. So, yeah, I mean, we should really look for balance in ourselves and in how we're viewing the world, because we are, like Steve said, like we're very co-creative. We're very co-creative with reality. Now, do I have a different, because I'm Buddhist, we are not Yogacharyans, which means we do not believe in mind only. We kind of have a more non-dual view that things are also real outside of yourself. But then, yes, we do co-create with reality. And yes, we also influence things through our thoughts. So that is true as well. So I think it's dialectical. There's we input, there's output, and then there's a synthesis. And so that's what reality really is.
And I really did. Man, everybody's perspectives on here. I got to tell you what, my mind is definitely working. My brain is working in overtime. I've been writing down a lot of these things you guys are talking about, and I want to thank each and every one of you, and I appreciate all of you guys' perspectives and your input. Definitely learned a lot, and that's what this is about, guys. We're sitting down and we're having these conversations, and we're talking about these things. And I would even say that in a lot of ways we are the modern day philosophers. We are the people who are trying to crack this and to kind of formulate and make sense of these bigger questions and the nature of existence itself, man. So the one thing I want to first say is thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you for all of your different perspectives, man. And I think they're all really awesome.
And Steve, thank you for joining us, and thank you for talking to our panel. A great discussion. We probably could have gone on forever, but we've already gone over like a half an hour. But I appreciate you sharing so much of your time with us. I do have a lot more questions, but I do want to respect your time. So why don't we go ahead and open up the soapbox, or I'm sorry, have you hop on the soapbox one more time, step behind the podium, and please say whatever you would like to say to my audience out there, and also follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug tonight.
Well, the one thing I'm going to say is this, guys. If there's anything that I could leave with all of you, is to be a sovereign person, okay? Do your own research. Be a critical thinker, okay? Go within to find your own answers and your own truths. Okay, we are now in a time of spiritual awakening. And one thing I call it is first you awaken and then you remember. And then you're remembering your way back to the divine. The other thing I would say is this world is way more magical than it seems. There are aspects of this existence that are malleable. And we are truly, at least in my eyes, the masters of our own reality. Each and every one of you has the power to do great things and to achieve great things and to be that master of yourself. And just remember, guys, the truth is stranger than fiction. And that is something that I always have said to myself throughout the years, is that the more truth and that I stumble upon, the less I realize I truly know. And the more surprised that I am. And, if there's another thing I would say, guys, is, just remember that you're already free. Your chains were never locked. Your shackles were never locked. The cell door was never locked. You were just led to believe that it was. So that's my words to all of you, man. And I want to say thanks to each and every one of you for all of your questions. I loved the interaction of this show. And, if you guys want to find me and you want to check me out, you can head over to Rumble. I'm BG Cast on Rumble. I'm available on all major podcast platforms, Apple, Rockfin, Spreaker, Buzzsprouts. I'm also part of the Forbidden Knowledge Network. If you guys know Chris Matthew, Ryder Lee, Charlie Robinson, Corey Hughes, all those guys, that is the network that I am a part of. You can check out the entire network at www.forbiddenknowledge.news. And other than that, guys, I really appreciate y'all sitting here and being a part of this conversation tonight.
We appreciate you, Steve. And not only would we love to have you back on this program at some point to catch up, but also you're welcome to join our panel anytime that you would like.
I would absolutely love that. And I'd love to have actually you, Daniel, and your panel on an episode at some point too, man. I got to say, I'm with you. We could keep going, and we definitely have to do a round two. This was definitely great.
Awesome. Yeah, we're kind of our own little network as well. We all go on each other's shows. We all share each other's guests. It's not a greedy thing. And it actually benefits all of us. Surprisingly, having a non-competitive approach and sharing guests and sharing speakers and doing things this way, and it's working great, and it's just making all of our shows better. So definitely, everybody go on each other's shows. Absolutely.
I'm absolutely, man. And that's what makes it awesome, because like I'm in that same mindset. Like, I pass off guests to my other network members. I am not a gatekeeper by any means. I would love to be part of the panel sometime. I think that would be really cool. Just definitely let me know. And yeah, man. And that's what it's about, man. It's the camaraderie. And that's how I treat everybody. And that is undergoing the Great Awakening and having their own experience. Is we're all comrades in this, man. We're all, experiencing this. And I think that's what kind of bridges a connection between us all, even people that we've never met in person, and people that we don't really per se know on a super deep level, because we're all sharing this experience of this awakening and these realizations. And it causes like almost an unintentional bond between us all, like, because I sit here and I talk with you and I talk with other people, and you're experiencing and you're having these revelations, mind you, from your own viewpoint. But that's what I think is really great about this, and that's one of the most special things, is that we all bring to the table something very unique.
Yeah, exactly. For one thing, there's strength in numbers, and also look what we're up against. This gang stalking and this constant censorship. All we have are each other. Each other are the best weapon and against what's coming at us constantly. So we all need to stick together. And Steve, man, you are great. You just exceeded every expectation. It was so exciting having you on, and I'll definitely talk to you again in the future, my friend.
For sure, man. And Daniel, I got to say, this was a real privilege and honor. I really appreciate you having me on. And, yes, we will be in touch. I definitely want you on my show. I want to be a part of the panel, and I do want to do a round too, man.
Anytime. Let's talk offline. Definitely, Steve. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
For sure, man. Take care, guys.
And that was Steve from the BG Cast. Check him out over on Rumble. In fact, this show has been doing better and better on Rumble as well. With the rate things are going, we might end up exclusively on Rumble, or at least on there, or predominantly. But hey, you know what? It is that time again. It is time to do our podcast within a podcast. It is time to bring on Dr. Robert for Dr. Robert's Down the Rabbit Hole. Are you there, buddy?
I'm here, man. I'm ready. Can you hear me?
All right. I'm going to play your quick theme song, and then you can go ahead and take over.
Okay. Can I get about 45 almost?
You want 45?
Almost.
We've already gone 2.5 hours.
Just pay attention. Just like almost.
All right, man. That's a long time, but you got to
live
up to it.
It probably won't be, but just some cushion. But I'm pretty sure it won't be, but just some cushion. But my ending is quite clear. You'll know when I'm ending. So pay attention.
If you need me to jump in, text me. Just say, okay, I'm like 5 minutes from finishing or something.
I got you. That'll work, brother.
All right, let's do it.
Theme song. Let's go.
All right, let's do this. Cue that theme song.
I just start talking?
And go. And go ahead.
Oh, I got you. Let's start with a quick little prayer. You are the mirror, as well as the face in it. You are the tasting this minute in the taste of eternity. Your pain and what cures pain both. Yimi Ya is the sweet, cold water, and Dr. Robert is the jar that pours. I say, inspired by Rumi. Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look tall And another question can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host with the most, and this show is just a mere segment of In a Day's radio. In today's episode, episode 7, we are going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. When we last left off, we were still engaged in our exploration of Charlie Manson's hometown of Ashland, Kentucky. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we just barely breached the topic of the strange case of the Murder 3. White Rabbit Kill Squad war cry, hootie hoo, hootie hoo. So let's knuckle up and dive deeper, deeper, deeper down the rabbit hole. The Murder 3 continued. Fanny Gibson was only 14. Her brother, Robert, was 17 and a cripple. Their friend, Emma Carrico, was 15. Both girls had been raped. The skulls of all three were smashed in. The fire had been set to destroy the evidence, but the children's bodies were found before they can be incinerated. In addition, an axe and crowbar were discovered nearby. Both were found to contain traces of blood and hair. The day before, Miss Gibson left Ashland in the company of her youngest son, Sterling, age 11, to go to visit one of her daughters in Ironton, Ohio, which is directly across the river from Ashland. Mr. Gibson was working in West Virginia at the time and had left Ashland only the week before. Miss Gibson, concerned about leaving her 14-year-old daughter and crippled son home alone, asked Emma Carrico to stay with them. Emma was 15 and thus a year older than Fanny Gibson. Miss Gibson was due back in Ashland that day, having planned to spend only December 23rd in Ironton with her married daughter and to return to Ashland to be with her children on Christmas Eve. Her husband was in Hamlin, West Virginia, and had an alibi for the night of the murders. Hamlin, incidentally, is about 20 miles east of Huntington, so it was good distance to travel those days, though it was briefly rumored that Gibson had committed the murders himself. That the crime was hideous and unthinkable is accepted by all who reported on the event. A Christmas Eve double rape and triple murder of children. What can be more horrible? Many listeners may feel compelled to imagine the terror of the crippled Robert Gibson, 17 years old and helpless, being made to witness the rape of his sister and her friend and their subsequent murders. Many listeners may also feel the emotion of hope that Robert was the first to be killed early on before the rapes of the two girls. But the savagery of the attacks says otherwise. More than one person had to be involved, like a pack of dogs. They probably cornered their prey and took their time, then torched the fucking house. Imagine that. The 3 children were buried in a single grave in Ashland Cemetery after a funeral service at a Methodist Episcopal church. The church was packed for service. Not only were the Gibsons well known in Ashland, but the dimensions of the crime shocked and wounded the whole town. And unfortunately, there were no suspects. John Means, acting mayor of Ashland and member of the Means family that had founded with the Polgers the modern city of Ashland, decided to post a reward for the capture of the killers. The reward money eventually reached the sum of $3,000, which was a substantial amount in 1881. It attracted detectives to Ashland from all three states, Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, to help in search of the murderers. Finally, on January 2nd, 1882, a break in the case came with a confession of one George Ellis. This confession was to be the single most controversial element of the entire affair. Ellis was seen in his store talking about the murders and acting very nervous. He was a neighbor of the Gibsons and knew them as well as most people did in Ashland. On the suspicion that Ellis knew more, then he was letting on. He was taken to the room of U.S. Deputy Marshal Heflin at the Aldine Hotel, where he eventually confessed to the crime, and in the process implicated two other men, a man named William Neal and a man named Ellis Craft, saying that they forced him to participate. William Neal was arrested at his job in Rolling Mill, and Ellis Craft in his rooming house. Both were brought to jail in Catlettsburg and were put in the same cell as their accuser, George Ellis. Both Neal and Craft had denied having anything to do with the deaths of the three children. And when George Ellis was put in their cell, he eventually recanted his confession as well. Imagine that. Ellis seems to have been easily intimidated. First, he claimed he was coerced into confessing by Marshal Heflin. Then he recanted his testimony after spending some time in the same jail cell as his accusers. His whole problem began because he was seen to be nervous whenever the subject of the murders came up and was acting in a suspicious manner. Keep in mind that this is 1882. The forensic labs, DNA testing, and even fingerprint evidence of the 20th century was still a long way off. Niels and Kraft were being accused of nothing more than the confession of George Ellis, and George Ellis's confession was suspect anyway. While he may have had something to do with the crimes, what is not known is how much Ellis may have been coached by Marshal Heflin. After all, there was $3,000 reward at stake, a $3,000 reward at stake. We are not sure of the sequence of events due to the sketchy reports in the Ashland sources. In any event, it does raise certain questions. Did George Ellis testify that the girls had been raped before this had been determined by the three doctors performing the postmortems? Or was it only after the medical examination and with this information communicated to Heflin, who then suggested it to Ellis? The Cincinnati newspapers thought there was something fishy about the whole thing. The children's fathers decamps to West Virginia a week before the murders, a week before Christmas. The children's mother goes to Ironton, Ohio, the night before Christmas Eve. Their remaining two children, plus one neighbor's girl, are left alone in the house and are killed within hours of the mother's departure. Sounds fishy. The house was torched about 5 a.m., which means the killers were on the premises until that time. It doesn't seem likely that the parents were involved in the crime for the simple fact that their home was destroyed in commission of it. Interesting. Ashland was and is a small town where everyone knew everyone else, so it made sense that killers were known to the children, who probably let them into the house, not suspecting it would be the last kindness they would ever extend. Further, the neighbors would have known and commented upon the fact that the children were being left alone. Miss Gibson had gone to her neighbor to ask permission for Emma Carrico to stay the night with her two children, thus alerting the neighbor to her plans for the evening. Did the information that the children were home alone emanate from that discussion with Emma Carrico's parents? Was it a last-minute decision, or had the trip to Ironton been planned? If the trip had been planned some time ago, then the circle of suspects would have grown to include anyone in the neighborhood known to the Gibson family, and would also tend to support a theory that crimes were premeditated. Had the trip been a minute decision, however, that would both narrow the range of suspects considerably, as well as demonstrate that the crimes were planned and committed in haste. But time was running out. Rumors began to spread that some people in Ashland were preparing to take matters into their own hands. In their minds, Ellis, Kraft, and Neal were already guilty, and sentence had been passed. Ancient officials decided to spirit the three men away from Catlettsburg before a mob could descend on the jail. They boarded the steamer, a steamer named Mountain Girl, in an attempt to take the prisoners to Maysville to await trial. At the same moment, the train from Ashland pulled into Catlettsburg station, and a swarm of Ashlanders made for the courthouse. According to the reports in the local paper, the Ashlanders had simply arrived to witness the hearing, or examination trial, as it was called, but the judge and other officials feared the worst. Mountain Girl could not get up the steam fast enough, so the prisoners, under heavy guard, boarded the Catlettsburg ferry instead. The ferry made it safely to Maysville, but not before a crowd of Ashlanders commandeered the Mountain Girl, which had finally developed a head of steam and engaged in pursuit of the Catlettsburg ferry. The ferry managed to meet another steamer, the Mountain Bay, and the prisoners were safely transferred to that steamer, which arrived safely in the town of Maysville, about halfway upriver Cincinnati. Naturally, the Ashlanders were outraged. This was an insult to their honor. How could anyone believe that they would form a mob and lynch the three suspects? The authorities were telling the world that the three men could only be safe in another town, in another country, 80 fucking miles away. The appropriately named Huff, editor of the local Ashland paper at the time, also complained that the prisoners could more easily escape in Maysville than in Ashland, thus adding insult to injury. A special committee was formed to convince Circuit Court Judge George N. Brown that the prisoners would be safe in Ashland, that in any event, there had been no intention to enforce mob rule in Ashland or anywhere in Boyd County. Major John R. Allen was put in charge of the Lexington Guards, the McCreary Guards, and the Mason County Guards, and marched to Ashland with the prisoners on the guard. A special term of the Boyd County Circuit Court was held, and grand jury indictments were brought down against the three men: conspiracy and murder for Neal and Kraft, and 3 counts of murder for George Ellis after 5 days of deliberation. The grand jury itself reads like a roll call of Ashland history and included Hugh Means of Kentucky Iron Frame, D.D. Geiger, where the children were murdered, was known at the time as the Geiger Extension, and R. Hatfield, a surname synonymous with Kentucky feuds. Imagine that. The first trial for William Neal began on January 16th for murder of Emma Carrico. The trial lasted 8 days, and Neal was convicted of the crime and sentenced to death. Ellis Craft's trial lasted 10 days and ended with the same result. Their execution by hanging was set Friday, April 14th that year, between sunrise and sunset. George Ellis's trial was postponed to the regular term of Boyd County Circuit Court in May, a month after the scheduled execution. The three men were then taken into Lexington, Kentucky, by armed troops. Appeals were set in motion for Niels and Kraft, and their executions were postponed. They then were reported to have attempted an escape from Lexington Jail on May 22nd, 1882, and his trial only lasted 2.5 days before he was found guilty of murder. His penalty, however, was life imprisonment. While it's not stated in any documents I can find, this lighter sentence may be due to a deal Ellis struck with the authorities for bringing Niels and Kraft and confessing to the crime. No matter, the Ashlanders did not take that sentence well. The next night, 18 masked men marched on the railroad station at Ashland and commandeered the train to take them to Catlettsburg, where Ellis was being held. The men broke into the jail and removed Ellis, taking him back on the train to Ashland. He was hanged from the branches of a sycamore tree at 28th Street near Carter Avenue, not far from the scene of the murders themselves. His body was left there all night and into the next day. Mob rule did reign in Ashland that night, and authorities were right to be afraid. They didn't know how, right? Neal and Kraft thought for a moment that they had lucked out. They won new trials set for October of that year during the term of the circuit court. Once again, they were brought to Catlettsburg under armed guard, but this time with 5 companies of state militia and artillery piece. The governor of Kentucky, G.W. Blackburn, still smarting over the lynchings of George Ellis for 4 months earlier and worried about the effect of the critical Cincinnati newspaper columns, threatened that he would kill every motherfucking person in Boyd County if necessary to uphold the dignity of the law in protecting the prisoners. Of course, Ashland was outraged at this bold threat, and so they hanged the governor's fucking ass in effigy from the same branches of the same sycamore tree from which George Ellis had been hanged only months earlier. In this obvious environment of hostility, the lawyers for Neal and Kraft managed to convince the court that they needed a change of venue. A new trial date was set for the following February in Carter County. The troops were once again ordered to guard the prisoners on their way back to Lexington Jail. That night, however, things began to get ugly. The new trial, the change of venue, and the removal of the prisoners to Lexington made Ashlanders believe they were losing control over this fucking situation. The murders had taken place in their town, committed, they believed, by their people against their children. It seemed to many that Ashland itself should be in charge of the case, the trial, and the execution of the sentence. To everyone's way of thinking, Neal and Kraft were already guilty, just as guilty as George Ellis, whose body swung from a sycamore tree only months before, coupled with the open hostility of Governor Blackbird's and the huge military presence at Catlettsburg. And it seemed as if the Civil War, still fresh in many people's minds, were beginning to start up all over again. It should probably be remembered that this was all taking place at the same time as the famous Hatfield and McCoy feud, which raged across Kentucky, West Virginia, border not far from Ashland. On January 7, 1865, young Harmon McCoy, discharged from the locally unpopular Union Army on Christmas Eve, 1864, due to his war wounds, had been murdered in his hiding place by men loyal to the Confederate Hatfields. Then, in 1878, Randolph McCoy was visiting a Kentucky Hatfield, spotted what he believed was one of his pigs. McCoy had the audacity to accuse Hatfield of stealing his pig, and the two went to court. A key witness testified that the pig was indeed property of the Hatfields, and they won the case. The witness was slain by the McCoys. A few months later, and tension rose. In the spring of 1880, Johnson Hatfield met Rosanna McCoy at a party at his home of one of the Kentucky Hatfields. They immediately eloped, Rosanna being taken to the Hatfield home in West Virginia. However, their romance was doomed to failure, as everyone opposed it, from both sides of the Tug River, a tributary of the Big Sandy that divides Kentucky and West Virginia further upstream. Johnson was forcefully removed from her side, and Rosanna was sent back in tears to family's cold disdain. The spring elections of 1882 taking place at the same time as the lynchings of George Ellis in Ashland were the scenes of another hideous murder. Rosanna McCoy's brothers, Tolbert, Farmer, and Bud, stabbed Ellison Hatfield 26 times and then shot him in the back. And this day, no one knows fucking why. The three brothers were then murdered only a few days later, executed while tied to bushes to the sound of their mother's screams. I am not making this shit up. And on it went, claiming a total of 13 lives and numerous beatings, burnings, woundings, and other damage across the border between the two states. Finally, Kentucky officials under the command of Frank Phillips invaded West Virginia in 1888 and captured 9 Hatfields, bringing them back to stand trial. Several Hatfields had attacked the McCoy home, burning it to the ground after killing 2 McCoys they found there on New Year's Day, 1888. Eventually, the 9 prisoners were brought back to Kentucky, stood trial, and some received the death penalty, and the feud was finally over. Back in Ashland, though, things had gone from bad to worse. The sound of gunfire in the night kept the troops in a state of nervous excitement, certain that a crowd was descending on them once again to subject Niels and Kraft to mob justice. Major Allen, in charge of the militia, decided against going to Lexington by train. There were rumors that the tracks had been torn up to force the train to stop so it can be boarded, and ordered the prisoners escorted up front. The date was November 1st, 1882. In a replay of the last time this was attempted, the militia commandeered a steamer, this time the hapless Granite State, and the steamer captain was told not to stop at Ashland or anyone else until they reached Maysville. At that moment, the train from Ashland arrived and 200 civilians disembarked. They were armed with about 40 pistols and shotguns. The prisoners and militias boarded the steamer quickly. Major Allen deployed 215 troops in a line around the wharf, positioning his artillery pieced strategically. The Ashlanders demanded custody of the 2 prisoners. The major refused. The steamer took off. The Ashland train was reboarded, and as it made its way back to Ashland along the riverside, the crowd fired on the steamer from the train. Word spread to Ashland that the prisoners were aboard the Granite State. Shots were fired from both the ferry and the steamer. The volley from the steamer was so fucking heavy that the ferry boat was put out of service. The militia fired in all directions towards the ferry boat, where the initial shots had come at the huge crowd on the docks at Ashland. It is said that a total of 1,500 rounds were fired by the militia aboard the Granite State, killing 4 civilians and wounding more than 20 others, including several teenage boys. Ashland, of course, was outraged. The governor defended the actions of his militia and claimed that when the trials of Niels and Kraft came up again that February, he would send 6 regiments, or 12 if necessary, to defend the prisoners from mob rule. The Cincinnati Enquirer reported all this with glee, as did the Lexington newspapers. The Enquirer insisted that the men were innocent and had been framed. This was received so badly in Ashland that according to the report, no Cincinnati inquirers were allowed in Ashland for many, many moons to come. The coroner's jury in Ashland slammed Major Allen, calling the Ashland clusterfuck a wanton and ruthless act. But Allen was never held accountable for the debacle. As it was, the memory of the lynchings of George Ellis was on everyone's mind, and the State House and the ferocity of the militia's response to the attack from the ferry boat and from Ashland in general was deemed justified in the face of threat. But everything went peacefully after that. Kraft, widely understood to be the ringleader of the group, was convicted in 1883 and hanged on October 12, 1883. Neal was convicted a year later and hanged on March 27, 1885, protesting his innocence to the end. In his words, "I say to one and all that this is no place to tell a lie. I stand here today to suffer from a heinous crime I did not commit. One day my innocence will be established beyond a shadow of a doubt." Putting down the books and papers after reading all of about this crazy shit, I pondered the strangeness of the place, Indian burial mounds, the Ashland clusterfuck, sparked by the murder of 3 children murdered and raped, and Charles Manson playing in the dirt. Sure, the place is also the home of Naomi and Wyona Judd, the popular mother and daughter country and western singing duo, and of Ashley Judd, and Naomi's other daughter, an accomplished actress who herself played the victim of a serial killer in the film Kiss the Girls with co-star Morgan Freeman. Interestingly, Ashley Judd would go on to donate $50,000 to the University of Kentucky's Department of Anthropology in 2001. A former anthropology student at the university, Miss Judd, wanted the sum matched by another $50,000 from the university to endow a fund to help support PhD candidates in anthropology. This, ladies and gentlemen, raises a really fun question. Did Ashley's interest in anthropology begin with a visit to the burial mounds in her hometown? Odd bits and pieces of Ashland's history and geography seem to swirl around a darker, more demonic core. For instance, Ashland is 555 feet above sea level. That number has resonance for those interested in history and mysticism, for it was the original Nazi Party membership number of Adolf Hitler. He had changed later to 7. It also the exact height of the Washington Monument. Conspiracy theorists of the more maroon variety could have calls to the development of a multicolored skeins or threads of the cause and effect around a particular loom. I, for one, cannot see the connection, however, unless one wanted to attribute the creation of the Washington Monument, Adolf Hitler, and the strange topography of a small Kentucky town to a single demonic hand. However, in bullshit you not, a connection does exist. All 3 betray the same numerical correspondence, but not so fast, boy wonder. A couple of questions remain. 1, is the connection meaningful? 2, is this what skeptics mean by coincidence? A reference to standard works of Kabbalistic numerology, such as those used by people like Johannes Kelpius and Joseph Smith, will show that the number 55 represents obscurity. For instance, the state or quality of being unclear, difficult to understand or see in biblical Hebrew. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, the number is also the equivalent of the Greek letters that make up the word Necronomicon, the dreaded magician spellbook mentioned so often by Lovecraft in his short stories. So a multiple rape and murder of children on Christmas Eve, originally a pagan holiday of the winter solstice, resulted in the Ashland clusterfuck previously mentioned when soldiers fired upon civilians on November 1st, All Saints Day, originally a pagan holiday, celebrating the dead coming back to earth. Strange, undescribed burial mounds in the center of fucking town, the Queen Anne style Griffin House that was moved closer to the mounds, as well as the Charlie Manson connection. And I'm almost done. With that summed up, let's go over some details of Manson's history after his release on March 27, 1967. If the cult cops are right, and its special events occurring on any of the 8 sacred days of the pagan calendar, the 2 equinoxes, the 2 solstices, and the 4 cross-quarter days of July 31st, October 1st, October 31st, February 1st, and April 30th, May 1st, are evidence of cult activity, then the history of Ashland and the life of Charles Manson seem to suggest that a cult activity was afoot. But, and this is a huge fucking but, how could that be true? Events so removed from each other in time and space could not indicate the active involvement of cultists unless one wanted to posit a vast conspiracy on the order of the Freemasonry fantasies of the last 200 years, a hypothesis that defies fucking belief. There are conspiracies and conspiracies in American politics, and we have come to learn to our regret over the past 50 years or more. Everything from Watergate to Iran-Contra and the cover-ups of crimes committed in the name of MK Ultra is evidence of this fact. That people, often political figures, are murdered as a result of conspiracies and well known all over the world. That cults do exist is also known. But there's no evidence that cultists in the United States have any political power influence, and that the satanic cult survivor syndrome scare of the 1990s demonstrated how little proof exists of any kind of network of satanic murderers. But as Carl Sagan and other skeptics have been forced to admit, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So what in the fuck is really going on, if anything at all? Charles Manson was loosed on the world. He made his way to San Francisco in time for the Summer of Love and the transformation of a small-time thief and hustler into a prophet and murderer. Along the way, he would gather around himself a commune of young men and women, would undergo ritual-style initiations, including crucifixion while on LSD, and would become involved with the Church of Satan, the process, and other cults around San Francisco and Los Angeles in a saga that has been discussed and written about and argued over by law enforcement, journalists, filmmakers, psychologists, psychiatrists, philosophers, and cultists since the bloody day in August 1969 that saw a beautiful young actress pregnant with her first child and her friend carved to death with knives. But prior to that murder, there were others. There was Darwin Orwell Scott in Ashland, Kentucky, Manson's uncle and victim of an unsolved crime carved with knives. And there was Marina Hobb, we'll discuss in detail in a future episode, a 17-year-old girl who was abducted on New Year's Eve, 1968, and whose body was found carved with knives a few days later. Although attributed to Manson, the murder is still officially unsolved. But it's Marina Hobbs' case that opens up a whole other dimension of the thesis we're collectively investigating. Why do you ask? Because it's Marina Hobbs who connects the dots to World War II, to Operation Paperclip, to Hollywood, escaped Nazis, psychological warfare, and the enigmatic character of Clay Shaw and Fred Chrisman. So, to my man-at-arms, the White Rabbit Kill Squad, we're now driving out of the frying pan and into the fire. Stay tuned for the next episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Rabbit, and the White Rabbit Kill Squad. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel. Hootie hoo!
And thank you, Dr. Robert. That was excellent as usual. Boy, ongoing series. Love that. It kind of reminds me of one of those true crime documentaries as well. Welcome back, everybody, to End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from those itty gritty, shitty, broken ruins. So glad to be here. So glad that you guys are still with us. We had a great guest on tonight, or today, or this evening, whatever you want to call it, wherever you're at. That's going to reflect differently. Been a lot going on in the world, of course. There are many topics that we should at least touch on. It is February, and in a couple months, we should be seeing the predicted Bitcoin halving. They're going to slice it in half again. And what this means is that we are likely on the verge of another bull run. For those of you that don't know, a bull market is when crypto is going up and up and up and up. And a bear market is when it's either going down, 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 or it's just kind of staying stagnant as at a lower price. We are likely to head into another bull market. So the word is buy that crypto, buy some crypto. Don't spend all your money on it. Don't gamble your life away. But hey, put some money into some of that Bitcoin, or maybe some other coins that you know about. If you have any hot coins that you would like to talk about, then feel free to send me an email at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. We do love crypto on this program. I know a lot of you out there feel it's a scam, and it certainly can be in many cases. Many coins end up being complete scams, but then others seem to make people very, very wealthy. So not only are we interested in the concept of cryptocurrency, but we are excited about the technology and what it can do for everybody. Hopefully it doesn't turn our world into a dystopian cashless society where we all are forced to pray to the Antichrist. Also, I wanted to say that I really want everybody out there to support alternative platforms. Everybody's on the main shit, right? Facebook, Twitter/X, Instagram. Are you a ham from Instagram? Do you like to take selfies and do TikTok videos? Sure, everybody does. But my point is that we got to spread ourselves out more. We can't let these handful of big tech companies own our souls. We cannot let that happen. We got to have alternatives, so it forces these main platforms to adapt and loosen up their restrictions. Because if they don't loosen up their shit, we're all going to jump over to something else. We're going to all hop on Threads, or we're going to hop on Truth Social, or we're going to hop on BitChute, or we're going to hop on Rumble, right? It's the smartest thing we could possibly do. Like, I'm old school. I'm getting older. I was around back when the internet was the Wild West, when there were message boards that were owned by independent owners. I had one myself. And all this social media shit killed it. And it shouldn't have. But they got us onto these smart devices. And the Android store and the Apple store, they now dictate what type of apps are allowed on these devices, right? And the only way we can get around that is if we just go back to the old school internet, or somebody comes up with a phone that doesn't lock out all of the, you know what I'm talking about, the alternative topics, the things that they don't want being put out there. I know that there's a lot of them that have had problems with white supremacy, Nazis, things like that. But I also feel like that gets exaggerated in order to allow these people to shut down alternative platforms, right? They see one Nazi on there and it's over, Johnny. Jin in the private chat says, we need GeoCities. Exactly. Bring back GeoCities. Bring back Angel Fire. It all started with MySpace, didn't it? And then there was another one. I can't remember what it was called, but MySpace or maybe Facebook actually just stole the idea, and then everybody was on there. And that was the beginning of the end for the old school internet. And now they can completely control everything. These what should I call them? We don't want to call them elites. These damn blood lickers, these descendants of the Amalekalites, these archons. So I just want to put that out there. Please, everybody, support alternative platforms. Just spend a little, like, if you're on X all day, take 5 minutes of that 5 hours that you spend on X and just devote it to a different platform. Build up slowly. I get everybody's not on there. I get you might not be the center of attention, but it's worth it. Speaking of blood lickers, I want everybody to go watch a particular documentary that I'm excited about. It's on YouTube. It's called The Khazarian Mafia, The God Eaters. Please go watch that. I never come on here and recommend stuff for you. I never do that unless it's just so good and so mind-blowing that I just got to have everybody that listens to the show check it out. There's 2 parts. It's by this guy named Chuck Swindoll, ChuckSwindoll. Excellent documentary. The whole thing is going to be like, 3 hours long or 4 hours long, but it's well worth every second. If you really want to know what's going on in the world. Let's see here. Also, I wanted to we've been talking about shape-shifting a lot on this show. The possibility of like reptilian shapeshifters or humanoid shapeshifters, things like werewolves. Many people have experienced these type of things when they're on psychedelics, and it's an illusion, or maybe it's not. Maybe there's more to it. Who knows? I've seen some octopuses do some crazy shit, like changing colors, actually adapting the patterns underneath them. But there are quite a few rather somewhat credible videos out there of people shapeshifting. In fact, there's one, I believe it is George Bush's daughter, and she's going on a news type of show, and she's talking about a book that she's involved with, and she literally starts shapeshifting right on camera. And this phenomena that we're seeing, it actually has an old name. It's called transfiguration, because this type of thing is nothing new. This is what witches used to call it, right? When a witch is like doing her spells and her face starts getting ugly and her nose starts growing longer and she might get tiny little devil nub horns on her head. That's called transfiguration. And it's a very well-known thing in the world of occult, of witchcraft, of black magic. It's just that the common Joe doesn't really know anything about it. But think about that next time you see one of these shape-shifting videos, because most of us are just going to dismiss it as garbage, right? Oh, that's a compression issue. That's a digital artifact, blah, blah, blah. Or is it? Could they be showing this stuff to us on purpose? I'm now of the belief that shape-shifting is 1000% real. I'm of that belief. I've seen too much. I become aware of too much. And it just so happens that if you watch this documentary, Khazarian Mafia, the God Eaters, that these people are referred to as shapeshifters. Very interesting stuff. Let's see who is hanging out still. What's up, guys?
Hey, Dan. Great show tonight. Dr. Robert did fucking amazing. It was so good.
Absolutely.
And I will just say, I totally like, I mean, you know this, Dan, but like the idea of shapeshifters is just a metaphysical truth. It's just a reality. Whether people believe it as like an allegorical phenomena or like a real thing, I'm with you, Dan. Like I think it's totally real. Like it's in literally every single kind of like magical system, everything. So yeah, I'm there. Totally, it's real. I do think the Bush daughters are witches. I've been talking a lot about it on Twitter. I don't call it X, but yeah, X. And they're definitely witches. That whole family are witches, probably Crowley descendants, is what I personally think. I actually even think Barbara Bush was a man. It's my personal opinion. So, yeah, they're a very strange, weird, sicko family.
Yeah, I agree completely. And then put together that with their ties to Skull and Bones and the CIA as well. The CIA, I always have felt it's incredibly creepy. In fact, they even call them spooks. That's how creepy they are.
I mean, that's the whole thing about them, is that they have been so like instrumental in like the Babylon workings of the 20th century. Like they have been involved in literally every shady thing that has ever happened in the last 100 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, most of them are Mormons and Jesuits and all highly degreed members of the mystery schools.
Yeah, 100%. I agree, Clint.
Like GW, he was in the intelligence industry when JFK was eliminated.
I'm sure he probably had a lot to do with that. I've heard other people talk about that.
I agree.
Yeah, there was a lot of there was the Nazi ties to the Skull and Bones is their dinnerware at their fortress. It's all Nazi dinnerware. And
and then there's Prescott Bush, the guy that was funding the Nazis directly through that. What was it called? Some kind of steel company.
Yeah, I think there was another one called IG Farben. I think that was one of those companies.
It was like the Union Trading Company or something like that.
Yeah, the union stuff's always involved with it.
Union Trading Company, I think it's called something like that. Yeah, Union Trading Company or something like that.
Yeah,
sorry, Clint, go ahead.
Well, the mafia would work for the Vatican and use the unions against the people to do the bidding of the Jesuits. Like mafia is basically Jesuit, like so is Masonry in a way. It's like Jesuit oaths and Masonic oaths. The first three are like almost they're really similar words, and the Illuminati oath, the blood, is really similar to the Skull and Bones, almost word for word, and that the Jesuit oath isn't word for word, but it's a very crazy oath.
I got somebody on Twitter right now. Somebody on Twitter that is claiming to be X is claiming to be a like Masonic lore scholar, and this person's saying that all the Illuminati were cast out of the Masonic lodges in America. Some were dealt with in more violent ways. Double agents are not tolerated, especially in those times. What do you think, guys? Were the Illuminati purged from the Masonic lodges?
Absolutely not.
Doubtful.
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
It's like George Washington pointed out at first, and if you read the 1968 Convocation of the Rose Cross, it specifically states that the six-pointed star on the symbol of the seal of the United States was a symbol of the six secret societies that formed it, one being the Illuminati. So it makes mention of it in the 1900s, and the Masonry in the 1800s. I found documentation of it saying that they were expelling the Illuminati, but in the 1890s, knowing that everybody that was the highest degrees all quit, because of something that happened was, I think that they all found out the Luciferian worship, and they were all like, screw this.
You found out the Illuminists were in control.
I think that
the Masons are.
I just think it's just hard to kill. It's like a Hydra.
Yeah.
It's circles and circles.
Like the South will rise again. It's just a Hydra, dude. Like it's like you don't know who's connected, man. Like it's so secret that you have like secret members within the secret society.
100%.
That you don't even know about.
Yeah, that's why the Jesuits, the Vatican allows Freemasonry now. That's why, because it's all fully taken over.
I think that they have like I think that all the secret societies were using like the twin pillars, like they were using a tree, like a version of the tree, and now that they are all kind of agglomerating it into one kind of like master tree. They're trying to like put it all together, and that is kind of what Operation Lockstep is. They're kind of like saying, okay, all the countries need to use the tree that they want to use. Because I know, like I've discussed this before, but like in Canada, our Liberal Party uses red, and our Conservative Party uses blue. But that is the complete opposite for the US. And our Libertarian Party uses purple, and our Socialist Party uses orange. So I know that in some countries that's totally like different. They use different colors, and it's so obvious to me that they are using like Kabbalistic colors. I'm not even talking about the Hebrew tree. I'm just talking about the tree in general. And so I think that they are trying to move us towards like a master system, whatever that is.
That's their the new rising of Atlantis, the new age of the the dawning of the Horus, the conquering child that works through the masses of unknowing initiates.
We also have to keep in mind too that like I'm an Occam's razor it a bit. As long as you have it like written in books and somebody can read it and become enamored with it, it's going to recreate itself.
You
got something from Jen?
Yeah,
that's
there
why
might
the
even be, there might even be like a supernatural aspect to it too. Like well, okay, for example, why do all these like depressed, sort of angsty teenagers and people in general, not necessarily teenagers, why do they start dressing in black and like getting into Satanism and stuff like that? Are they just rebelling against their parents, or is there more to it? Is their depression causing some kind of low vibration, and are they opening the door to something demonic just by being like victims in a way of bullying and stuff like that?
I think that the programming of the culture is definitely definitely in full effect.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that we're so managed culturally. So all subcultures are like just a product of cultural management in one way of thinking. So like I was like a total, like I still only wear black, like but I don't like, it's not on purpose. I just do. I mean, but you know, I think that I don't know. All subcultures are managed. All subcultures are just a product of like Esalen and Tavistock and all that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I say this as a fan of heavy metal, especially doom metal, and a lot of people that are into doom metal are like Luciferians, into black magic and shit like that. And that's kind of what got me thinking, like, you know, this sort of fascination with this particular metal music, this is kind of, I mean, it's part of the reason I got so into the Lucifer stuff and kind of got into that Luciferianism, because it just seemed, at the time, it seemed like the coolest thing ever.
You know, it's interesting. What you said there, because you know, like if you look at the movies kind of support what you just said about like people recreating it. Like you have this one kid, and he's like, maybe he's getting chased by bullies or some shit, and he stumbles against like this demolition building, and he trips over something. It happens to be this old book, and he starts reading and shit, and all of a sudden the cult is recreated. You know, God is coming back and shit. That's what I mean. Like somebody, you know, some just impressionable spiritual guy, man, who's kind of weak-minded, man, kind of digs too far deep into the Vatican library, reads about some dark shit going on in the dark practice, and then starts experimenting with the nuns and shit, and then, you know, it's just recreated all over again.
And what better way?
That's what Hitler meant when he said like he would rise again, like the idea of Nazism and the swastika. Like it would infect other people with those ideas, and they would try to recreate what he did, and that's what happens.
And what better way to get back at the bullies and at the system that caused this person to feel this way, but to become a magician? Like I watched this documentary on YouTube one time, and it said that like in the medieval times, most of the people getting into magic were women, because they couldn't like put on a suit of armor and go kill people or beat the shit out of people. So instead of using physical force, they would use magic to get back at men and
That
people
makes
that
perfect
pissed them
sense
off.
to me.
It's like William Cooper brings the whole Nazi thing to Plato and Plato's Republic, and this guy named Kant, I believe his name was Kant, I think. But the whole scheme of it was a fully documented, orchestrated plan that, it's like William Cooper shows it in this ominous parallels episode, which I'm pretty sure that's a book, but the connections that he makes in that episode where the Nazis and the occult and how they were bringing back this Plato's Republic and it was the symbol of the rising Atlantis and all this stuff was, incredibly profound.
Well, it's unquestionable that, like, at least Neoplatonism makes a huge. It is so important to, like, the occult, especially the medieval and contemporary occult. Like, that's just it's undeniable. Now, do I necessarily think you can, like, say it's Plato? I don't know. I know that the Aristotle was very popular in, like, Persia, Babylon in, like, the 1st to 3rd century. So they were definitely, like, very inspired by these kind of, like, Judeo-Hellenistic. And by that, I'm not saying it in a pejorative. That is what the people don't really understand, that there was.
I agree with that 100%.
What's like
Greek
what's like
religion,
100%. I had a professor
Judaism,
tell me.
and that's what Christianity became. It was like a synthesis of the two.
Yeah, I had a professor tell me. He said the religion of Christianity didn't make sense until they encountered Neoplatonism.
the embodiment of the fire that came from the Nazis that was given to them by the elite, that fire was passed off to the New World Order, and that the flame burns on in the name. Their symbol has always been the sun, and that the symbol of communism is the rising sun in the east, which is their new age of supposed light, which that eon of the Horus the Conquering Child, where these people who are hardcore pro-communist and that they're hardcore tools of the system are, they're it's like William Cooper says, they're initiates without portfolio. They don't have any paperwork saying they're initiates, but they've been initiated into the the system, and that they're doing the bidding of the people that control the system.
100%. I know that Dr. Robert will have he uses a different kind of description for this kind of brainwashing. I use a slightly different one. It doesn't mean that we're at odds. We're just using different kinds of frameworks to describe the same thing. But I totally agree with you, Clint. I think that is like what the left is, personally. I think that is very much not just the left. The right is also like this too. So we should just.
Well, the thing about the left-right thing, though, is that it's like the Illuminati orchestrated the French Revolution, and when they the Illuminati orchestrated the French Revolution, and when they did so, that's when the left-right paradigm came into play, where they created it to make people towards the old republic, which was the right, and then the people towards the new republic, which was the left, and that it was it's like George Washington at the time, he was a member of no party, and that he knew the two-party system would destroy America because he knew about the Illuminati plans and their doctrine of, all the founding fathers were, when they speak of the French Revolution, they speak of it as hell on earth, the most brutal, disgusting thing anybody's ever seen.
That's kind of what this documentary I was talking about earlier. I actually sent it to most of you guys, but there's a part where they get into the situation in the Ukraine, and my God, is that mind blowing? Like the whole idea of this line of people starting the Bolshevik Revolution and them having like 1,000-year war with Russia, and it all kind of leading up to this war against Christianity that's going on right now. And most of us Americans don't even have the slightest clue of what this war is really about. And then the fact that the Bolsheviks gave way to the Nazis, and then Hitler was doing all these things like a national ID and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, It all fits together perfectly.
Yeah, the goal of the Illuminati is still the same, with the genocide and the mass slaughter of certain peoples, and that their goal is the same as the Nazi goal, where the Illuminati still wants to kill all of the Jewish people in Israel, and that's why they've created this Palestine conflict, so then they can exterminate a race, and that they are genocidal maniacs who are orchestrating this in the name of their religion, which they believe they are gods who are ordained to deliver death upon those who are sheep because they are wolves. And that's why the Fabian symbol uses the wool in the sheep's clothing. You can look it up where it shows a wolf wearing a sheep skin.
Isn't that where 1984 comes from, the Fabian Society?
Yeah. All the speculative kind of science fiction, like Orwell, Huxley, they were all Fabians too. Like they were all it was kind of predictive programming in one way of thinking, but I actually don't like that term usually, because I actually think that they introduce things and then we kind of, just like Dr. Robert said, it's kind of in our collective consciousness, so then we kind of manifest it. So I think that when they introduce ideas to us, we don't have to adopt them on a wide scale, but we often do. And I think that they also do a lot of culture creation, and we all know that through what Dr. Robert was talking about, like the Charlie Manson stuff and all of that, like Laurel Canyon stuff. But not just that, like grunge was totally, where you are, Daniel, grunge was totally manufactured. I mean, in a large portion, maybe not.
No, I don't dispute that at all. Like if you look into the connection between Kurt Cobain and oh my god, I'm having a brain fart. Sorry, go ahead.
Gwen Stefani.
No,
Courtney.
Whoa. Yeah, I think that Kurt Cobain was ritualistically killed.
He was.
He was like an Egyptian king that was given the throne and then killed. And that his second album, he shows a goddess on the album, and that it's. I think that it's possible that he was some kind of a satanic MK Ultra victim. I have speculated most of Hollywood is.
Yeah.
They're symbolized. They always wear the red strings on their wrist, and that I think that's a symbol of Azazel, and that they're used to be as goats to be sacrificed for Azazel.
Go.
By the way, be careful just saying all Hollywood and stuff, naming names, because YouTube might interpret that as harassment or something like that. So just be careful.
Right. They've been. I've been in a few other talk shows or podcasts or whatever. YouTube is really cranking down. It's not like the great old days when we had 5 stars and we could do whatever the hell we wanted. Now we have to abide by laws and manners and ethics, even though they're not our own.
And these are just our opinions. We cannot confirm the validity of any of these statements.
%.
And we're not saying anything to be sober. So.
Anyway,
we are
the guy I was trying to think of is William S. Burroughs.
That's
who Kurt Cobain was. Kurt Cobain idolized this guy, and this guy's connected to some spy shit. Let's put it that way.
100%. And I will also say, there's the red string, Clint, can also be interpreted as not so necessarily anti-cosmic. We can also say it's represents the covenant with God. So that is the more medieval Kabbalist idea. And it's not just Jewish people that wear the red string. Many Hindus also wear a red string. If you're Chinese and you're doing a traditional Chinese wedding, you also wrap a red string around your hands with your partner. I mean, it's very common. It's a very common, almost universal thing. So I want to be careful about that, because I just think, not because you're wrong, Clint. I think that we're in this dangerous thing where people are saying, "Oh, it's all the J's, it's all this," and I want to. Me, I just like to avoid that, because I think that's dumb.
In the long run, it's proof of some kind of ancient religion that all stems from the same place, where the meaning might have been changed the opposite, but the idea that it exists, kind of like how that Native American story about the raven was basically the same story of Jesus and the light, and that but it was a mixture of the the what's that box? That box with the Greek box. I can't think of what it's called right this second.
Pandora's box.
Yeah. The Raven story about the Raven stealing the light from the box was the same as the Greek box story, and that somehow this box story of full of light was similar to compared to the Jesus story through the Masonic symbolism, which eventually they compare it to the Quetzalcoatl in the book American Estimate or whatever with Manly P. Hall. The it's like Quetzalcoatl was like a white bearded guy that basically had all these same sayings as Jesus, but in the Aztec world, and that he left and was like, I'll come back or some shit. And that then when he came back, or what's really weird about it is that Christopher Columbus's name doesn't seem to be his original name, and then it seems to be an occult given name.
I've heard
like
this
a ceremonial. And that the Columba for the dove, like the Colombian faction Illuminati, and that because they were going towards they were going to use the money for the Grail lore and go to Israel and start another crusade, but it seemed like they didn't do it till the 1990s with the the Gulf War and stuff, where it was like a continuation of the the bad side of the Illuminati's goals towards some sort of world conquest.
Well, the dove symbol does appear. I mean, you're totally right, Clint. The dove symbol does appear even holding the eagle by its talons. So there is in some secret societies. So there is obviously, like I've heard, like the 13 goddesses, 13 families, kind of like this idea of like the faction. So there's like Columbia, Liberty, Victoria, like all these different kinds of, like, they're not really goddesses. They're not like things that people pray to. They're kind of just like representations of their kind of faction or identities.
Well, there's most of them go to the stars, from my understanding, where the Columba is Alpha constellation, and just like the Eastern Star is Cygnus, a constellation, and the Egyptians Orion with the and each culture seemed to venerate one constellation more than another for some reason.
Yeah, there's that stuff that I think the guy's name was Robert Bouval. He wrote a whole book about the secrets in Egypt and the way that actually he might have co-wrote it with Graham Hancock, and they talk about the pyramids being pointed towards, I think, Sirius B, something like that.
Yeah, the one side's pointed towards Sirius and the other one's pointed towards Orion with the shafts. From my understanding, they would take mushrooms and sit in the chamber, and that they would only see those two star constellations or those two stars through the shaft, and that supposedly the initiate would have an out-of-body experience and project themselves to those stars through the mushroom initiation.
Yeah, I've heard similar things. Like it's actually a portal in a way, but it's not your physical body. It's like your astral form, or somehow your DNA turns into a wormhole. You just like jump somehow.
Yeah, I think it's definitely real, possibly. Where so many different cultures have this idea of traveling to a star, or
Yeah, if you look at the Stargate. I think I've shown you a little bit of that, Clint, but it's like almost a pyramid shape, and it's sometimes there's stairs, and then you have a circle, and the missing part that they don't show in the Stargate movie is that circle has to be aligned perfectly with something in the sky. So you'll see a certain planet come behind it, or maybe the sun even, and that's when it actually becomes the portal.
That's very interesting.
In the movie, it was a pyramid with the sun. And that I believe it's the symbol of the dawn of the age. But what's interesting in Detroit, there's a literal Stargate sculpture that has a giant circle, just like the movie, and that it has other symbols. I'm pretty sure it has a monolith, and it has there's a other weird symbols in the vicinity. It's like some kind of park in Detroit. Keep in mind, Detroit has the world's largest Masonic temple.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
pretty
find this here.
interesting stuff. It's all just right in front of our faces. It's almost like you have to have decoder glasses in order to see it. And once you get your glasses, it's like you have this superhuman ability now. You can read the code. You're like an owl. You can see in the dark.
100%. I will just offer that Tantra can be translated as Tantara, which means to stretch beyond the stars. And so the goddesses are considered to be manifestations of the stars, whereas the male deities tend to be manifestations of consciousness. But the idea is to go beyond the stars, obviously. So you're going beyond them to the ultimate reality, to Ein Sof, if you're looking at Kabbalatry. So there's something very interesting there. And then also the talking about what Dan was saying about the sun, it's like the planets kind of eclipse the sun, and then you see the sun through the shaft. So when you look at Shiva, he will often wear what looks like the crescent moon on his head, and sometimes his wife and wives also wear that, but it's actually not the moon. It's actually the eclipse of the sun. So that's a very secret tantric thing, but I've talked about it on Twitter, so it's fine to discuss. But I just think that that's very interesting that there seems to be this kind of the eclipse has to happen. And I've heard other magicians say that when they're in deep meditative experiences, that there is kind of like an eclipse that happens with like your eyes. So I don't know, but it's very interesting.
So it's interesting you say that, because I had a weird trip like 13 years ago, and there was a lunar eclipse, and it was it seemed to be pretty profound with like literal intruders that were like spiritual intruders. I mean, me and my friends all seen them, and after that trip, my friends went crazy and like never went out again. He was
it's the dragon, right? The eclipse is the dragon. So it's
he
the dragon of space. So it is like the corrosive force. So he is kind of the Lord of hosts. So all the hosts are with him, like all the demonic hosts. So he is the most ferocious. So if you're doing that on an eclipse, yes, then you can really get stuck in the smoke of mystification. Yeah.
Well, what was really interesting was how that dude earlier brought up the dome, and me and my friend, it's like I seen the dome before like 15 years ago on DMT. And fucking, and then I related it to the Greek domus, or I think maybe it's Latin, but to the goddess type thing, and that the when my friend tripped like 13 years ago, I could see that, I could like telepathically see that he was looking at the dome, and like I don't know how I knew, but I was like, I got his attention, and I said the word domus. And he knew what that meant, and fucking, he's like, "You can see the dome," and I'm like, "No, but I can tell you that you can." And he confirmed it, and fucking, there was a weird, the whole thing was visual. Where at one point there was a visual Aztec-looking crocodile that came out of his chest like this far, and it was opening its mouth, open and closed, and I was tripping so hard. I was like, "What the fuck am I looking at?" And, and that's the trip where, we've seen this like alligator spirit literally like manifest itself through my friend's whole body. It was some weird ass shit, like.
So the alligator, I mean, I know it's like the goddess that moves between the river, the moon. She rides on a river. Her mount is a crocodile or a makara. So yeah, I totally understand. There's an Egyptian story. I'm really horrible with the Egyptian shit, so I apologize.
Yeah. Well, the river, generically speaking, is always a symbol of going to the land of the dead, like the Styx, or the origin of the word Hebrew and French goes back to a river, which implies land of the dead, and the etymology of it.
Well, I will also say that Clint, I know you talked about like the Chinese kind of lunar mansion of Algol, like how it's called the fifth mausoleum. So this actually came up for me in a episode I just did.
Go back to that one picture, 2 pictures over.
Which one?
That
This
one
one?
right there. Is that the Leviathan, or is that like an Abaddon?
Boy, I'm having trouble remembering. I think it is supposed to be the Antichrist on top of the Leviathan, if I remember correctly.
That's really interesting. That's who is that on there? John? Is it a book on his head?
I think it's supposed to be the Antichrist. I could be wrong. Like, I was looking for my pictures of Stargate so I could show you guys, and I can't find them, but this is what I do have.
Oh yeah, that's
You inspired me, Clint. You made me want to go look at all my old slides.
yeah. I've got like a whole shit ton that. Oh, that one's interesting.
That's
It's like
Jesus.
the Ouroboros.
Yeah, because his tail is the cap of the dome. That's the idea, is that it's the north node of the moon. So when the moon is in a certain like planetary conjunction, it is like that is his tail, and then when it's in the south node of the south node of the moon, that is his head. That's how it's considered in Vedic astrology.
What is his hand doing? Is he doing the hand sign for Mercury?
Yeah, for Mercury.
2 fingers.
I think so.
I can make it bigger.
I think that whenever they make a sign for Mercury, it's like a sign of magic. You know,
Yeah.
it's like they were practicing magic.
Because Mercury is what is our will. It's like their transmuting force. It's the green. It's the emerald tablet, right? That is what. Mercury
Yeah. Well, I mean, the symbol, to me, it's all symbols. Where like the Hermes, the Egyptian, the bird, he's the scribe, but he's also a trickster, just like the Indian story where in the Egyptian he makes the gambling he does the gambling game with the moon and wins the moon's illuminations to make the 5 days for demon days. And that the raven is also a trickster in almost all Native American lore. That's got the 7-pointed star.
Yeah, and then I believe this would be the horror.
Mm-hmm.
The cup is above her, filled with the blood of the saints.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, symbolic artwork. As what was it, a few years ago? My mom entered a painting for the Grand Rapids Art Prize. Hers was right next to the six-eyed, 6-armed Jesus that fucking won the art prize.
That's
and
just
that
sick. That's just crazy.
it was at the Masonic Temple or whatever in Grand Rapids too, and it was really bizarre that painting won. Yeah, that reminds me of the it's got the Abaddon in the background and the goat.
I don't even remember where I found this one, but I like how
Pretty good
you
art.
have like saint in the cup, and then you have the goat and the dragon behind her. I just always try to like think of what some of this stuff could mean. It sounds like a bunch of vampires having a party.
Some of the art is just it's nice that people still make symbolic art and stuff. 'Cause a lot of people would demonize it, but
Yeah,
I mean, in the old books, it's all similar. I mean, that's all the occult books seem to basically state they outline this stories and the symbols, and that from my understanding, the goddess of the Babylonians, Astarte, which Astarte comes from a star, and that for Sirius, but that all of the star cults were they attributed this deity as to dying in the underworld, and then she was dead for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. And it was really bizarre because the Jesus mythos states that Jesus dies for 3 days and 3 nights and then comes back to life. And that,
Are you talking about the descent of Inanna?
Yeah, Anna's the equivalent to Astarte.
Yeah, and also she's Ishtar, like you see in this picture here, talking
Yeah,
about the relation between Ishtar and Easter.
Yeah, that's how you know all of Christianity has been taken over by the mystery schools because of their Easter and because of their Christmas. And they say Jesus was born in September 11th.
And here's a couple horrors of Babylon. making out.
Oh yeah, you seen the Freeman thing that he does about that?
Oh, he did something. He did something about this moment.
Oh yeah, he does all sorts of stuff about the Hollywood occult. I mean, it seems like it's no one knows if they're. I mean, Madonna's a known Kabbalist, and Britney Spears is also. A
I
lot
know,
of
right?
them.
Hey, Dylan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Give me
Don't say the name.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm doing two things at once. I do apologize. But Daniel and gentlemen, may I bring about some information that may interest you?
Go for it.
Okay. What if I were to tell certain Daniel that I am willing to bankroll his whole operation?
Logan, it's good enough for me that you are just participating and you give me your time, buddy. If you want to donate $20 or something like that, I'll take it. But as far as like giving me heaps of money, no thanks. I'm a man of God. I don't need it.
I mean, technically, he could use a carbon blade katana from the Cult of Athena website if you want to buy him one of those.
No. What I will love to do for Daniel, I will donate all my time that I have spare. So me spending all these time doing all these back-to-back magical rituals and shit, that's what my broadcasts are, these lives. They're basically me performing magic in front of people's eyes, you know what I mean? But I can't just communicate in just words. I need sound, I need color, I need stimuli, I need imagery. You know what I mean? How can you effectively communicate if you can't reason with one another and understand what the other party is trying to show you? Yes. Exactly. So, Daniel, I'm more than willing to give you my experiences, expertise, and I'm being dead serious. Give me a month and a half. There will be some major coinage coming into your purse pocket.
All right. My purse is ready.
You actually treated me like a human being. You don't know how much that actually means to me. To be treated with respect as a fellow sapient.
I don't judge people. I've been on both ends. I've been, I've been into the black magic shit. I've been into Christianity. I've explored so many different things. I've never been a rich person. I've always been poor. So I don't judge people, and my life experience has taught me that even more. I mean, I can't say I don't judge people at all. That's ridiculous. But
yeah, I'm still here. Just give me a second. I got tied up over here. Okay, my other bird's gonna start. We're basically gonna do like a random shotgun approach. So this little fun podcast that I'm doing, it's a no holds barred. As long as you're respectful, you can come in, plug whatever you want, and get in touch with an audience. And I'm all about forming a community. You know what I mean? So you guys are more than welcome to join. You got the Queen of Blades moniker. That is Sarah Kerrigan.
Well, this is why I'm putting this up because I'm just showing examples of. I feel that the Queen of Blades from StarCraft is another representation of Lilith.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the demon goddess, the first wife of Adam in the Bible mythos. Where she had sex with him and created some kind of demon spawn, according to the Hebrew lore.
Yeah, I think it's in the Book of Jubilees. I will just say about Astarte and Anna and Ishtar is that they are off. So I agree with you, Clint, that there is like the star is like the etymology of their names. But I've heard many people talk about how they are actually associated with Venus. So maybe the evening and morning star of Venus. But I know from Tantra that we do associate, like as I said, the female goddesses with stars, not the planets. The planets are like the archons, the lower kind of intelligences. So
it's kind of like the zodiac, where each zodiac has a ruling planet type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like like Sirius is usually associated with Venus and the moon also, but then Sirius B, Osiris, is also associated with the sun. And that but also associated with Orion, and that a lot of the star stuff seems to make a lot of the occult books show like triangle diagrams in the star, and that they were like they would take each thing into a symbol, and then they would put the symbols in any random thing, and that it was like a date, like a date and time, and then I think Well, I think the Tetragrammaton is a symbol of one of those type of alignments, in that according to the Hebrew lore, the Tetragrammaton was a dragon, and that the age of the dragon, very interesting, because at the same time Quetzalcoatl was a feathered serpent. And you can go to any place in the world, like Egypt, they were the crown with the feathered serpent. In China, they had the flying dragon. In medieval lore, there was the dragon that could fly. In all the lore, there's this feathered serpent, and it's a symbol of this real thing that that was some type of possibly some type of real event, either like a literal real dragon or some type of supernova that reoccurs or something of that nature.
Well, like I said,
or I'm not sure. I mean, it could be just total world destruction.
Well, it is in a way. It's like it's eclipse, right? The eclipse is, and we're in a crazy eclipse season right now. So that's in Vedic astrology, is that we consider the dragon the king of the eclipse, the king of comets. So he definitely plays a big role in like the transitioning between yugas and kalpas. And I will just say that in the the Aeon of the daughter, which is what we're entering, the daughter who would arise like at death, but she appears at Tippereth, so we see her as the sun. She's also associated with Sirius B, and she has the power to tame the dragon. That's very specific. Like the dragon
that reminds me of
but he's tamed.
Well, that reminds, in the biblical terms, it would be like the scarlet whore with the beast, and that William Cooper thought they were symbols of nations, and that I'm not sure if he didn't believe that it was an entity, but it seems like these groups of people are possibly embodied with an entity of spiritual form. I mean, that's where the whole reptilian thing comes into play, of possibly some type of non-human spirit that can walk people, like in the occult books or even generic haunting esoteric books. Abe Lincoln was known to have a walk-in, and that the pharaohs believed they were walk-ins. Yeah, Abe Lincoln was highly associated with the occult.
See, I would have thought that he was against all this stuff.
No, the best way to battle your enemy is to become your enemy and utilize their tactics, Daniel.
That's true. That's true, Logan.
You just don't lose yourself along the way, though.
That's right.
One time, when I was into black magic, one of those demons said to me, "It goes, how does it feel using the enemy's power?"
It's exhilarating, but it gets tiring, and it's not worth its cost effectiveness because the costs keep going up and the benefits keep going down. That's how they get you. That's how they get you, and that's how methamphetamine works. Meth is a bad drug. Don't do it.
Agreed.
I drug bad.
No, I love this shit.
I'm just kidding. I'm being facetious, guys.
I know, but it was really profound what you said about, like, you have to, this is the thing, Dan, you have to know your will at every stage, and every stage presents its own, what we would call skandhas, or like traps, or klepots, if you want to use a Kabbalistic term. So, everything is like a mental trap. You're doing the practices, you're like working with the entities, and then everything is like, and then you start to think a certain way, and that's a trap. Then you start to do this certain activity. Maybe you feel more amorous, or maybe you feel more hungry, and you eat more, or you do whatever it is. And so those are all traps. So you have to kind of conquer those. That's what in Buddhism, that's what we would say.
It's like the Buddhist 7 deadly sins.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. They all, every sphere or every like practice that you do, different sins, different desires arise, and you conquer them through the practices, and you kind of come out the other side. But if you falter, then you don't end up conquering and accomplishing the practice, and then the demons kind of like own you. So if you know your own will, then you don't have that problem. But it's really, it's hard to forget when we forget as we're doing.
What's interesting, because in the Semitic, the word sin comes from a moon, and that Jordan Maxwell documents that, but like the moon seems to be some sort of possible. I mean, if each planet has a spirit, literally, because I mean, it's possible that the stars and the planets have a literal spirit. Like when you say Lord of Hosts, to me that means Saturn, and that the because Saturn was the Lord of Hosts, and that the this that brings me to the El Taru thing where Saturn's one of his forms was a bull, and it was in the Phoenician El Taru, and that the bull god was married to goddess, and that the Babylonian form was Moloch, and that he needed to be fed. But like that, I mean, that's like a very that's the whole human sacrifice subject is very bizarre, because certain cultures, nobody knows if they were actually, if they believed that they were like feeding the gods, or if it was they were just crazy, or there's so many different variables.
It's like True Blood. Like we've talked a lot about that. You brought that up a lot of times, Clint.
Oh yeah, I got some screenshots that I got to bust out sometime.
Yeah, let me know if you want to stick your slides up. I'm just kind of giving people a little visual while we chat.
I've got the categories in like Babylonian, alchemy, Illuminati, masonry, obelisks.
I got the digs on that. Yes. Play. Oh, it's not a video.
Oh, yeah, this is
Phil Snyder. I think is his name. I feel something.
The underground bases are definitely legit. The highways.
He's the one that holds up his hand and he's missing fingers because aliens.
Yeah,
because
the gray alien was dying, and at the process of death, you can harvest a very peculiar type of energy fragment, and your soul's a crystal, right? Your soul's a crystal in a vibrational form, where it's electricity. So what I'm saying is, the soul is the central nervous system itself, right? That's our electricity. That is the human soul. That's the consciousness, is right fucking there. Okay, and apart from that, when the gray died, it did the little hand. I don't know how to do its exact hand motion, but it was very peculiar. It harvested that crystal energy and it shot it at him. And it was so powerful, it just melted.
I will just say the image on screen is Seshnaga. So, Clint, each head of the dragon would be a planet. So the planets are the lower intelligence. However, to go on for your point about the moon in Yetziratic astrology, which is slightly different Kabbalah, the moon is considered Malkuth. So when we are at Yesod, we're really on the ultimate reality of Malkuth. So that is where the manifestation of God really happens, is on Yesod, not on Dath. So there's a little difference there. But yes, this is Seshnaga. So you see, when you ever see Vishnu, he always has the crown, the 9 Naga crown over his head, because that's showing he's kept within the space of the planets.
Weird. That is the script, man. I'm so glad we have Jin on here tonight, and so glad I pulled up this picture, because he just made some dots connect to me. I've been puzzled about this shit, man.
Is this thing a master of the material plane?
Yeah, he's the king of the blood ocean. That's what it's called.
It's interesting. That's because in the biblical terms, it mentions a 7-headed dragon. And that
didn't Krishna defeat a demon like that, Jen?
Yes. So Krishna did play his flute and stood on the head of Seshnaga. So it's showing, because Krishna is associated with Saturn or Binah. So it's showing Krishna is offering a path of liberation outside of the grasping of the dragon. And the difference between Clint, the 7 and the 9, is because the 7 luminaries in the Western esotericism are different than the 7 luminaries in Vedic astrology.
Oh, 9. Yeah, I see what you're saying. How Western considers the sun and moon one, and that the Eastern doesn't consider the sun. I'm assuming.
Exactly, the sun and the moon. But then we also have the north and south node of the moon are considered shadow planets. So when they enter into the eclipse of the sun or the moon, that is considered a different, like a planet that doesn't really exist, but it exists in appearance. So those are also added in. It's called Rahu Ketu. So the dragon can also be named Rahu, who is the kind of the lord of the planetary hosts. It's kind of the shadow elements of the planets. Like the planets might have a angelic host as well, but when it's
June might say like, I'm sorry.
no,
June or
go for it.
Or do they represent like the unconscious forces, the invisible unconscious forces that control human society?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the archonic kind of things, but it's also inside of us. It's also like our consciousness, our lower consciousness. Like serpents, we grasp at things like conceptual ideas in the planet. So like, okay, so I'll give an example. So for Venus, like today's Friday, so for Venus, it's when we would grasp at luxuries, when we would really hold on to this idea of gaining luxury, gaining wealth, gaining sex, gaining women, or whatever. It's those things that we really like desire, like strong desire. But if we let those go, then it's not grasping anymore. So then it doesn't rule us.
Yeah, it's like the like, isn't that one of the paths to enlightenment or whatever in Buddhism, to not be tethered to the material plane?
Yeah, but you want to have a balance. You want to have a balance where you're like enjoying the world, like you're in the world, you're of the world, and you're enjoying the world, but you are not, you're aloof from it in a certain way. You're kind of above it, but you're still in it. That is the kind of penultimate, I guess, conscious position to be in, is you enjoy the world, but you don't grasp at it. You're not a snake. You're not trying to like hold on to things until they're dead. You're trying to like enjoy the things as they come and then let it go.
You're non-attachment, natural.
Reminds me of
Zen.
For me, I related ayahuasca, because on the ayahuasca and the salvia, I seen serpents, and on the salvia, I seen like a Chinese or Japanese style dragon. That it was incredible. I don't know what it was. You know, it's you know, I'm a really big skeptic, but I seen it, you know, with my own eyes, and it was I don't know what to think of it.
I've seen pictures like this that had Buddha, and these same Nagas were behind him.
Yes, because if you are looking at the Kabbalah tree, Buddha's name references the planet Mercury, the emerald tablets, and you'll often see Buddha when he's sitting under the Nagas. He has a halo of emerald green. So in the Hebrew Kabbalah, the emerald green is usually associated with Netzach, but Netzach and Hod have a very interesting relationship. So in the Vedic astrology, Hod is more associated with emerald, and Netzach is associated with gold. So it's like the Hod is like the thing of naming. It's the power of naming things. So it's kind of naming the light green. So when Netzach is seen as green, it's kind of the Hod telling Netzach, or telling the light, that it is the name of green. So that's one way to think of it. So when he's underneath there, he is still contained within the supernal ocean. He's still contained within the dragon system, but he's showing you that there is a way out through the true name of things, through the kind of pristine consciousness. Sorry, I know I went on for a long time, but that's what.
Awesome.
Well, try to whenever you can, try to allude to whichever deity reference there, if they have a star or planet.
Hey, Jen.
Reference with the names, just so I can keep track of the.
So Buddha is Mercury. Buddha is Mercury. Krishna is Saturn. Vishnu is Jupiter.
Huh.
Durga is often associated with Venus, but she's really a star. But she is also associated with Venus. Oh, and interestingly enough, Venus is ruled by like a Jin, or not like my name, but like a Jin, or what's called an Asura, so an anti-god. So
yeah, well, that's interesting about the Krishna being Saturn, because Saturn dies for 3 days during the or wait, I'm pretty sure that Saturn also like does something weird for 3 days during Christmas. And that it seems like, have you ever read the book 16 Crucified Saviors?
I have not.
No.
it goes over all these different crucified saviors and all their parallels, and it's a huge reference for anyone that's trying to like debunk Christianity. And that but although I believe that there's a separate ancient Christianity that was separate from the crucifixion lore, in that it was symbolic, and that's why the Templars would spit on the cross. But because I think they knew a secret lore to Christianity, that since the Vatican, the Roman Empire turned the Christianity into the 17th crucified savior.
Well, that's interesting in and of itself, because 17 is the dragon climbing up the whore or the goddess. So that's what it is. It's the 1 and the 7. So that makes 8, right?
Whoa.
And that's only climbing to Binah. That's only climbing to Saturn. So you still have the triad of Dath, Chokmah, and Kether. So you can't escape the cube with 8, with 17.
Now 8 is a harsh life path, right?
Yes. Exactly.
That's I've got a lot of weird statue type pictures too, and it's like there's these ones that I got of this it's not really like that, but it's similar, where it's pillars with an orb on top, and it got documentation of the orbs being like quartz crystal or something, and that
I believe this is a place called Estonia.
Yes.
Estonia.
It
looks like there's
Kazakhstan.
It's like Satan backwards, or it's an anagram of Satan. It's an Illuminati city that they built.
Well, it's got the sections like the UN divides the world into, and the number on that's 33 on the UN thing.
It totally makes sense, that crazy city in Kazakhstan. It totally makes sense from like a Vedic astrology perspective. They're trying to like turn the wheel of time, control the turning of the wheel. It's in Central Asia. Central Asia is the world island. I mean, it's very strange to me personally to like build like a weird gold city like that, like with all these magical kind of devices and like numerology. But that's what they always do, right?
Well, I think that the secret societies practice a thing where they temples, and they'll put rows upon rows of fine jewels in the temple itself, in the structure, or and that it has to do with the ephod of the Hebrews, where they had the 12 stones on their chest, and that the 12 stones were the symbols of the 12 zodiacs, and that the Hebrew priest was the Hebrew priest was like the he was some sort of spiritual conduit for this possible device, that was the temple itself was what's weird you mentioned the Shekinah thing, because that's the only time I've ever seen a diagram with that word. It was to the Ark of the Covenant, and it had a pentacle, which is a symbol of Venus, and that and that on the Ark of the Covenant, where the initiate stands, there's an X, like the Roman numeral 10, and that it's a really weird thing, because I mean, it's hard to, I don't want to say so many words and relate it to Indiana Jones 2, but in the long story short, in the movie, he's like, oh, X doesn't always mark the spot, and then he's in the museum and he's like, oh, X marks the spot.
Well,
and he, when he smashes the floor.
That 10 is really important tantric number, because it's the 1 and the 0. So it's God with quality, so God in the world, and then also the 0, which is God without quality, God above the world. So, and it's always a goddess. So the 10 is usually associated with this goddess called Varahi, who has a boar's head. So that's also very interesting. And like
it's similar in
sorry, Clint, go ahead.
I just
the
want to
ancient
say,
Masonic Tao. The ancient Masonic Tao, the ancient Masonic Tao, the symbol is the male and the female god and goddess, which is some sort of symbolic thing of but that's what the two sections are. One is male and the other is female, and that this system that's in use with the initiate and the doctrine, where the alchemical meme is this clash of the initiate and then the temple, and then them initiated into the doctrine, which makes them the son of the temple and the doctrine. So that's how they're reborn, and that they're initiated into the temple of Isis, taught the doctrine of Osiris, and then reborn as Horus through the fire of the doctrine. And that's the one of the great alchemical memes. That's Masonry, basically.
No, I totally, I think that is like exactly like even the goddess that I mentioned, she is the mother with the quality of the father. So there's something very interesting there with what you said. And like, obviously she's the mother, so she gives birth to the world, to like the illusion of the world, to the sun, but it's really God as the sun and God as the kingdom. So there's something really interesting there. Yeah, for sure.
Well,
And
their symbol of it is always a triangle, right-sided triangle, and that the the one angle is Osiris, and then Isis, and then Horus, and then they bring it to the 47th thing
You can't
of
destroy
Euclid.
Oh my bad. You can't
And that,
destroy the
well,
black
like,
cube of Saturn, but you can transmute it.
well, it's like Euclid was he was a student of Abraham of the Old Testament, and that was like 350 BC. And it's really weird. I mean, I've got some documentation about it, and it's just this weird thing I stumbled upon where it's like the Bible stuff is all in code in the Hebrew and the Greek.
Yeah,
and then one of the guys happens to be a mathematician under the Bible guy,
No,
the father of geometry.
That's 100% true. There is a gematria like thing. There's a numerological underlying truth. There's like a formula. I'm not good at maths, but like if I was, I would be trying to crack it. But there is like a thing. There's a relationship between the Hebrew and the Greek. That's why the version of the Bible is so important. Like the versions that people fight about and like are like, oh, I hate the King James. But the King James is actually more magical. Like if you're like a serious magician, that's the Bible version you need. So I just think that people kind of like kayfabe about like, and even the black cube of Saturn, like if you're looking at like from a Kabbalah perspective, the crystallization does not just happen at Saturn. It happens in the interaction between Saturn and Binah and Netzach. Grub is better to talk about this than I am, but I can say it like the interaction happens, and then that's what crystallization is. It's not just Saturn. Saturn is like a gravitational force, and it is pulling us into matter, but it's not kind of the density. It's like Venus is really the density. Venus is really bringing us into illusion form.
From my understanding, that Saturn is like the master of the material plane, somehow due to the magnetic fields. I'm not quite sure. That's what the occultists believe, the ancients believed, or whatever. And that like Venus was emotions, and Saturn was also like a judge. The moon was also an emotional type thing, but they attributed like Mars anger, and they had these these attributes to humans that was it's a weird system that they ran in the old times, their old understanding of what the world that they thought each part of the body was attributed to a certain zodiac, like the ink being Aquarius, or the head being Aries, the throat being Taurus.
This totally makes
but
sense.
Also
like how
they had colors too. Taurus green, Aries was red. Which also the what is it? That brings up this Colombian faction, the Green Cross that Christopher Columbus used, and that the Green New World Order symbol that Gorbachev uses for the Gorbachev Foundation and that this green cross symbol is a representative of one of these orders that is orchestrating some heavy stuff right now in the modern world. And it's like Jordan Maxwell says, the Colombian faction, the Illuminati. Like Christopher Columbus, Columbia University, Columbia Broadcasting, Columbia Pictures, Columbia House Records.
No, 100%. But I think you can interpret all of this through color. I think that that's what the spheres, the planets really are, is that it's like color. And then, of course, you associate certain emotions. Then that's what the Hebrew is. It's just saying the words in a different way. And then there's more associations based on like numbers and like other words and how you write the characters and all the different associations. So that's all it really is. And like obviously Mars is like in the lower density is like a war god, so that makes sense. And then in like the Hebrew version, Gevurah, it means strength, so it's kind of overcoming that lower vibration of war, and you're kind of being able to conquer it inside yourself. And then that's strength, that's internal strength. So that's really what it is, just adding correspondences.
Is there any this kind of off topic, but is there any plants that are associated with any of the what you study?
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's so important to understand. Well, even, I mean, Dan would know about this. So would Dr. Robert, is that you have to know the planetary and like the kind of zodiacal attributes.
No, not planets, plants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to
okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Don't apologize, Clint. It was just because we're on, mic, and it is what it is. But no, you have to understand the planetary and the zodiacal associations with plants to make like certain incenses and to make certain formulations.
Huh. There's he keeps showing pictures that show the tetragrammaton, like the Vatican symbol, the tetragrammaton, and then the sun, the like circle with the triangle, and that there's a weird it seems to be an occult movement that's all based on the circle and the triangle, and freaking it's a really huge subject. I mean, it's like
this is called the black hole Saturn cube rabbit hole, and once you go down, there's no escape.
It's like the one Hebrew guy did a video today about the how is that word? But it was about the Old Testament God being this donkey god, and that it was a very bizarre thing where it was not something that's well known in history, but it seems like most of these deities and stuff, symbolized by planets and stuff and so on, in the basic like outlook of it in the generic text, that they all appear to be shapeshifters. They're all wearing different masks. Like in the Astarte lore, she's the mask of Baal, like and that there's other like same with the Hathor and the Isis thing, where one of them maybe it's Sakmet, one of them receives a mask of a cat from a bull, or like an owl to a bull, or these. I mean, there's so many cultures that have this. That's interesting because something I want to bring up about Abe Lincoln. He had the biggest mass genocide in history, where he killed like 40 Sioux tribe members.
Yeah, I've heard about this, and it's in Minnesota or North Dakota.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
No, Clint, there definitely is the animal associations. Like, I could even make it for more like, Tantra comes from the 7th and 8th centuries and then continues up till like the 13th century. But they have all this, they preserved all the animal associations, mounts, colors, plants, incenses, all this stuff, like, and it's in the names as well. And that's why I like using the Kabbalah tree, because it's just something that people can like look at and reference. So like Isis, like Chesed, so it's like a blue-green color. Then you have Hathor riding the bull. She would be at Netzach. Like, it's just an easy way for people to map things out and then say, okay, what is going on? What is the planet associated with this? What is the color? What is the, incense? That's all. It's just an easy, quick way.
Yeah. The old witch's circle in that one picture.
That's who I think rules right now. I think it's the Susan Rice. I think it's Dr. Robert, don't get mad at me, but I do think it's like a black lady coven right now.
Well, there's definitely what's weird is I was doing Illuminati research the other night, and these high priest Illuminati members were saying that they wanted to hand the priesthood to their daughters and put women in charge of some type of Illuminati priesthood, and that the idea of it that they would use that they would that they thought, I mean, technically they thought the women weren't capable of it, and but I mean, in modern times where it's I think they eventually realized that they indoctrinate the youth, and that's why the youth is being targeted by communism and all these other, Satanism and all these different cultural ideologies that are toxic and evil, and it's really bizarre where it's the idea that they have no honor, and that sure, there's honor in a Buddhist system, because I mean I like the Japanese system where they have the honor system heavily instated, and that, but the there's no honor in the Illuminati. They have no honor. They'll say anything to make you believe who they are and what their goal is, and it'll all be lies. They'll pretend to be, if they were talking to you, they would pretend they were Buddhist. If they were talking to me, they would pretend they were shamanistic. They just pretend to be different people and that's how they rule politics with their illusion, double speak Hegelian dialect, and the trickery of the masses.
100, you and I are definitely on the same page. I think that this is the thing, is that in Buddhism, tantric Buddhism particularly, women are not really supposed to do the practices very often. Yes, there are some women that are definitely able to do it, that are able to really go all the way, but in general, women are not supposed to really do magic. And this is also true in more medieval occultism and even earlier, because it's not that women are bad at it, it's that they cannot control it. Something happens, there's a process inside of them that happens, they cannot fully contain it. So mostly it is to be avoided by women. Now, I'm not saying that because I'm some grand misogynist. I'm really not. I'm just saying that is the traditional kind of idea of it. And I've heard this from other people who are really into fantasy, kind of novels and that kind of genre, is that it's often a theme that women should not really take up magic. Or if they do, they sort of have this tendency to turn really evil. So I do think that might actually be true in most cases, maybe. And so I do think that there's a woman's faction that's in charge right now. And that's why we are seeing this really intense push towards communalism, towards socialism, towards communism. And that all can be mapped on the Kabbalah tree as well. The three ideologies can all be on the blue pillar. Chokmah would be communism, Chesed would be socialism, and then Netzach would be communalism. So you definitely have this sort of ideology.
Oh yeah. Well, they targeted women, and the communists started targeting the women in the 30s, I think, and then the propaganda really hit in the 60s and 70s, and that there was definitely double agents who were indoctrinating the masses through music and culture, movies, and so on. It's really bizarre, where I think that there was some type of alchemical synthesis that was created from the what was Dr. Rob talking about earlier, the the Charles Manson murder of the occultist's wife. His wife was an occultist, and they made that movie where she was to give birth to the devil's son.
Yeah.
Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, and I think there was an occult significance to that, where
100%.
when the people believed that she was the devil's baby, and that then in mainstream media,
Anton LaVey was the advisor on that movie.
Well, that she would killed in real life, and that the synthesis of the masses seeing the movie and then knowing for the rest of time that this woman was dead and killed by Charles Mann's son, you know, because that's his last was Mann's son, which wasn't his original last name. And you know, I think he was a tailored setup, you know, a pin for the secret societies and mind control.
Man's son of man. I never thought of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's you know, it's insane how put the symbolism in the, you know, like the son of Sam, you know, son of Uncle Sam, Sam Mayal, you know, like you know, like the killer guy, the Zodiac killer, he was the son of Samael, you know, like and fucking or the what's really crazy to me and super creepy is the Black Dahlia murder, where the building right next to her body where she was found was clearly an occult temple, and that the she suffered one of the degrees of the secret societies of being cut in half, and that the fact that happened and that it was mainstream, and so nobody mentions that, you know, nobody speculates she was an Illuminati murder. I've got that same picture because it's weird. It's like, what the fuck? They're cloning people? Like,
oh yes, they are cloning people indeed. That's something that I've concluded is absolutely real.
Oh yeah, I've got pictures of the Egyptian glyphs where it shows the king with his twin, and that they would have a mirror person with the pharaoh's son, and all these different hieroglyphs. And I believe that there could be these elite secret society members have doubles that may not be physically related to them, but, you know, were some sort of adoption baby that was, you know, bought out to be double of the person that, you know. But I think they're definitely cloning too. I mean, they had a sheep that did a spider web out of its goat milk thing, its udders, and freaking they had a glow in the dark animals. They made the sheep have a lightning bug, you know, like glow in the dark capabilities with the fur or something. That's genetic, it's crazy. It's like from in the most extreme standpoint view, they could be literally infusing our DNA with cockroach DNA to make us immune to radiation.
That doesn't sound so bad.
No,
well,
I was
like,
that too, Dan.
Just remember that boredom kills immortals, because if your brain rots due to boredom, which will happen because of entropy, it does take its toll and cost. So becoming an immortal being does sound pleasing, but it's not you living forever. It is literally you watching everyone around you die. Now, gentlemen, what I would like to do is I would like to take this time to bring about... You go back in your place where you belong. Or I guess not. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties.
It's okay. We have those all the time. Let's go back to the
All right. Well, yeah, that's part of Akashic Records, because these pictures are showing up. Like, I'm seeing correlations to them now, because once you recognize patterns, symbols, and symbology and stuff, and you remember everything's inverted, that's the Black Pope right there, dude. That's not the White Pope. That is literally the Black Pope. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, the Jesuits.
I was at a Jesuit institution when I was in my teenage years. I was in Omaha, Boys Town, Nebraska.
Jesus, you were in Boys Town?
Go on Google right now and type. I'll tell you how to spell my name.
Like
and I will.
Well, that's crazy, because that's an abduction place for the one of the.
Yeah,
it
was feeding all the adrenochrome, all the children's slave servants, Resident. Yeah,
So
this
Logan really is mind controlled.
Yeah, because here's the funny thing, though, gentlemen, about that. Didn't you know that if you actually melted your brain, you can undo the damage that was done? You only have to regenerate that which is lost. It's trying to remember. It's trying to remember a dream that's a fragment of a memory of an echo. Now, watch what I'm going to do when I tie into the technology. Oh, look at that! I made the picture better just by waving my hand. But no, what I would like to say though. Oh yeah, every what is that religion?
That's
It's Indian.
Krishnaism.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Look.
I'm sorry. I'm in a highly. I took like a lot of shroom gummies, so
No,
I'm
that's
like
fine.
I'm literally experiencing happiness for the first time in my life. But yeah, to give you a quick rundown of what it's like to be an MK Ultra, you're given food. You're given food, you're given snacks, you're given your mission, and if you want more snacks and soda, you got to come back after you do your mission. That is the simplest way I can explain 32 years of mind control.
See, this is why Logan has so many fans.
100%.
Yeah, and also I have DID, dissociative identity disorder, so when you are technically communicating with me, you are effectively communicating with a hive mind.
Okay.
We were meant to be built like the xenomorph.
Why do I feel like that's like more true than any of us are probably taking seriously?
No, I take it seriously. Honestly, I do. Logan really drops spiritual truths, like major ones, but he might do it in like a certain
narrative
way.
Narrative story.
Right. Exactly. That people don't always get, but once you kind of like integrate that it's non-dual, that he's like a trickster, but he's also telling the truth. There's something really.
That's why you can trust me, because I'm trusty. Okay. Ask me a question, Daniel. Ask me a question real quick. Doesn't matter any question. I'll blow your mind with a statement.
Are you shit? I'm drawing a blank. Somebody else asked him a question.
Am I shit? Okay, Daniel.
Are you an
no? The common answer you be expecting me to say to that answer is no, but I reply yes. I am shit.
Are you an alien abductee?
Hey Dan, I gotta go, man.
Oh,
hey,
Dr.
later.
Robert. Okay,
later, Dr. Robert.
Hold on, everybody. Dr. Robert, please take the stage and say goodbye.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. Please hit the subscribe button. Donate to Daniel if you can. It's a good show.
AOC.
And you know, I mean, and like I said, give my girl a chance, man. She's doing really good things, man. I encourage people to look at her website and see what she's done. You're gonna, you know, there's this war with APAC going on and all this shit. It's gonna be a lot of negative, you know, ads. There's gonna be a lot of, like I said, a lot of propaganda that's not true. I had to block somebody today for some shit, but I say I'm gonna use a line from Jesus Christ. You judge a tree by the fruit it bears. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Look at the results. Look what she's done for a community, you know, and transformed it. And that's what you go off of, their results. Other than that, I got to go because I'm starving and I'm high as fuck. And like I said, support Daniel. Thanks, Jen. Everybody, love you guys, man. Hope to talk to you soon.
Power through the obstacle, Dr. Roberts.
Because I'm starving like a motherfucker. Peace.
Later, dude. Later, dude.
Later, Dr. Robert.
Bye-bye.
Gentlemen, may I introduce some DLC experience knowledge for your consumption this evening?
Sure, go for it.
What does that mean?
Would you like to hear something cool?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. I'm technically not supposed to disclose this, but I feel like y'all trusty people. You do good peoples. Yes. Okay.
Well, working on it.
Oh, I'm not exactly a human. No.
I don't know what I am anymore. Am I still an amoeba that was grafted intelligence? And that was the dumbest move that was ever done in the history of forever, because I'm eternally hungry, but I have the mind of a god. Okay, apart from that crap.
Well, I'm just con scum.
No. In the microverse, we used to call you guys the little helpers. You go around and you make it easy to grab snacks. You need to perform primary function, which is be a server.
I'm a magician, Logan. I can't do the menial task. Sorry.
You must, because this is the planet's rules of thermodynamics. But no, Daniel and anyone else, I don't know how long you guys are going to go up and stay up for, but I'm at the part where I'm about to start that ritual shit. And if you could give me a shout out, I'd really appreciate it. That podcast I didn't work out because he had to go take care of nonsense or whatever, which was sad, but I understand. I just want to hang out and I just want to show you guys I love performing. You know what I mean? It's a real art form using technomancy and technology to change the vibrational frequencies of the world's
Logan,
vibrations.
You're getting a lot of viewers on these shows you're putting together. I saw you had like 600 on one and like maybe more than that.
I've been getting up into thousands and 2000s and more. Because what I do is I will literally spam.
Yeah.
I would literally spam those links. And the reason I do that is because no matter what point in time you click on my broadcast, I've learned how to master how to communicate from the future to the past regarding the present that will alter the future. So if you were to literally go through my Twitter profile right now, I will answer every question you have. It's already written. It's already script, right? But okay, the most crazy thing that I can tell you guys, you all passed the ascension. Congratulations.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You are impeccable to mind control operations. You will be rewarded swiftly. Remember, Daniel, I told you you'd be getting a lot of chingles and coins and resources and finances. You made your bed. That's another shekel. Good job.
All right. Shekels. I like it.
But no. I really just love making people smile because that's the real magic right there. You know what I mean? When you can change someone's mood and you can make them feel just a little bit better, even for 1 nanosecond, it was worth it.
Honestly,
so,
Logan, I started out as in a really bad mood when I came on, and I listened to you, and I was in I laughed so hard. Honestly, off mic, I was laughing the whole time when you were talking to me. So thank you for that. It really did shift my mood, actually, majorly.
You're welcome. It was actually a hex cursing that was placed upon thee that came from the Order of the Golden Dawn.
Oh, really? I've made some in Golden Dawn.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a contract on your head, but they want your They want to harvest your soul's energy, and your defenses are kind of impeccable. But if what you focus on becomes your reality, all right? So be careful what you interact with. If you interact with everything like I do, you're going to be hit with curses every fucking second. I mean, for one second, gentlemen, check this shit out. Look at my fucking eyes right now, dude. No, hold on. Oh, I got it. I'm a little fucked up, but whatever. Look at that shit.
Fucked up on what?
Yes.
Weed? like the rest of us, or something a little bit harder?
He gets the joke. Okay. All right. To finalize everything, I got to go and prepare, but I will extend an invitation to anyone who would want to see how a real psychic vampire lord engages in defeating the New World Order with a series of moves. I've already told them how I'll defeat them. They say it's impossible. I say not. So on that note, anyone want to hang out? You'll be hearing good music, good visuals, good knowledge explanation. I'll communicate with you in more than just words.
Well, I'll just say this, Logan, is that you and I will do a pod together really soon. And I enjoy you so much. You're one of my, everybody on End of Days is my favorite, Todd, Clint, obviously Daniel, Dr. Robert, but you are also one of my favorite people, Logan. So we will do something together soon. Okay.
Yes, sir. And on that note, I will drop I will drop that link, and if anyone in the comments wants to head over, I do not bite. I might be a psychic vampire, but I'm a soul drinker, my good sir. And everyone's licking their souls.
Post it on my
because
Twitter wall.
or crap like that. Blah blah blah. All right, I've taken up enough of your guys' time, and Daniel, when you're done with here, I will actually double my offer next month. If you come and hang out with me, Daniel, okay? If you hang out with me and enjoy this ritual being the observer, right? The holiest of holies, you know, you're the observer, you know.
I've jumped on here and there.
Oh, really? I didn't notice because I don't see you pop on.
Yeah, I pop in and out kind of on some of them.
Are they kind of cool when you get in those points and it's just like the energies are so intense? You're just like, what the fuck is he doing? And I'm just like, dude,
yeah. I mean,
I'm just role playing, bro.
Long. I don't know if you're gonna like tweak out my mind or something.
No. What I'll do is I'll show you how to dismantle us. How old are these cults that we're fighting? These satanic, demonic cults that we've been all fighting against, all of us Anons and Q members and everything like that.
Since the garden.
Yeah, since the garden.
1,000 years.
Crush the serpent under thine heel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Logan Aaron Canoris, and welcome to Reality Bending. Thank you for your time. If anyone wants to stop by,
have a good night.
It'll be appreciated.
Bravo.
I've got some newer research. I mean, it's kind of random, but if you want to put my screen on the Astarte research about how she's it goes to the lingam, and she made the substitute. Well, I guess it's like, you know, the part about Osiris where Isis had to collect the pieces. Well, that's where it's starting off at. She collects all the pieces with one important exception, for which she made a substitution which gave rise to the worship resembling that of the lingam of India, in which Egypt was that called of the phallus. Among the Sidonians, Isis was called Astaroth or Astarte, meaning flocks, riches, i.e. plenty of the earth, and hence we so frequently find Asherah and Ashtaroth mentioned together. In the Bible, Asherah was translated as grove, but this is an error. Asherah means pillar or phallus, mast of a ship of Isis, which was carried in procession at Egyptian religious festivals. And then this whole part of, although the vulgar crowd Isis was only the moon, to the initiated she was Hathor, the universal mother, the primordial harmony, blah blah blah, Iophis, which the Greeks turned into Sophia, when the Virgin Sophia of the Theosophy. Hence also the many names by which Isis known, 58 it says, indicating the multifarious aspects she necessarily assumed. Her image was worshipped at Sais under the emblem of Isis veiled, with this inscription, and this part's really important: I am all that has been, all that is, and all that will be, and no mortal has drawn aside my veil.
Well, the thing with Isis and the 58 names is that Isis is also the first goddess that the first people that lived like in the Indus Valley, the people that were just barely above cavemen, they were already worshiping the goddess, and that same goddess became Isis later on. It's always been the same goddess. That's how.
Oh yeah, and then in modern times it's Easter.
Tara. So the star, like just Tara. But
that's interesting because it's almost like Astara, which is one of the names. But this is the Illuminati oath. If you want to read it, anybody.
A gigantic, semi-transparent form arose from the flames. The 5 figures on the ground fell into fearful convulsions, and the voice of an invisible hierophant burst from the vault and uttered the following oaths, which the neophyte had to repeat. In the name of the crucified, I swear to sever all bonds uniting me with father, mother, brother, sisters, wife, relations, friends, mistress, king, superiors, benefactors, or any other man to whom I have promised faith, obedience, gratitude, or service. Name the place where thou art born, to live henceforth in another sphere, which thou wilt not reach till thou hast renounced this poisoned globe cursed by heaven. From this moment thou shalt reveal to thy new chief All thou shalt have heard, learned, and discovered, and also to seek after and spy into things that might otherwise escape thy notice. Honor the aqua tufana as a sure, quick, and necessary
Oh, keep going.
means of ridding the earth by death or stupefaction of those who revile. Stupefaction.
That's a weird word.
I'm pretty stupefaction right now. Of those who revile truth or seek to wrest it from our hands. Avoid Spain, Naples, and every other accursed country. Also avoid all temptation to betray what thou hast now heard. Lightning does not strike so quickly as the dagger which will reach thee wherever thou mayst be. The candidate having repeated these words, a candlestick with 7 black wax tapers was placed before him, together with a vessel full of human blood. Ugh. He had to wash himself with the blood and drink half a glassful. Blood drinkers! Then the string around the pudena was untied, and he was placed in a bath, and on leaving it regaled with a dish of roots.
Yeah, see, okay, so 2 things. First, it says avoid Spain and Naples, and that's interesting because that's where the Templars were, and that the a small portion of what could possibly be left of, not talking about the Baphomet Templars, but a pro-Christian sect of Templars, which may have, been like the opposite of the Illuminati, basically. And that, but the second thing is that pedunta means genitalia, and that this description is almost word for word the same as the Skull and Bones initiation. The same with the pedunta thing.
Wait,
and
big guy has a dick tied up while he's saying this stuff?
Yeah, that's what GW did. Him and John Kerry were initiated in Yale in the Skull and Bones and had a red ribbon tied around their genitals, which was separating them from their animalistic spirit in the secret society oaths, and that they were covering their bodies in blood. In the Skull and Bones, though, it's different because there's an altar of bones that's also covered in blood. But the part at the end, which is very important, is that it says that they were leaving it regaled with a dish of roots. And that's the exact same as the Skull and Bones oath, where the initiate says that he will only eat rooted vegetables of the earth. And fucking, this is all descriptions of this ancient, like a cult of Cain, or how Cain brought the grain on the altar for the dragon Jehovah, and that the dragon didn't want no grain, and and fucking but the whole thing about it is that
wait, where's this from? This thing about Cain and the dragon?
Yeah, where is this book from, actually, Clint?
With this one right here.
Yeah.
This is I think the other page has the full. I'm pretty sure it's from the Secret Societies book from the 18. I got the copy of it. I can't remember the name of it right offhand.
I was curious.
I'm pretty sure it's in one of my folders in the it's the most recent book that I
probably something long out of print.
Here, let me read something quickly
to
you, and you can tell me what you think.
Okay.
She is the supreme knowledge and the eternal cause of liberation, even as she is the cause of bondage to this transitory existence. She is the sovereign of all lords. She's eternal, having the world as her form, and she also pervades all of this.
Yeah, that sounds like ISIS.
Because that is from the Devi Mahatmya, which is like a Puranic text from like the 4th century. So I just think that's really interesting because I actually think that they took that quote in the very first page that you showed. I think they took that from there.
Oh, the name of the book was Secret Society of All Ages and Countries. And this is a different page, 312. And it's saying that the members seemed so unmanageable. Weishaupt was banished from Bavaria. Pension was refused. This is the important part right here. After he was banished from Bavaria, he first went to Regensburg and afterwards entered the service of the Duke of Saxe-Gotha. And that's because that's the crown on the throne of England is the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha.
Yes.
And that the Illuminati a direct connection of this family, and that I haven't done research on this Zwack character and where he went to, but the whole Illuminati conspiracy it's on paper. And this is it's page 312 of Secret Societies of All Ages and Countries. It's like it's an older book.
Clint, Anglo Dutch. It's Anglo Dutch. That is the Illuminati. Is Anglo
Oh yeah,
Dutch.
well, and German.
Well, of course, but
This is this is showing the passwords. See, for the Jesuits' password, first one was Temporalis, which the Masonic version is Tubal Cain. And then the second one was Scholasticus, which in the Mason was Shibboleth. And then, because usually the Masons will break every word down to 2 letters, and or 2 or 3, whatever is the. But anyways, the coadjutor was Noster. Nastuma was the 5th, I believe.
Isn't there a saying that says like something smells fishy in Denmark, something like that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I've heard the one this fish is loosely wrapped. But this is the same book about the Templars spitting on the cross and how it was symbolic and that it was taken out of context, and that he says, this writer says something similar to what I say about how the see at the bottom you can see it says that it was symbolic, the ceremony was symbolic, but how it was similar to the Templars denying that the mainstream story of Jesus was the real story, and that's why they were spitting on the cross. And that when I was on my friend Jamie's show, she was, I don't know if she was kind of disgusted when I said it, but I mentioned how one of the oaths, there's a crown and a cross, and that if you take the crown, you're taking the Luciferian path, and that if you spit on the cross, then you're taking the Christian path of the Templars. And that but see, this is proof that the Templars, that it was a symbolic thing, and that this guy's sources in this book are extremely noted. You know, it shows all the sources and stuff. He's going to some really crazy books in that thing.
The more you learn, the weirder it gets.
100%.
This is the same book, and then here it's showing Sons of the Widow, this Knights of the Military of Apostle. You know, this is just showing how all of the secret societies have the same language. The son of the widow, the son of the temple.
Wait, can you go back to that one more time real quick?
Oh yeah, I always forget to show the skulls.
The one with the words.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, because it says something about dragons. Wait, no.
Yeah. This is what's really interesting.
Over
I forgot about that. Yeah, Roland, and then overthrew giants and dragons. Then when you go to the Mains was a Christian group, and it's like, what is this Christian group? They're Sons of the Widow. And like the Illuminati took over Freemasonry because it was Christian, and Illuminati is atheist. They believe they're God, or more along the lines of secular humanism. But this is proof of see, the Rosicrucian and Theosophists, they believe in the Great White Brotherhood, quote unquote, the Great White Lodge, situated in the astral realm. They're talking about the lodge on Sirius, and then here's like 6 different sources on the a lot of this stuff I posted on Twitter. But here, this is the having to do with the pan research. This is crazy because did I show you that coin where the coin of the Vatican has it has the Ouroboros and the ram head inside of it?
That's right, because it would be, the Vatican was founded in the era of Aries, so that would make sense to have the ram. And then also, I will say for the is there something really interesting about that? Is that sometimes the cross is called a scandalon in the New Testament. Scandalon is a Sanskrit-derived Greek word, but it's originally in Sanskrit, and it means a device that causes sin. So in Buddhism, we would say that the scandalon is something that turns the wheel of time, like a key. And if you look at a cross on Calvary Hill, it's the three, right? It's three crucifixes with three different characters on it. So you have like the thief, the innocent man, and then Jesus. And you have three keys that turn the wheel of time. I think there's something really interesting.
Yeah, it's all alchemy. What you're describing, but see, this is the traditional. Everybody knows this symbol, but then see, where's that coin? Damn it, I can't. Oh, here it is. See the coin?
And you got a lot of good shit. We should start trading like magic cards.
Well, see, you can see the Ouroboros and the ram, and this is a Vatican coin, and that the symbology of the ram and the Ouroboros, and that see, this is a Greek one, and it says Pan right there in Greek, and fucking it says Pan in this one too, and freaking it even shows where is that at? But this is leading me to this other research about okay, so have you guys seen the Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, like the Disney movie.
Yeah, well, in the book, it specifically has a ram, and freaking the Hunchback of Notre Dame is freaking it is an alchemical book. You know, see it here's talking about the symbol of the serpent biting the tail, and then how the forbidden fruit right here, and that and then it's talking about this goat. The goat's name is Dajali, and I was like, what the fuck? The goat was decidedly the devil. It says it right in the book. The Disney movie is based on this occult book about the Dajjal, who's the goat and the devil. And it was blowing my mind. I mean, I was like, what the, this was like 2 nights ago.
Really weird.
I was just blown away. I was like, how, this is crazy. I mean, like, damn, that's a biblical quote. See, this is in the Revelations. This is from the Bullinger's Bible, Bullinger's Companion Bible. It's talking about for without are dogs. And then when you go to this side part, it says the word dog appears in Phoenician remains applied to the class of servants attached to the temple of Ashtaroth. And it's crazy because fucking well then to go to the Ashtaroth pictures, AS well, I mean, here's one of the occult versions of Astaroth, but here's the old one, which the crescent moon on his head for the Venus Association. But oh damn it, where's it at? Astaroth was like synonymous with so many names, but no, that's not the right one. So before stated, Baal and Astaroth were commonly mentioned together, and that Baal is the Moloch.
She's his consort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a wife, sister, mother to him, and that in the story he dies, and then he somehow his dead body has sex with his own wife mother again, and then Pan is created according to one of the books, and it was, I mean, that was really crazy, where it's like, so that explains why Pan would be the brother to Lucifer, because if in the theology of this what was the Babylonian equivalent, Nimrod Nimrod, was the father of Tammuz, and that actually I should go to the Babylonian section almost. The Canaanite goddess. Damn it, that's not the one.
We have the exact same story, by the way. Like exactly the same.
Isis, Greek, Aphrodite. But she's always pictured with the I remember where I was bringing it to the Tanit thing. That's what it was. Damn it, where's the T? See, the Tanit symbol is the symbol of Astarte, and that the symbol is and I can relate the symbol to the blood tie, the tie of Freemasonry, where here it is. See the Tanit. This is labeled Tanit because this is a Goetia sigil for one of the demons. But like see, there's the Tayet, which those aren't the two linking pictures. There's the 25th degree of Freemasonry, which the Tayet seems to be linked to the Ankh, and it's also linked to the symbol of Tanit. And that, see, here's a park. Freeman documents this one. I mentioned it quite a few times, but see the moon with the orb and the.
I'm telling you, Clint, it's not the moon; it's the eclipse.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that it's sideways in this symbol, and that it's around the neck of the bull, and that that's the Tayet of damn it, where's it at? This is interesting because it's a Japanese burial mound, which is in the symbol of Astarte. And but see, there's that's more of a Europeanized version. Damn it, where's Tanit, the Phoenician lunar goddess? She was associated she was the face of Baal, that goes to the Egyptian with the that says appears as a trapezoid or in a isosceles triangle.
Just like in Tantra, literally the female consort's always depicted as one of the 64 triangles.
But here, this is really interesting because this is an opposite symbol. Well, it's not. I guess it's not opposite to, but it's opposite to this older one. That this is from an old Bible or something. I can't remember which book, but see, this is from a Phoenician version of Thoth with Ptah, and it's showing the Ankh and the moon with the orb in the same positions as the Tanit symbol. But the Tanit symbol of the moon's on the top, whereas the other one is on the bottom, which could be that eclipse thing that you're talking about.
Well, Ptah is his father, is Toast's father.
Oh yeah, well, I gotta go to the Ptah section too.
It's like the Durga with Shiva and with Ganesh, so it's like the three of them together, and she wears the moon on her crown, and the dragon bows at her feet.
Huh.
Yeah, here's the this is one of the temples of Ptah. The facade of Ptah Hatshepsut at Saqqara. My ex was actually there at one of her things. That's just a drawing depiction. Here's the seal, which would be a later. This is another seal of Ptah, but it's a later. What's interesting, it has the bird on it on that one, and that the bird was another symbol of.
Wait, go back to that again. This is Ptah. That's what this means here.
Yeah, this is the seal of Ptah with great love. It says
that's DNA.
Huh. Well, I mean the whole this whole pillar of what do they call it? The backbone of Osiris is his staff in the lore, and that the lore has the Ankh on it, just like the other symbol that relates to the Tanit symbol. But
life and resurrection.
Well, I think it has. Here's the Phoenician one that's heavily copyrighted. But see, there's
also, I mean,
the
for people that don't know, Ptah is also Enki.
Oh, that's really interesting, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the feathers of Ma on his head.
So Ptah, what is his mount or what is his animal that's just usually associated with him?
A bull.
Okay, so Shiva also rides a bull. Durga usually rides a lion, but she can also ride a bull. And Shiva can also be associated with black dogs, sometimes white dogs, but usually black dogs. That's quite interesting, I think, as well.
Pyramid. I'm gonna go to the Babylonian section.
Yeah, the whole bull thing is like almost a rabbit hole unto itself. I mean, there's the famous golden calf from the Exodus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I should go to the L section. Where's that? Damn it. I went past it. The L section. I got a book clipping of the El. Yeah, see, El Teru, what I was talking about earlier. The ancient Canaanite chief of gods, often called El Teru, the bull god. It's from 2300 BC. El at the list of the top 70 gods, which is interesting because usually it's 72. So I mean, I'm assuming the wife is the 72nd one.
That makes sense. That would make sense. And then she would be right. And it's even saying like she's the face, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, the face of Baal.
So I think what that's saying, and I'm going to be interpreting it, it's not that she is like literally the same as Baal, but she's the eminent force. And that's exactly how it's described in Hinduism as well. It's like the female consort is the eminent aspect of God, so it's God, but it's God in the world.
Wait, here's this is in the Hebrew from a Golden Dawn book, and it's showing how El is it's a formula of 5-degree angles which make up 360 degrees, and that it's like those are the archangels, quote unquote, of the Shemham Pharesh. Here's El from the Temple of Byblos. But you can see he's got
El was also known as the King of Kings.
What's weird, he's got the double wings here, like the Anunnaki type stuff.
Well, that makes sense because he's coming from Jupiter, right? Like El is associated with Jupiter. So you have this kind of like you remember we were talking about Garudas the other day, Clint, on Twitter?
Oh yeah, the griffin-footed deity.
Yes, exactly. So that is like Jupiter. That is the mount of the god Jupiter in like the Indian kind of idea. Yeah, so he would have the double wings because it would be partly representing the eagle mount.
Here's the god Baal, which was the ram god, I'm pretty sure. There's I guess that's Baal too, according to the depiction. But or here's Baal with his consort, Astarte. That's a really old one. But
Baal the dad.
Damn it, I'm looking for the double winged picture. I'm in the Babylonian section now. Oh, but see, they've got no, that's not the one. There's one where there's a guy with like a bug, an insect body, and that these got double wings.
Well, there's the Kabbalah tree right there.
Yeah, but they're in the pictures all around the world. They're always putting something to the back of the person's head. Like, I don't know if this person is the symbol of the initiate, and that this is some sort of thing that's from the spirit world that somehow I don't know if it's symbolic or if it's a literal thing.
And
you know
those
what
damn
I mean?
lunchbox baskets.
The eagle people install the knowledge of civilization.
There's
like
Marduk.
So he's installing, they're like giving people the knowledge of how to have a civilization. And then what the initiates do is they hang the fruits. So they hang golden apples or golden pomegranates on a physical tree.
Don't the Nagas fight with some bird people called Garudas or something like that?
Yes, Dan. That's exactly what it is. The Nagas are the sorcerers, and the Garudas are kind of like the warriors of heaven. So there's like this constant battle that takes place between civilizational forces and anti-civilizational forces.
Huh.
Here's the god Astarte, goddess, a depiction, a really old one.
All right, guys, we gotta call this to a close. This is we're gonna. I mean, as great as this is, we're gonna hit like 5.5 hours, and
I'm ready.
Oh yeah.
Just trying to last Clint out, so that's really cool.
All right, Jin, hop up on the soapbox, buddy. Say what you want to say to the audience out there, and please plug whatever you like to plug.
Well, I'll just say that I actually love being on the round table. It's like I looked forward to it all week. I had so much fun last week. So thank you, Dan. Thank you, Clint. Thank you, Dr. Robert. I know Todd wasn't here this week, but thank you, Todd. I'm on Twitter, Wukong Reborn, WUKONG Reborn. Spotify, I'm on Threshold Saints. That's my show. Spreaker, Anchor as well. I'm sometimes with General Lee, Subconscious Realms, as a guest co-host, and just released my second episode for my show will be released on Monday. It's the part 2. It's called Mr. Vampire and the Corpse of Cantonese Cinema. So it's like a 2-hour deep dive into Chinese sorcery, Chinese black magic, Chinese medicine in relation to cinema. So I think if people like that stuff, they'll get a lot out of it. And you can always watch my Tantra series with General Lee on Occult Rejects as well. There's a 3-part Tantra series that's a video. So that's pretty much it. And I have a link tree, and you can check it out. That's it. So thank you both, and I had an amazing time. I hope I was an okay guest. So
You're friggin' awesome, man. Thank you so much for coming by. Anytime you can come on, it's definitely a treat, Jin. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Clinton. I'm glad we're buddies now, and we'll do something cool soon. I'm Samurai Champloo.
Peace, buddy.
Later.
All right.
Yeah, if you
Clint,
want to blast
do what
this
you like
picture
to
real
say.
quick. This picture,
Wait, that's my shit.
that looks pretty interesting too. This is an Illuminati ring that I found on Amazon or eBay once. It says right on the right side of it, Illuminati, right there, and freaking Benai for Benai Barith, and then Zion for Scion, which is the English Germanic Goth Saxo Gother Coburg Illuminati, unit. But you'll see it's got the magical symbols, the square, the circle, the star of the Egyptians for Sirius, the triangle, the pentacle, or the 5-pointed star. And that it just blows my mind. It's like, how is this, not, how are things like this so not mainstream? And that I mean, even I'm sure you've seen that one picture a million times. Ask about Illuminati.
I ask myself that question a lot, and I think it's just people need to get their decoder rings. They need to get their decoder glasses so that they could recognize symbolism and understand what it means. And you are going to run into contradictions a lot, and that's sort of how you get bridged into other topics and other pantheons and other things. But don't get lost in it. Don't become like a black magician, but understand it.
Here's a Star Trek. I told you about this, remember? The white Klingon, he serves the light of Kali, and he's
I didn't
reborn.
know he was a Klingon.
Yeah, he was a Klingon, and this was right when one of the new Star Trek started a couple of years ago, 2017 it says, and I seen this first episode and I was like, holy shnikes, I think this was before the C word that I can't say, and I remember seeing this, he's reborn in the light of Kali, reborn in the flames. The Manly P. Hall has a book called the Brotherhood of the Fire, or the Brotherhood of Flame, or something like that. And if you look in the book and you understand the symbology of the secret societies and what they're saying in mainstream, I've got a Star Trek section too that I need to get more organized. But Star Trek, what was it? Albert Pike was the previous commanding officer, and then Captain James T. Kirk, and then Knights of the initials are Knights of the whatchamacallit, backwards, and that the whole system, they're all socialists and they're all wearing the same clothes and they own nothing, and they this whole new world order, it was introduced through mainstream television where people don't understand the symbols of simple shows like Star Trek or Planet of the Apes, where I hung out with somebody that was my friend's girlfriend. She's like 25, and I'm like, this movie is about Planet of the Apes. It's like a symbol of like racism, that they thought the Illuminati made the movie and was making fun of like black people, and she didn't understand. Yeah, it's like they're it's crazy. It's like the racism is hardcore. It's like there's a lot of mainstream movements that say a lot of stuff that I would disagree with, that claim to be anti-racist, but that actually promote more racism. But the mainstream stuff that's in Hollywood, you look at it from it's just like the Lion King, where Disney had the Lion King movie, and the hyenas were the symbols of black and Mexican people, and that there's no hyenas left at the end of the Lion King. And the goals of the Illuminati to exterminate the other races, the Jewish people and black people and Mexican people, it's crazy. I mean, it's insane. Like the whole movie of The Lion King is about Cain and Abel, and how the manifestation of the damn it, what do they call that? The Great New Covenant is what they called it. And that there's this whole William Cooper series, or it's like an hour or two, called The Covenant or something. And that it's all about this covenant that's coming from the communist sun worshippers, and that it's it's all symbolized in the mainstream movies, that, and it's all in broad.
I saw a thing that came out. It was like some kind of CIA document. It was just like a little snippet of one, and it said that the CIA were using remote viewers to remote view the Ark of the Covenant, and they said that there were supernatural entities guarding it, and if anybody got too close, that they would hurt them.
Well, that's interesting, because that Quiplaw thing I was talking about earlier with the 666 above the Ark, where Freeman talks about it somewhat, where the Shekinah spirit was it's like the temple itself, it seems to be like kind of like Ghostbusters, where they built the temples to embody a spirit, and this female spirit then guards this thing that's in the Ark. And I don't know if it's symbolic or a real object, or like if it's some sort of like a occult channeling type, because they believe that a spirit resides in it or something, and that
between the wings of the cherubim that are built on top of it, that's where Yahweh is supposed to reside.
Huh. Well, that's weird, because on the Masonic symbolism, there's an upside down star.
And he would come out, like smoke would form in between the cherubim, and then he would like come out of the temple as a cloud of smoke.
Huh.
Yeah, it's weird shit. I mean, I can't explain it. That's just what they said was going on.
That's definitely weird. Damn,
But
where's the
that thing you said about like some kind of channeling thing? That kind of, you know what I'm saying? That coincides.
Oh yeah.
Like if they're channeling a god through the Ark, then
well, it's like they're doing witchcraft. I mean, or they're it's like they're showing us what this was from a while back, and they got these two people on here that are both in collision right now, and that it was part of the
artist is that?
That's Madonna.
Okay, I thought so. She gets a lot of surgeries and looks different in a lot of pictures, but wow.
I've got a whole damn it, where's the Masonic Hollywood section? Damn it. I got a huge Masonic oh, here it is.
But
see, this is really crazy.
Next time, buddy. We got to wrap up.
Well, I'll just show these last two pictures. This is Club Obi-Wan, and here it has the whip like the Ouroboros, and then it has the just what we're talking about, the two birds facing each other, and
that is weird.
But this is a Disneyland thing,
like
a Hollywood
Jones thing.
Yeah, look at it. Club Obi-Wan.
Wow.
This is like straight up Disney, and they're showing the symbols right in front of us. The Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, the Phoenix, right on it.
And like
Man,
this
there's
is
something here.
mainstream.
We're stumbling on something really weird here. No, I mean, we're coming to some kind of
Oh yeah,
seeing
I mean
something.
it's crazy. I mean the
Yeah.
whole. I mean,
thing around the arc.
here's what Lady Gaga. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. Damn, but there's a book by Graham Hancock where he goes looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh yeah. The
And
whole.
I went on this huge Graham Hancock kick a while ago, but it's a pretty badass book.
Oh yeah, there's the Penn and Teller guy with the mason ring from that Scott Bakula movie from the early '90s where he was in the witchcraft or whatever. I can't think of the name of it. It was he went into the Hollywood magic vessel, and that but this guy's wearing the mason ring, and that there's so many Hollywood movies where here's Michael J. Fox.
No, not Michael J. Fox.
There's Rihanna dressed up like a goat. There's Shaq.
He's a well-known Mason.
There's the guy from the singing show.
Simon Cowell is a Mason. Why am I not surprised? He has everything.
Well, the other guy, the other host, is a Skull and Bones. I'm not sure I'm pretty sure that's a Mason ring, but I'm not quite sure.
Anytime anybody's wearing a big, obnoxious ring like that, it's probably associated with some kind of secret society.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially if they're sticking it at the camera.
Yeah, there's so many different things in masonry. Like here's a huge one that's. Have you ever seen this picture? It's
no.
The pyramids. During the new millennium, they lit up the pyramids red, and they had this giant celebration, and that it was all masons. And see the two pillars, it's like it's like they had a giant ceremony, December the year of January 1st, and
But hey, real quick, that book I was talking about is called The Sign and the Seal: The Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant.
Huh. Oh yeah. I think that's there's you've seen this, I'm sure. Scottish Rite, 33rd degree Kramer, right on the front of the magazine.
That explains why he's so racist.
Well, then if you watch the Jerry Seinfeld thing, the show where he's driving cars with coffee, Kramer's wearing a Masonic ring that's a special degree ring that I can't remember quite which degree it was, but it's just crazy. It's like, how did he
went through some kind of like occult public shaming ritual?
It's definitely possible. I mean, there is specific like each Mason lodge.
That sounds
they have a this is one of the oaths. They say they're gonna have their heads struck. They're gonna be struck with the dreadful poniard of vengeance, and that their head's gonna be cut off and stuck on the highest pole. This is the Light in Freemasonry, page 198. I forget who the author was, but these oaths are. This one I need to decode. I keep forgetting to.
I
finally
actually what that means is you are like legally, in a way, signing over a right for them to kill you in the future.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, Cooper relates the oath to the Foss, or what's his name? He signs the oath in blood to the devil, Mephistopheles, and that Faust, that's his name. But here's Newsweek magazine. That's when he was inaugurated. Here's it's proving he's a Mason. It's right on the Newsweek magazine. Oblama, he's a Mason. He's part of the Illuminati, basically.
Yeah, he gave speeches in front of the Council of Foreign Relations.
Yeah, there's a great work plan going on that's so
complex. I got another picture of that pyramid thing, but this relates to it because the people in the picture where the pyramids were lit up were holding extremely similar poles with symbols on them like this. Well, it's like a play they do. And that what's really crazy is so many of them. Notice the heads are all missing. There's
That's
so many
weird.
things like that from ancient Egypt, and that they relate to the modern Illuminati and the goals of it. Damn, I think I ran out of Hollywood stuff. But see here, the Star Trek symbol upside down, and then here's a page from Tex Mars's book showing this symbol with the upside down Star Trek symbol.
Priory of Sion.
Yeah, then it has the ram horns and it's like they're mainstreaming. Here's a screenshot from that same Star Trek episode. Albert Pike, Christopher Albert Pike. That's one of the lieutenants right on the screen, or decorated captains. I'm pretty sure I got another one. Damn it. But it's crazy. Here's a Mason pen that has a swastika on it, and
that's weird. I thought the Nazis were killing Masons, like they were like going and raiding their temples and stuff like that.
Oh no, the Illuminati, they were all. See, here's another Mason thing with a swastika. This is has Brother Franklin Huntington, 32nd degree Knight Templar. Right with the swastika on the bottom and the Hebrew star at the top. The cross of the Magi, he says. But see there's the tetragrammaton and the dove, the G with the emblem and the initiate. I think that's the first degree. I mean, it's just crazy how far it goes with the. Here's all 3 degrees. Well, I guess this one's kind of split, but damn. Oh, here's a good one because this is a trestle board. It's showing Jesus, and he's got a third eye, and he's in the Masonic coffin with the acacia branch, the pentacle with the eye in it, and then the skull and crossbones, and the whole regalia on the top of the coffin lid, just like all the other Masonic trestle boards.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, that's because it's the Luciferian doctrine where they believe they are the supreme deity, where they the Christ consciousness is the Luciferian consciousness, and that these initiates are some of it does relate to real archaeological stuff about the ancient world and Jesus and stuff, but the modern Illuminati has turned it into secular humanism, in that they believe they are Jesus / Lucifer. Like that Shriner video where the guy says, "I am Lucifer," and he says it so proud, and it's like he like must have Alzheimer's, and he forgot that he's under oath, and he starts telling people that he's Lucifer. It's not.
Well, there's some kind of like hive mind or demon or something that takes over people, and they literally think that they are Lucifer. I've seen it in many different places. Like,
The biblical. It's definitely a really bizarre phenomenon. People on mushrooms will sometimes experience it. The whole thing about, here's that diagram I was trying to find earlier. Horus, Isis, and Osiris, the triangle.
Right, we got to call it a night.
Oh yeah,
I'm gassing hard here. Almost 6 hours. All right, buddy.
We're just keep listening to Cooper. Check out Ralph Epperson and donate so you can get a sword.
Awesome. All right, man. I'll talk to you next time. Thank you.
All right, peace.
All righty. That was Clint Aestwood, fan favorite, brilliant mind. It's hard to close things out when we got him on the show. But I thank everybody for joining tonight or this evening, whatever. I hope that you're enjoying the show. I hope that almost 6 hours of content is to your liking. Great. performances by everybody tonight. And I think just because they're all having so much fun, that's why it's so good. Clint says great show. I agree. Fantastic show. Next week we got Todd the Bod back with us. We will be talking to Troublemaker Jonah. Very interesting character there. Hope you guys find a way to make it over Friday. This show is later. It's not going to be starting at 3. We probably won't be able to go 4 or 5 or 6 hours because we're going to be starting at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be doing a later show next weekend. And I hope you guys still find a way to make it. I hope that you join us after you come home from work. The live show here on YouTube, at least for now, this is where it's all at. This is where we gather together. This is where we are able to interact with the show. If you're gonna watch live, you see the slides, you see everything, and of course, please donate to End of Days Radio. Go to endofdaysradio.com and click donate through PayPal or with Bitcoin. Thank you so much to everybody that's donated so far. You guys are the shit. What can I say? You keep everything going. You keep everything going for this. You keep the lights on, you keep the servers up. I thank you so much. Great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert tonight. Thank you so much to our guest Steve, who joined us earlier. Can't wait to have him on again. Special thanks to anybody and everybody that supports this show on social media. Tell your friends and family. You can listen to us so many different ways. There will always be a way to listen to this show. Platforms, they come and go, but I promise I will always find a way to broadcast, even if I have to pull out an old ham radio or do something with birds and dropping newsletters. I don't know. I'll find a way to reach you. Thank you so much to anybody and everybody that has ever taken part in End of Days Radio. This program is hitting strides that I never thought would even happen, and I can't be more proud and more excited about it right now. So thank you, everybody. I will talk to you next time. I'm Daniel, signing out from those broken ruins here in the ever so drizzly yet somewhat temperate climate of the Pacific Northwest. Thank you so much. Love you guys. You are the wind beneath my wings. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I am out.